Good morning, everyone. Welcome for the second day of our conference. It seems like yesterday was a success. I could say that a lot of people were already there and the room were almost packed for all of them. So thank you very much for coming and attending this conference. You may have noticed that we are in 2020 and it's the 15th or 16th, so we stopped counting, right? Something like that, right? Okay, so number +1 edition since last year. So, and we will certainly do a few strange things during the day and especially tonight. If you don't recall what you do tonight, tomorrow, it's okay. It happened all the time. So, but for the start, we are going to give the possibility to our fellow sponsor to say a few words to explain why they still continue to sponsor us in spite of everything else. Right? Please.
Good morning and welcome to XML Prague. My name is George Bina. I'm from Syncrosoft, the company that develops Oxygen XML editor. And I'm here with other 5 of my colleagues from Synchro, from the Oxygen team. Mircea, Octavian, Christy, and Aline, and Radu. So we have also a table upstairs, and we just released version 22 the other day. So there are a lot of new things going on, and if you want to find out about them, you can, or if you have feedback, we are here actually to talk to you, to meet you. That's why we came here every year. And with the largest number of people probably that we go to any event. It's Prague. So we are really happy to be here again this year, and hope you will enjoy all the sessions and the parties and everything. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And you forgot to mention something, but maybe you mention it later, right? No? Okay, that's fine. Surprise. So our next, there's no order, of course, of sponsorship. So, but Michael is going to say.
Hello, I'm Mike. Is this switched on? Yes. Hello, I'm Michael Kay from Saxonica. If you don't know me, happy St. Valentine's Day. We love you all. One change this year is that there are a lot more attendees, including me, from outside the EU. I won't ask for cheers and boos for that. We're very pleased to sponsor this conference. It's lovely to see all the old hands here. It's also lovely to see the new hands. You'll find this event is very cliquey. Everyone seems to know each other. They all greet each other like old friends. And if you're new here, you may feel a bit left out. Well, keep coming, and next year, you'll be one of the old hands and you'll be greeting everyone like old friends. And if you have been here for many years, please take a little bit of time during the coffee break to find someone you don't know. Because it's so great to see all the people you do know, that the people who don't know anyone can be a bit left out. So Saxonica is very pleased to keep sponsoring this event. When I set up Saxonica in 2004, I promised my wife that it would be for 5 years and then we'd retire. Because I thought the technology would have a limited lifetime and everyone would get bored with it. But 16 years later, people are still coming to XML conferences, people are still finding new things to do with the software, people are still finding new things to ask us to do with the new software. It's still moving ahead, and people are still finding enormous value from it. So no immediate prospect of retirement just yet. No, she's still there. Welcome to the conference. Let's have a great couple of days. I'm talking later today. Enjoy yourselves.
Thank you. Any news from the XSLT3 books? Because some people asked for me.
No, sorry.
Okay. So
One of many projects that hasn't been completed.
okay. Not yet. So who is going to... So XPrague book, on the other hand, is on the way, right? No? If I'm okay, right. Okay. Gerrit?
Yeah, hi. I'm Gerrit Imsicke of LETech Publishing Services. This is the 11th time, I think, that I attend this conference. I still know the Malustrana site at Charles University. And it's, I think, the 7th time that we are sponsoring this conference. Started with the beer station in 2014 and gradually increased to a more generic and long-lasting partnership. We are very proud to...
You graduated.
Yeah. So it's not only about beer. Beer is important, but the well-being of this conference is even more important. Therefore, we hope to continue this partnership. And something else that we are sponsoring, I just tweeted about it, is the Leipziger Lärchen. I don't know when this tradition started, but maybe about 5 or 6 years ago. Help yourselves in the coffee break. During the coffee breaks, there are plenty of Leipziger Lärchen. There should be one for each attendee.
It's food, it's not drinking. Important distinction, right?
What else can I say? Yeah, a third component of our sponsorship is the student tickets that we are giving away since, I don't know, since, I think it's for the 6th time now, yeah. So, and this time we have 6 students traveling with us. Where are you? Raise your hands. Okay, over there. And it's also interesting to note that 4 of the 6 students are women, and of our company delegates, so we are even more than Synchro, than Oxygen. There's 14 of our regular employees, so and 8 of them I think are women, and 6 are men. And this is interesting. I mean, we are active in the field of publishing services, and publishing is not such a male-dominated field maybe as generic IT, but it's still interesting that there is a significant number of female attendees here, but almost no female speaker. And people were wondering about the reasons behind this. I don't know exactly. Maybe it's just that women tend to be a bit more afflicted by imposter syndrome and have doubts and reservations about presenting here on the big stage. But there's a saying of Charles Bukowski, I think, who said, the problem with the world is that the stupid people are full of no, the intelligent people are full of doubts, while the stupid people are full of confidence. So this this isn't meant to insult the majority of our speakers. They are deservedly confident about their business, but still we should continue to think about how we can improve this situation, not only for women, but also for other underrepresented groups, so that we don't have old white men presenting each year here, and we are not getting younger. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, stay here. Stay here. We forgot something.
Good morning. My name is Norman Toby Walsh, which still sounds a little strange. I'm from MarkLogic Corporation. I'm not up here as a sponsor. Unfortunately, for those of you who have not been here before, if you look in your little badge thing, you will find directions to this evening's dinner, which is at a gorgeous monastery with fabulous food and large quantities of beer. And Demo Jam. This is an event we do every year. Jurka has asked me to MC it again this year. So the way this works is we give you 5 minutes and a projector and a microphone. You bring everything else. And you can give a 5-minute demo about anything you'd like. It can be something related to work you're doing. It can be something related to a side project. It doesn't have to be about markup, although we encourage you to make it about markup. And we'll take up to 10 of them. I would prefer it if you would write the title of your presentation, print it carefully, and hand it to me. The first 10 will be in the running. You can send it to me in other ways. You can tweet it at me. You can email it to me, etc. But I take no responsibility for failure to get you in the order if you don't hand it to me on a piece of paper. But I'll do my best. And I believe we have some prizes, although I don't remember what they are. So it's great fun. Everybody cheers. It's a fabulous time. The winner is the person who gets the loudest applause. There's only going to be one winner because... Never mind. Yeah, sorry, that's unfair. For those of you here the first time, that's an inside joke. Years ago, MarkLogic was sponsoring, and we had put up a prize, and the people who were judging the winners decided that there was a tie and wanted a runoff, and Mohammed shouted two iPads at the top of his lungs and put me in rather hot water, and I haven't entirely forgiven him yet, but Mohammed's nice, so we'll let him go. Anyway, thank you very much, and please, if you're interested in Demo Jam, find me, write your title and your name in letters I can read on a piece of paper and hand it to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norm. Just last few words, we have prizes for tonight, and they are brought by Synchrosoft. George, do you have a few things to say?
Oh,
it's a surprise.
So I don't know exactly the price
okay.
that you... We just sponsor that,
okay.
but I will also be surprised about what they choose.
So. It's a very good surprise, just to tell you. Very good surprise.
So we are happy to sponsor again the Demo Jam this year, and also have a nice prize for the winner, I guess.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. So we have two sponsors for the Demo Jam tonight, and Gerrit is also one of them. And why this story, just for 1 second, is because for 1 year we decided to stop the Demo Jam. It was almost something that we know very well in France, a strike and a revolution. And so we had to make it back again. So, yeah.
Yeah, I essentially blackmailed Jurka into continuing the Demo Jam by threatening to withdraw our sponsorship. And I might add, as an anecdote, in 2012, I was one of the 2 winners of the iPads. And I did it with a game that I implemented with Saxon CE. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, there is in fact a 3rd prize, or another prize. Eric has strong-armed his publisher into allowing us to give away the 1 copy of his advanced copy of his book that exists that I know of. So we're going to figure out how to give that away too. So thank you to Eric. I don't know where Eric is, but anyway, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you very much. So we're going to start our session by talking about technology which is related to our work, our everyday work. It's CSS, and we have the chance to have Rachel, Andrew talking us this way. Thank you, Rachel.
Okay, hello. Is that on mic? Excellent. So yeah, I'm Rachel Andrew. I'm a CSS person, not an XML person, and I'm here to talk a bit about CSS and kind of some of the changes that we've made with CSS recently. So I've been doing web stuff for a very long time. I kind of predate CSS, really. The first browsers I used didn't have any CSS. I kind of started doing web stuff with the version 2 browsers. I'm sure there are other people here who can sort of date back to that time. So I do various things. I'm essentially an independent. I've got a couple of products. I'm editor-in-chief of Smashing Magazine. So I publish a lot of stuff and edit a lot of articles about the web technology. And I'm a CSS working group member. I actually represent a Dutch group of web developers, Frontiers. I'm sort of their representative in the W3C, and I'm also on the CSS working group. I edit multicol and the page float spec. I do tech writing and things for MDN. So I've been doing a lot of I've written loads of books about CSS, and I've been teaching CSS for a very long time. That really is the kind of main sort of thread of my career in all the different things that I've done. I've been teaching and talking to people about CSS. And I kind of figured that I'd figured out how to teach CSS. Because I've been doing it for such a long time. You know, I'd be like, well, this is a block thing, and this is an inline thing, and you can change the things between being block and inline. This is the box model, and it's really important and also very weird. And then we kind of do this stuff with widths, and we try and make a layout out of floats. But over the last few years, when I've been writing and speaking about CSS and about the new layout methods, things like flexbox and grid that have come into CSS, I've been sort of reordering my material. I've been changing the way that I teach CSS because it's become apparent to me that the way that we've been teaching layout is not going to give the new folk the kind of skills they need to master what we now have and what is coming in the future. And I also think that as people who, you know, if people who teach CSS and those of us who write about it, you know, maybe it's kind of been kind of a bit of a thing to talk about it as this sort of quirky, hacky language. You know, we talk about, oh, here's a trick that lets you do this, and here's a CSS hack that lets you do this other thing. And I don't think that actually helps people to sort of see CSS as being a system and having a system for layout, which, you know, we actually do these days. Because other languages, when we approach them with beginners, we begin with the important constructs of that language. I know a whole bunch of different back-end languages particularly. You know, and you teach people how to learn those languages. You talk about functions, basic math, string handling, and so on. You explain all these underlying concepts. If you've got a beginner who isn't a programmer, you know, you start with that stuff. You don't just sort of give them a bunch of stuff and say, oh, just kind of poke it around and see what works. And that's basically how we've been teaching CSS. So it's no wonder, I think, that people have become reliant on frameworks and so on to kind of do their job, because it all just seems really baffling and a little bit difficult to use. But I think that these days we can talk about CSS as a structure, you know, in the same sort of structured way that we talk about other languages. And we can teach it in that structured way. And so this talk really is kind of a description of what I think is that structure, particularly for layout. And this is really sort of what I came to as I've been teaching this stuff in workshops. Now, I've not mentioned here the big specs. I've not kind of got grid and flexbox as main things, because I don't think we need to teach these as separate layout methods, because they're not. They're just values of display. And I think that by breaking things down into the individual modules, quite often, you know, that's kind of exposing CSS working group process to web developers. And they don't really need to know these things are separate. They just need to know we've got this layout system, and this is how we use it. And so I think these are kind of the main things that we have to take people through when we're teaching them CSS. And it all begins with display. Because CSS has this system for layout. It's how we lay out web pages and web applications, and the main layout methods all belong to the display property. So if you want to do layout, you need to understand display. And you also need to understand where things start before we even get to messing about with the display property. Because CSS starts with normal flow, block and inline layout, and we need to understand this as the default state of things, the default state of layout. It's what happens, if it's what we return to, you know, if we don't do anything else. So items in normal flow are participating in a block formatting context. Now, we often talk about this as there being no layout, but there is layout. There's block and inline layout. Each thing is a block thing or an inline thing. You write some HTML, you don't do anything, and it's readable. And that's a really neat thing about the web. You know, anyone can publish. It's why I started doing this. You know, I've got no background in sort of computer science or whatever. I just wanted to get a website up because I had a baby and I wanted to show people pictures of the baby. You know, and it was before there was Facebook and so on, so I had to build a website. You know, and I was able to do that in, you know, really a few hours of learning because of this basic fact that you stick some HTML on a web page and it is readable by everyone. So it's important for us to understand normal flow in this way. It's a layout method. Right out of the gate, CSS starts doing some work for us by way of browser inbuilt style sheets, by the inbuilt style sheets and various user agents. And it's really important that we work with this and not against it. Because if we strip everything away with some kind of heavy-handed reset style sheet, which has been popular in the past, we basically then just have to go and put it all back again, rather than relying on what we've got. So let's not do that. So once we know that we've got layout, that our items are participating in a block formatting context, we better understand what it is to change the value of display. So I've got some items here, and they're displaying one after the other. They're block items. They're doing what block items do. And then I say display flex. So all I've done is I've changed the value of display on their container to flex. So the items now display alongside each other because they're becoming flex items. They no longer participate in a block formatting context, they are participating in a flex formatting context. And that means that the items start to behave like flex items. So we do the default flexbox things that items do. Or if I change the value to grid, the items now participate in a grid formatting context. Now, by default, that would give me a single column grid with implicit rows. It would look very much like a block formatting context, even though they are actually grid items. So if I use grid template columns here and create a 3-column track grid, then we get the items sort of laying out with auto placement on that grid. So whether we decide to use grid or flex, we only change the value of display on the parent. That changes the children's formatting context. But their children go right back to block and inline layout because we will always return to block and inline layout once we're inside the item. We're only kind of changing one level at a time. So if I add some more content to one of my grid items, I've got a heading and 2 paragraphs, that just goes back to block and inline layout. And so it goes all the way down through the structure of your document. You stay with the block formatting context, or you switch to another formatting context, and inside that, you're going to go back to block and inline layout unless you decide to make a change again. One box all the way down. And once we're thinking like this, it becomes much easier to switch contexts. And this kind of strange thing that happens on the web where people decide that they can only build their site using grid or flexbox for some reason, like they're picking between 2 frameworks, that kind of goes away because we're not really worrying about that. We're just like, well, which formatting context suits these items the best? They're both values of display. Use the one that works. But it's here with display that we see this refactoring of CSS that I sort of titled this talk with. It's really here where we see this writ large. The display specification now details 2 values for display, not 1. So these values describe the outer display and inner display type. So the outer display type is always block or inline. A box has got to be a block or an inline box. The inner display type is the one that the children use. So that might be flex items or grid items or something else in the future. So when I say display grid in sort of single value syntax, we're really saying display block grid. The outer box of the element is a block, so it's a block box in the layout, and the children are grid items. Their inner is grid. If we say display flex, we're really saying display block flex, a block container, flex children. So then we can use, in sort of the old single value syntax, we've got these values which are like inline dash grid and inline dash flex to represent an inline flex or grid container. So in the 2-value world, we have display inline grid and display block grid. So we're able to actually directly say what we're doing. We've got a block box and we've got flex children. We've got an inline box and we've got grid children. So this outer display type really explains how the box behaves in the layout. And so, we only really have block or inline at the moment. Now, I don't think anyone's really going to be using these at the moment. That's because they're only actually implemented in Firefox right now. So it's not like you're going to suddenly start using these if you're using these things on the web, but I think it's interesting to describe them in this way. So when we talk about the outer display type, although you might be using display grid, for example, just thinking, yeah, that's display block grid, that's quite useful because you know how that box is behaving in the layout. And then if we go on to the inner display type, although if you say display grid, that you've still got one value, well, you know that that grid actually refers to the children, and it's how do the children behave next to each other. So this kind of is interesting in terms of just how we describe display, and there's nothing new added by the fact we've got these two values of display, because every one of them maps to a single value at the moment, because it may be that something comes along in the future that only works with two values. But at the moment, you know, you can use either. So it's much more about just how we think about it and teach it. But if we go back to normal flow and think about these formatting contexts, which is how I kind of introduced how we're changing between layout methods. When we have a page on the web or in a book or what have you, anything that's formatted with CSS, it is establishing an initial block formatting context. A block formatting context, or BFC, has some features. Now, floats can't poke out of the bottom of it. Margins don't collapse through it. That's a BFC. And this is what happens if you don't have a block formatting context on a container. And this happens when you float something. If you float something inside a container and the floated item is taller than the text that's come up next to it, any sort of background that's on that entire box is going to sort of pop up because the float is taken out of the layout. And so you kind of end up with this situation where people say, well, I want that background to wrap around the image and the text, even if the text is shorter. And what's happening here is the line boxes are getting shortened and the thing's taken out of flow. So we've got this value in a single value world display flow root, or block flow root if you're in a two value world. And that can basically cause the containing block to wrap the image and the text. So we basically end up with this, which is what we wanted in the first place. Now, web developers have been doing this for years by messing about with the value of overflow. Because if you change the value of overflow to something that could have scroll bars, you end up with a block formatting context. Because if something is like a scrollable area on a page, you've got to contain your floats and your margins because they can't be poking out of it. I mean, I don't even know what that would look like. So you end up, so web developers realized that one of these sort of CSS hacks was that they could change the value of overflow and it would contain everything in the box. With some kind of bad side effect, you occasionally get scroll bars appearing where you didn't expect them, and sometimes you end up clipping shadows and so on. So we've now got, in CSS, a proper way to do it, to say, I am creating a new block formatting context, everything please stay inside here, and that's display flow root, or display block flow root. And then we have writing modes. And I don't think that you can talk about layout without talking about writing modes. Because when Flexbox and Grid landed in our browsers, they also, just very quietly, introduced a writing mode agnostic way of working with layout. Everything that comes before kind of relates to physical dimensions. We talk about top, right, bottom, and left, horizontal and vertical, X and Y. And suddenly we asked everyone to think about start and end and block and inline. And that was kind of quite unusual to a lot of people. They're like, well, why are we doing that? Why aren't we just saying left and right and top and bottom like we always have done? And so these concepts are critical to understanding of layout today. And so I think that really early on in the process, when I'm wanting to teach people about this stuff, I want to talk about writing modes. So the block dimension, that's the direction in which blocks are displayed on the page. So in English, that's a language written horizontally. Blocks are displayed vertically, one below the other down the page. And the inline direction is always the direction in which words run in a sentence. In English, that's obviously left to right horizontally. These things relate to our understanding of block and inline layout. Inline boxes line up next to each other like words in a sentence. Block elements take up all the space in the inline dimension and then stack up one after the other. And if we use a vertical writing mode, now the block dimension is running horizontally and the inline vertically. So if we need to think about start in the block dimension, or maybe like line 1 in grid, then this is the line at which our blocks will start. So in English, that's the top of the element. In a vertical RL language, that's on the right. So block start, and then where the blocks end, that's block end. And so if you need to think about start in the inline direction, or again, line 1 in grid, then that's where a sentence starts in that writing mode and direction. So on the left for English, on the right for Arabic, it might be at the top for a vertical writing mode. So that's inline start. And the other end, or where your sentences would wrap, that is inline end. So that's fine. That kind of works for flexbox and grid. We know about this. But the problem is we've then got this tension between our new layout methods, which talk about start and end and block and inline and never mention the physical dimensions, and then everything else, margins, padding, border, positioning, floats, everything else is tied to physical dimensions. That's how we've described this, for years and years and years. And if you try and build something using a vertical writing mode, you soon spot this. For instance, we might want to build a grid layout, and we should be able to do that, and we should just be able to turn it on its side, change it to a vertical writing mode, and everything should stay the same. But it doesn't, because this box has got a width and a height. And so width and height is the same, even if you're in a vertical writing mode. Width still refers to width, and it doesn't change. And so we end up with our box sort of looking a bit weird, because the grid has stayed the same, but the actual container hasn't changed because it's tied to these physical properties. So we've got this entire new specification, logical properties and values. And all it really is a series of mappings. It says, this is what this is in the physical world, and this is what it is in a logical flow relative world. And the easiest way to look at that is with that example of the grid. So here with my grid, rather than using width, I'm using inline size, and rather than using height, I'm using block size, which means that when I tip my grid on the side using a different writing mode, the dimensions all stay the same, because inline stays the same measure and so on, so it just sort of tips over. So because we're already talking about block and inline dimensions, these names hopefully kind of make sense. The block size property defines the size in the block dimension, and the inline size describes the size in the inline dimension. So here we are in a horizontal writing mode, and here we are in a vertical writing mode. So we're just mapping it to different things depending on which writing mode we're in. So we have these mappings for everything, for margin and padding and borders. You can see all of these are just essentially just a direct mapping one to the other, referring to block and inline rather than sort of top, right, bottom, and left. We even have ones for border radius, which I think are my favorite property names now in CSS, because we have things like border start radius and border start end radius, which I think are wonderful. And I kind of like to show those to people, but it does work. You don't often have to specify these things individually, but I think that's quite neat. But in terms of teaching CSS, we actually use a lot of these things now in the browser. There's very good support for all the mapped properties in the main browsers, which is great. We're starting to be able to use these things on the web. But it'll be a while before I think generally everyone starts to use these. I think probably on the web it'll become the default way of actually describing layout for a lot of people eventually. But obviously, until kind of the browsers have caught up or the older browsers have vanished, people are going to be using the physical ones, I think, for a while yet. But I think it's really important to think in terms of this flow relative logical world. Our new layout methods make a huge amount more sense when you're thinking in this way rather than being tied to the physical dimensions. Once you start to think about start and end and block and inline, everything else makes an awful lot more sense. And somewhere where it does start to make a lot of sense, and I think it makes specs easier to understand, is when we come to alignment. Box alignment is a key specification which kind of ties together a lot of these other specifications. If you learned flexbox first, if that was kind of your first introduction to the new layout methods, so if you learned flexbox a few years ago, the alignment properties, you probably thought of them as being flexbox properties because they actually started life in the flexbox spec. You sort of look at these, it happens a lot in CSS, we look at something and go, actually that's quite generally useful. It doesn't want to be tied just to flexbox. Let's take that out, put it in its own spec, and then we can use it for different layout methods, which is what's happened. So box alignment deals with alignment right across CSS. That's flexbox grid, but also block layout, multicol, although the actual browser implementations for things like block layout aren't really there yet. So this talks about aligning things in the block and inline dimension. And I think the reason we need to talk about writing modes before we talk about this is because once we start aligning things, we're talking all the time about block and inline. And we're talking about two things in alignment. We're talking about the distribution of space, So extra space that you've got once you've got some things and there's some extra space around them. And also an alignment of items inside the space that they've been put in. So kind of moving something around inside its kind of area. Now, generally, I think it's easier to understand alignment in grid layout, because in grid layout, we've got this very nice, tidy grid. We always have the 2 dimensions, and they don't change in the way that they do with Flexbox. So I tend to introduce this stuff with grid first. So the first thing we're going to look at is the distribution of space around elements. So we've got some extra space here in this grid container. So I've got a grid container here. I've got some items. They don't completely fill the grid. So there's some extra space. By default with grid, things are lined up to start in both dimensions. So our extra space is at the end on both dimensions there. So we can say justify content, and that will space things out in the inline dimension. So we use justify in the inline dimension, a bit like if you justify words in a sentence, and that happens on the inline dimension. When we're using the justify words, that's because we're talking about that dimension there. So here I'm saying justify content, space between, and the space gets picked up and shared out between the tracks. That's going to sort of blow apart the items there. And the lines you can see on this grid here are using the Firefox Grid Inspector. If you are working with grid and things and sort of experimenting with stuff, use Firefox. The Grid Inspector is fantastic. It will show you a nice highlighted view of your grid, and you'll be able to see what's going on. Then we've got align content, which works in the same way, but on the block dimension. So here I've said align content end, and so the items have all moved down, and we've got the spare space put before them. Now, when you talk about Flexbox, we justify on the main axis and we align on the cross axis, because in Flexbox you can change your main axis. You can lay your things out as a row or as a column. So we worry about the main axis as opposed to block and inline. So we justify on the main axis, align on the cross axis. So justify content, we've got main axis, a space distribution between the flex items. So here we've got justify content, flex end, and the items have all gone to the end, and the spare space is put before them. If you've got space on the cross-axis in Flexbox, with Flexbox you can wrap your flex items, and then if you've got a sort of taller container for those items and they're wrapping, you can use align content then to space them out. Now, people often don't realize that align content works in Flexbox because you typically don't have extra space in the cross-axis for Flexbox. And for content properties to do anything, you have to have some spare space to distribute. No spare space, there's nothing to share out, nothing's going to happen. I get an awful lot of emails about broken alignment, which turns out they've just not got any spare space, so nothing's going to happen in that case. So we then have this kind of moving of items around inside an area. Again, easier to understand in grid. By default, we stretch items in grid, so the item kind of totally fills up its area. This is what we can see here, and it's why you get like full height columns by default in grid layout and in Flexbox. We're stretching the item so it fills the area, but you can play around with that. So if we use justify self and align self end, the item just gets bumped down into the corner of its area. So we're going to the end of its area in both dimensions. And you can set them all at once by using justify items, which essentially just sets them all as a group. So if we're justifying in Flexbox, and that should say justify items, I think. No, that's right, it should say justify items. That slide's wrong. We should display, it doesn't apply to flex items because there's more than one item on the main axis. But you can do alignment on the cross axis because you can say align self center and you can move things around. Again, you've got to have a tall enough flex container, either because your content is taller or because you've given it a height. And then you can move the items up and down against each other. If you do need self-alignment of items on the main axis, then what we've got in the spec is a mention of using auto margins. Now, auto margins are really interesting in layout. We use them all the time on the web. If you've got a box, if you've got a box that you want to center, and what you do is you basically set its left and right margin to auto, and that pushes the box into the middle. And the reason it does that is that auto margins take up all of their space in the dimension they're applied to. So if you've got an auto margin on both sides, well, they're both trying to take up all the space. It pushes your box into the middle. auto margins are really useful in Flex and in Grid as well, but particularly in Flexbox. If you want to do this sort of thing, because you can't self-align an item on the main axis, you're sort of stuck. If you sort of, in that pattern, and you think, well, I want just to separate these items, which is actually a very common navigation pattern to have, like, I don't know, search or something on one side and then everything else lined up the other way. If you set an auto margin on the item that you want, or the items that you want to kind of be pushed aside, that will cause that to happen. Basically, the auto margin takes up all of the available space and separates the items. Now, it's this sort of thing that I think that we have typically referred to as some kind of CSS hack or trick. And it's not. It's in the spec. It is specified that this is how auto margins work. And I think that's really important. You know, I really would like people to stop calling stuff that is in a CSS spec a hack, because it just leads to this idea that CSS is this flaky, fragile, weird language that, you know, you have to know all these special magic hacks in order to use. So it's in the spec. This is as specified. And so, yeah, when I see people referring to things like that, I get very grumpy. I review a lot of articles for Smashing Magazine and leave comments all over people's stuff. I'm like, is this a hack, or is this just actually what the specification says? Because if it's what the specification says, then say, as in the specification, and point to it so that people can learn why it is that this works and why we're doing it. So yes, that's the hill I am going to die on. But what about the box model? You know, at no point, that was kind of the mainstay. I have drawn box model diagrams so many times over my career. I've taught the box model in so many different ways. And I think that these days, it is less important for people to have that kind of understanding. It's certainly not the first thing I need to teach people. It mattered a lot in the past because we had to do layout. We had to give everything a percentage size and make sure those percentages did not add up to more than 100%, because when they did, bad things happened to the layout. You know, we don't have to do that anymore. We can allow Flexbox and Grid to figure out sizing for us, which means that the box model, I think, gets demoted as not quite as an important thing to have to worry too much about. And we've also got better ways of dealing with the box model, in fact, that we can change what that actually means in terms of sizing. So this is really what I think we need to be telling people about the box model with added dev tools, which I think help to highlight this stuff. So we've got everything in CSS obviously has a box. The block level box is a very specific thing. It's got some default behavior. It expands to fill the inline direction, and it grows in the block direction only to the size of the content. But we can give it a width or a height. And when we do, CSS has to decide what we mean. So it does that while taking into account the various things that make up the box. So the box has got the content. Now we call that the content box. And here I've set my size, and I've just got my content there. You might then give it some padding. If you do, that's added around the edges of the content. The edge of the padding is referred to as the padding box. The box might have a visible border. If you do, then the size of this border is added onto the outside of the padding. That is the border box. And then it might have a margin, and this is then added to the outside of the border, pushing away things that are outside the box, and that is the margin box. So, what's the inline size or the width of the box? Now, by default, for reasons that we will not go into, that is the content box. So that means that the size of your content is actually the size, not the sort of physical, the space it actually takes up on the screen or the page, which, you know, has always been slightly confusing to people. And that's why now we can change it. So you can set box sizing to border box, and that says, hey, right, that size is now what you can see, so including the padding and the border. That's the size you've given it. So essentially, the content box gets smaller when you do it that way around. But it means that you can choose that and use CSS to switch between the different ways of doing sizing. I don't think we need to burden beginners to this with our history. We can just say, this is what it is. If you find it more useful to have the content size, the thing you want the size, well, then use the default. Otherwise, use box sizing, border box, and it will include the padding and the border. And then I think there's much more useful things that we can be talking about with sizing. So in the past, everything, as I say, was a length or a percentage. So we spent a lot of time calculating how big things were, but it was pretty easy to do because we all understand, you know, like 100 and different percentages of that. That was okay, you know, when we got quite good at doing it. In our new layout world, however, we have to wonder what the browser's doing, because the browser's doing a lot of this for us. And it's doing this by looking at what the minimum size of the thing is and what the maximum size of the thing is. So we have to understand that. If we want to understand what is going on when sizing is happening, we need to know what the minimum size of the thing and the maximum size of the thing is. And luckily, we've actually got some keywords that describe this, so we can even play around with it and have a look. And they work, at the moment, they work in grid layout in all the browsers that support grids. So that's a good place to play with them. So if I say I've got a 2-column grid here, and I'm using grid template columns, I'm creating a column track at min content, and I'm creating a column track at max content. The min content track, the content wraps. It takes any soft wrapping opportunity it can. It gets as small as it possibly can. That is the min content size. It's not overflowing. If you put something in there that had a fixed size, that would become the size of it. So it all scrunches down. It becomes as small as it can, min content size. The max content size, if you've got a string of text, it all unravels. It gets as long as it can. That's its max content size. It won't get any bigger. It'll just get as big as it needs to be for the whole thing to kind of unravel. Any content-based sizing that the browser is doing, or anything that's implementing flexbox and grid, it's doing this based on these min and max content sizes. So that's how it works. And so understanding what they are is a good start at understanding what's going on. So if we look at flexbox, I've got 3 items here of different sizes. If we use the flex initial values, they don't grow to fill the space. And there's enough room for them, so they lay out at max content size. They don't get bigger than max content size. They just go to max content size, and then they stop growing. Now, if I give them flex auto, it's like saying you can grow and shrink from a size of auto, which means that they can grow. And so they grow and they fill the container. It kind of looks like we've got 3 equally sized flex items. But that's only because we've got pretty much the same size content in each box. Not quite. The items aren't actually quite the same size if you measured them, because some of those words are slightly longer. But if we add more content, you can see that the item with a lot of space a lot of words gets assigned more space. The smaller things actually shrink down to their min content size to let the thing that's got all of the content take up more space and be more readable. Now, if you don't want that kind of behavior, you can change it. If you do want 3 equal size items, rather than letting the browser sort of figure this all out, you can set your flex basis to 0. Flex 1 will do that. And essentially what you're saying there is these items have got no intrinsic size. Just share out all the space in the container equally between them. But I think actually understanding the fact that we've got min content size and max content size, and that by default, Flexbox and Grid will be using that to sort of figure out how much space to assign things, which is, in the terms of Flexbox, is brilliant. You can kind of chuck a bunch of unevenly sized items at it, and it doesn't squash, a big thing into a tiny box and leave loads of space around a small thing. I mean, as in terms of like working with web content where you never know what you're going to get, it's been sort of groundbreaking to be able to do that sort of thing. But understanding these min and max content sizes, I think, is incredibly important for anyone starting to do layout, because it's how these things are being calculated now. Now, as I say, I work a lot on the web, and when I'm sort of talking about this stuff, there'll be people who will be sat in the audience and going, yes, some of these things you have spoken about, they are not implemented in browsers, and therefore it is useless for us to learn them. And I think that when I'm talking about some of this stuff, particularly things like the 2 values of display and so on, it's not so much that, we should be going out and using this stuff right now. It may not be implemented in the things that we user agents that we're targeting. But I think it shows how CSS is moving on and what the progression is and the sort of things that are becoming important in the language so that we can teach it as it is designed, rather than teaching it based on a bunch of quirks and hacks that we have to do in order to support it in whatever we're using CSS with. Because we do have a system. Certainly in browser land, a lot of this stuff is not so much that we have this sort of real buggy behavior. It's more that some things are implemented, some things are not implemented yet. And that's never going to change. You know, there's never going to be a point at which the CSS working group can sit down and say, right, resolved, and it'll just magically appear in all the browsers. That would be marvelous. That's not going to happen. There's always going to be a lag. And obviously, because of the way that CSS tends to be developed, it is often developed because one browser wants to do something and they've started to, you know, put some of the groundwork in place. So obviously, they're kind of going to be first out of the gate with the implementation because they're already thinking about it, or maybe they need it for something. You know, I mean, we got grid layout really because, you know, Microsoft started doing the work because they needed it for something they were doing internally. So, you know, it's always going to be a bit of a lag in terms of waiting for these things to happen. So we obviously have specifications, and that's really what we should be explaining, because then we can explain the browser support part or the user agent support part, saying, you know, these things haven't yet implemented this stuff. And typically, you know, lack of support is very different to buggy support. And that, you know, that's sort of, so as a web developer, I come from a time when, you know, there were certain things that you used to be able to do in IE6 that would just make half of your content vanish. You know, that doesn't really happen anymore. So things are getting better. You know, obviously software has bugs, and sometimes things happen. You know, browsers implement something and the spec changes, and so, you know, we end up with sort of slightly weird situations. Less so these days, but that's happening. And I think that it's actually a lot easier to explain to people that, yes, you know, there are bugs, and this is a bug, and when it's fixed, this won't happen anymore. But, you know, rather than sort of just treating it like it's just all weird and it's just a bunch of hacks anyway. Obviously, these days, we've got things like feature queries, so we can actually ask the browser, you know, what it supports and fork our code accordingly. You know, I think that all of this kind of conditional stuff is very, very interesting to me. We've got new media queries, media features, that let us say, you know, is this person using a coarse pointer, therefore they're using a touch screen. They're using their finger on a touch screen rather than a mouse. Much better ways of detecting how people are interacting with stuff. I think that is all very exciting and lets us start to shape the experiences that we're putting in front of people based on actually what they've got, you know, what they're able to use. Are they using a touchscreen? Are they using a mouse? Do they prefer dark mode on their device? You know, do they want, you know, fewer animations because they've asked for reduced animations? You know, we can start to ask all of this stuff directly from within CSS and fork what we're doing accordingly to give them the best kind of experience when they're using these applications. I think that's very exciting to me, and not just kind of worrying about, well, how big is their screen? So I think really, you know, to kind of wrap up, I think it's, as I've mentioned a few times, we need to stop talking about CSS as a weird and quirky thing. There's been so much work put into kind of sorting this stuff out and to refactoring it and making sure that CSS is something that we can teach, that, you know, I can do a workshop and actually teach it in a structured way so people can leave at the end of the day actually with a real kind of laying out how they're going to actually go forward and learn the different bits they need to fill in. You know, we've changed the language, it created this kind of cohesive and sensible layout system. It is a language that's like no other because it serves multiple environments that aren't like anything else. You know, the things that we're doing with CSS. We're doing the CSS for print workshop yesterday, you know, which has a whole load of different constraints and so on than the world that I spend probably 80% of my time in, which is on the web. You know, we've got very different constraints. And so CSS is this fantastic language that can do, you know, a book and a magazine or a website or a very complex application. We've been doing an awful lot of amazing stuff with a language that kind of started as a way to format some text documents. And the fact that even, you know, all those websites, you know, that I built, you know, years and years ago when I first started using CSS, they still work. We've managed to refactor CSS and to move it into the place where it is now, without ever breaking the web, without breaking all of those websites that are kind of out there and still exist. They're still working in browsers. I think that is a very, very neat thing about CSS. But I think that we can teach it now in a robust and structured manner. And I think we can give people the skills to use the CSS of today and the CSS of tomorrow, and also how to learn to cope with the browsers and user agents of the past where necessary. I think if we're teaching CSS, you know, whether that's within Teams or, you know, answering questions on Twitter or writing books, speaking to conferences, whatever, I really, really want people to sort of change how they talk about the language. I think we want to teach the CSS of today. We want to teach how it is now, not burdening beginners with our history, and keeping the scars of the browser wars for kind of our own reminiscing in the pub, and keep moving forward, refactoring the way that we talk about CSS. Thank you very much. And I think I can take questions. Is that, yeah?
Yeah, thank you very much for this enlightening presentation. We have a few minutes for questions.
Is this working? Yes, it is. Sorry, that was quite a lot of build-up for this question. I feel awkward. That was great, thank you. It was really interesting. How do you think we get people to stop talking about things as hacks? Because it seems to me that that's almost clickbait language, and clickbait language drives clicks. So how do you think, what language can we give people to replace that, that is equally exciting and equally likely to get them to click on something?
Yeah, I mean, I think about this a lot, because obviously I edit a large magazine website, so I think about titles quite a lot. Actually, our best performing titles tend to be much more like, you know, understand this or how to do X. I actually find that people, I think in general, yes, you know, if you have a very kind of sort of clickbaity headline, people might click through to it, but they often then bounce straight back out again when it realizes it's not really going to solve what they want. So we actually find that our best performing stuff, and it's quite interesting, are just those very sort of solid, you know, how to solve this problem. And you can do that with, you know, you don't have to talk about it like it's some sort of weird quirk that you've discovered. I think that's part of it. You know, people are like, oh, look at me, I'm very clever, I've discovered this strange thing about CSS. And it's like, well, you know, well, maybe you have, but maybe it was just in the spec, or, you know. I mean, very often people come to me with something groundbreaking they think they've discovered, and I'm just like, that's just what it says in the specification, but nobody reads the things. So, but yeah, I think that's it. I mean, I think it is just giving people what is most useful to them, which actually is solving problems usually.
Okay, any other question? Oh, yes, over there.
Thank you again for the talk. I've never actually used CSS, so as a total beginner, how would you suggest I start using it?
I would, as a complete beginner, I think probably the best place to go at the moment is to go to MDN's Learn section on CSS, and I say that because I rewrote a good chunk of it recently, so I know it's fairly up to date. But I mean, MDN anyway. I mean, if you need to look up stuff about CSS, I sort of see MDN as being the sort of notes on the spec. They're kind of like the user guide for the specifications, you know, so they tend to be very accurate, have lots of good examples of how you'd use a property and so on. But they've also got a whole Learn section for people who are either new to CSS or haven't done CSS for a few years, because I think, you know, things have changed to an extent that if you used CSS 10 years ago and haven't used it since really and want to pick it up again, you're probably better just to go there and see how things have changed and what the important stuff is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We still have time for one question. No other question. Thank you very much, Rachel. Thank you again.
You want that one? Okay, yeah.
It's on. Is it working? Yeah, seems so. Perfect. Good morning, my name is Martin. I've been working with Fonto XML, Fonto nowadays for about 6 years now. Yeah, it's working. And today I would like to tell you something about how Fonto is performing and how we are working on making Fonto perform better and better and better and better during the course of the last 6 years. First, I would like to explain what Fonto actually is. Fonto is the editor, the XML editor that we have worked on for a couple of years now. It's a browser-based XML editor written purely in JavaScript, HTML, some CSS, of course, and some backend components. But the gist of it is we are building an XML editor in the browser using browser APIs. Fonto is what we call a what you see is what you mean XML editor, meaning that unlike some other editors that really expose XML to the end user, we are more inclined to work like Word, for example. So I have not too much XML leaked through to the author and do it for them. We are configurable for any schema. We do this using 3 main layers of configuration, which are the laser icon works. Which are the schema experience. That component gives a look and feel to elements. It causes different behavior for the enter command, for example. It causes different behavior for a backspace command, etc. We use operations, which are a more and more towards XQuery update facility way of mutating the DOM, muting the XML DOM. It causes changes to happen. We currently have not implemented the backspace and enter commands in XQuery update facility yet, but that stuff is on the way. And the last part is, of course, a user interface currently built in React. I won't bore you too much with that part, but that's the last part. For the configuration, for the main architecture, we tend to use open standards like XPath, XQuery, a lot, XML, of course, XSD, and more of those. So the most difficult part of Fonto is getting it performant. Whenever you press a key, we need to update the toolbar, for example. Fonto works by trying to do a dry run of a command just to see whether a toolbar button can be enabled or not. So, for example, a bold button will not be enabled in a place where in a situation where the selection cannot be made bold, in a title, for example. Whenever we press a key, we need to compute a lot of state. Our validation, that's the main part of it, it's pretty hard to do performantly. And we have a big sensitivity on the configuration and document size. We built not really an editor, but a platform for an editor. And we have customers all over the world who actually make an editor for that, who try to leverage Fonto for their docbook schema or their Dita or TI or whatever. When we just started out with Fonto, we were running into some issues with documents which were like 100 kilobytes. Those were pretty big for us. But currently, I can safely say that we can work with documents into the megabytes. That's still, I know, for especially XML database people, they would be like megabytes of documents. What are you talking about? We are running in the browser, of course, so the document download is also something that will happen at one point or another. So that's our biggest limitation at this moment. We have something we call just-in-time loading right now, and the just-in-time loading will make Fonto also work with gigabytes and gigabytes of documents, of course, but not downloaded at one time. The accessing of configuration. Sorry for the JavaScript, by the way. No, it's not really appreciated over here. This is a line that we use to configure a paragraph as a block. The block name is inspired from, for example, CSS. And this basically makes a paragraph. Some customers, this actual call will set a number of different properties. We tend to abstract that away from the end developer so that we can just give a paragraph, an element, a role, and then it works. So for example, the configure as block call will make the block not ignored for navigation because you would like to navigate into those blocks. It is splittable because we want to press enter. The layout type is a block, of course, and it will be rendered as a block template. In all, we're registering about 23-ish properties per single element, at least. But what if I want to override one single visualization property? So for example, I have some special paragraphs that should be aligned to the right instead of to the left, or my paragraph should have a different background color, for example. Our first iteration of Fonto actually worked like this. We configure as a block normally, and we configure another block as a more complicated block. This caused us to register 23 dependencies, 23 different properties as the first part, followed by 23 more plus another one. So in total, we have way too many different properties registered right now. Our first main optimization in that was to have something more orthogonal over that. So also from a configuration architecture point of view, it usually makes more sense to just define the most common case and add exceptions onto that one. So for example, paragraphs that are aligned to the right, well, just set only that property. It also makes it more easy to actually have orthogonal configuration. Like for example, all my paragraphs are don't really have a background, but all elements with a class attribute will have a background color. To optimize this a bit, because we are going to have more and more selectors, this was actually implemented around the time when we started to do data. The first versions of Fonto were made for one schema, for mostly simple schemas. At one point, one of the customers wanted to do data, so we needed a couple of more elements. We needed to expect a couple of more elements. So we were going to try to bucket those selectors, make basically a reverse lookup over those selectors, make a hash table that just says, well, this selector can only match paragraphs. So try to put it in a hash table so that we can pre-filter selectors before actually evaluating them. Different buckets we have, of course. At the end, we came out to have a name bucket for element names. We had type buckets, and we were trying to have them overlap each other and try to make more generic buckets instead of special buckets if we could. This still brings us into the thousands and thousands and thousands of XPaths that we are currently running within Fonto. So we had to do something else. At the start of Fonto, like I just said, we configured like 50-ish different elements for a normal schema, which was not really that bad. We were executing all of those 50 different selectors, different XPath queries for every single element. That turned out to be not really the thing that we wanted, especially when given, for example, these expressions. It should be quite logical that this expression is a more complex and more specific expression than the other one. So what we basically use over here is a CSS-like specificity model. The more different axes you use, the more different sub-expressions you use in your normal expression, the more specific your expression will be, the higher the priority it will get. So we need to do some kind of order of evaluation. At the start, we did a pretty simple order of evaluation. We tried to execute simple expressions first because they were easier to execute. But we should actually execute the more specific ones, the more complex one first, because they might provide overrides for the more simple ones. So what we did in the end is we made a Bayesian predictor to see whether we can optimize the order of evaluation more. So this Bayesian predictor resulted in a netto startup performance. This is, by the way, startup performance, not the initial, not a run after a while. Where we see for a not too big of a document, we execute thousands of XPaths. With this Bayesian predictor that we built, please refer to the paper, by the way, if you want any more explanation. It's pretty complex. I won't go into it during the presentation. We see that we have a netto improvement of around 8% of the XPaths, meaning that the application starts up in a couple of percentages or percentages faster. What's really fun if you look at those results of the Bayesian predictor is what it's basically trying to do is if we have multiple expressions that will result in the same value, it will try to execute the most likely first instead of the simplest one. So for example, we have a pretty simple expression, self-label. It will be evaluated a couple of times without a Bayesian predictor, but after a while the Bayesian predictor will find that it's pretty likely to match, meaning it will be executed more and more and more, which we want because we also have a couple of more difficult expressions that we want to execute less. So in this example, for example, the Bayesian predictor will see quite fast that this special selector will not match too often. So it will just run it once and see it fails, yeah, whatever, I'll just move it all the way to the back of my priority queue. What's also fun is, for example, these two expressions. The self-named content vocab, unit category, self-named content vocab specification. Those are two expressions, and for some reason in this editor, I don't really know why, but the normal self-named content element is not really configured. There's no configuration for it, so there's no real tests for it yet. So what the Bayesian predictor brings us is it will try to see in the content which expression is more likely to match. So for example, in here it sees that this one is not really happening too often, so it will execute it fewer times. This one will execute more times because it is more likely to match, etc., etc., etc.
Which brings us to the next part. I'm Steph, by the way. I also work at Fonto since the beginning. The next part is processing the XML. So because what's an editor without any ability to edit stuff? Processing XML in general involves looking up a bunch of nodes of interest, the things you want to edit, making some mutations, and then validating the result against your schema, for instance. We don't do that, as Martin mentioned already, only when you press a key and actually change something. We also do it for a lot of potential future states because we have this big toolbar at the top of our editor. And we want buttons to get disabled, for instance, after you insert the title and the title doesn't allow bold, we want the bold button to reflect that. So at any time in Fonto, we're executing not one operation, but a lot of potential future operations as well, just to validate that. So of course, all of this has to be pretty fast. One of the main parts these days in operation execution is actually executing XPaths. Like I said, we have to gather a lot of nodes of interest, but we're also moving into XQuery update facility and using that more for the actual mutation part. The way to make XPath fast is basically the same way you make any functional language fast. It's by lazy evaluation, just executing less of it. Makes sense. For instance, if we have a query like this descendant or self list item, and we only want the first one, it doesn't really make sense to first look for all list items and then discard everything but the first one. We can implement this as kind of a generator pattern and say whenever the one operation here needs another node, it will ask the next one to provide it. That kind of lazy evaluation helps a lot, but it doesn't work in all cases. In particular, we found that the outermost function in XPath, it's one we use a lot because we usually want to process XML layer by layer. And the outermost function, by the way, gives you the topmost nodes in a document that match the incoming sequence. If we apply the just lazy evaluation to that, it will ask for the unli. Sure, that's the topmost one up to now. It will ask for the next one, but then the descendant or self axis here will start traversing into that subtree. And while it's doing that, it will never return anything that outermost will send out, because they're by definition all descendants. So the way we tackled this is actually passing in a hint to the iteration of the sub-expression here that says, okay, I got my node, you can skip the rest of this subtree now, continue with the next sibling instead. Another thing we use to make XPath cheaper is, again, the same buckets that Martin mentioned earlier. Those just provide a very cheap and easy to implement early fail. So if a certain sub-expression doesn't match, doesn't have the same bucket as the context node at that point, we don't even have to evaluate it. After we mutate the XML, again, usually still JavaScript, but sometimes we use update facility, we have to validate. The main part of this is validating against the schema. For that, we use the tried and tested method of compiling the schema to a finite automaton, and then running that automaton against the actual child nodes for nodes that have been changed. We're not exactly translating the basic XSDs directly. What we're doing is whenever one of our customers builds a Fonto application, they have to pre-compile their schema. And that takes all of those XSD files and turns it into a single JSON file. And while it's doing that, it's performing a couple of optimizations. First of all, it's removing a lot of nesting in there. We see that XSDs usually contains choices nested in choices and that kind of stuff that we can just simplify. XSDs have a reason to do that because of the rules for inheritance in XML schema, but we don't have any benefit in keeping that. We also try to remove optionality wherever possible because it removes branches in the NFA. And we try to combine content models that end up having exactly the same shape, just to have fewer NFAs to build. Then when we finally run those NFAs at runtime, we apply some very un-JavaScript-like optimizations. We found this is extremely hot code in Fonto, and it really paid to avoid all allocations, for instance. We don't want any objects or arrays to be allocated during evaluation. Instead, we throw every bit of state into a single array buffer that's allocated up front. And that optimization alone actually shaved off quite a bit of time. We went for a simple test case of 10,000 elements from around 111 milliseconds to around 17. Back to XPath. Actually, outside of the XPath engine, we also made a number of optimizations because it turns out there's a number of queries that just can be optimized very well. Because inherently they have to traverse the whole document. So for instance, when I'm looking for an attribute with, or all the elements with an attribute set to a certain value, or just all the elements of a certain type, maybe within a certain node, that inherently involves traversing the whole document. So what we do in these cases is actually choosing to pay a small cost up front after every mutation to actively update that list of matching nodes. The way that happens is that whenever we run a mutation in Fonto, we have a mutation observer. That's a nice thing from the DOM spec that after mutations can give you a list of all the changes. And those changes are expressed in pretty simple terms. So the child list can be mutated to the attributes or the character data. And then when we have those, that list of changes, we can feed it to these index implementations, which can then use that to efficiently update their view of the DOM. And then queries, of course, after that will be constant time. This one looks like it's a generic selector. Actually, in order to keep things fast, we put a lot of restrictions on that. So it doesn't apply to all queries. In fact, we ask our partners to explicitly opt into using indices by registering them as a custom XPath function. The mutation observer system actually lends itself to a few other nice things because those mutation record types kind of nicely correspond to the way you access the DOM relationships. In particular, when we run any arbitrary DOM-related query, like XPath, we can track all the accesses that were made. So give me the first child of this node, give me the next sibling of that one. And if we then compare that list later to the mutation records that came in from a certain change, we can easily see if any of those accesses might now give a different result. So that gives a pretty efficient caching system. If it doesn't, if it didn't change, we can reuse the result and we don't have to recompute at all. There's a couple of optimizations we made on top of that. For instance, for the parent node relationship, you have a child list mutation record corresponding to that. Of course, if we're looking for the parent of this node and we're inserting that node, the relationship doesn't change. So we have a cheap function to kind of test if that changed before we invalidate. Another thing we did is our XPath engine is able to provide buckets again for any DOM access. So when it's looking for the first child of a certain parent, we pass the bucket of the sub-expression that will be applied to that node later. By doing that, for instance, that sub-expression is testing for LI elements again. If we see a mutation record that changes the child list of that parent, but it doesn't actually introduce or remove any LI elements, we don't have to invalidate again, and we can keep the cached result. So we have now discussed a lot of optimizations. Some of those we've come up with ourselves. Some of them we also try to take from related work. In doing so, however, we found a couple of interesting differences which I would like to highlight. First of all, the metadata, the property system that Martin described, it looks a lot like CSS. It's obviously inspired by it. But also a nice comparison is to XSLT, because unlike CSS, XSLT does use XPath for selectors. Not exactly in the way we do, but similar. The main advantage we have over XSLT is that in XSLT, in general, a selector corresponds to a single template. But for us, the value space for our properties is fairly small. So we basically always end up with a lot of selectors corresponding to the same value. And because of that, we are much freer in choosing which of those selectors we can actually evaluate. And that enables things like the Bayesian predictor, where we can just test the most likely one first and skip the rest. XML databases is another huge source of inspiration. But again, we have a few maybe unfair advantages. Our data has to be downloadable, as Martin mentioned. It will therefore almost always fit in memory. We don't have to deal with any other things. On the other hand, we don't really have access to persistent storage outside of the XML itself. So in terms of indices, we need to make sure we can spin up an index quickly during startup of the editor, and we cannot do any expensive offline computation for that. Another advantage we have, at least I think it's an advantage, is that in Fonto edits are both very frequent but also very local. Most of the edits happen really near the cursor position. And in general, we found that that helps a lot with our caching approach, because a lot of the cached values will not be invalidated by those local edits. Is this the end of what's possible? Well, we've shown there are a lot of tricks possible, and we expect there will be a lot more in the future. We've also shown, hopefully, that browser-based XML processing can be fast, even in JavaScript, and even without any native platform support, because that seems to be disappearing as we go on. We still have lots more to do. We're continuing on the indices front to turn this index framework into a kind of framework for incremental computation. We already have the ability for index computations to use other index or other indices. So computations can use other computations. We're working on ways to more proactively compute the cheaper ones so we can avoid invalidating the more expensive computations that way. We're also looking at moving everything to XQuery Update Facility because it will allow for the dependency tracking I described to be applied to operation states as well. But one of the things we're currently missing there is a way to reason within an XQuery script about future states of the DOM. In XQuery, all the queries we perform is on the initial state. You can queue mutations, but what we can do in JavaScript is, if I do these mutations, is my document valid? What happens to the results of these queries? And we're still looking for a way to express that kind of thing in Update Facility. Maybe the tasks presented last year is a nice way towards that, but we still have to investigate that. Another thing we're still looking for is a good declarative format for expressing the configuration. So we can move away from JavaScript there and share configuration with other tooling. CSS fits, but CSS uses CSS selectors, and we found we really need the more expressive power of XPath there. So any suggestions are welcome. If you have any suggestions or any questions, you can reach out to me and Martin via Twitter. We're also here for the entire conference, or we might have some time for questions.
Sorry. We have time for a question. I see Michael Key over there.
You grabbed my interest there with the analogies with XSLT processing. One thing we do with XSLT pattern matching is when we're matching a node against a set of patterns, we try to look at them as a group and avoid evaluating each one independently. So if they contain common sub-expressions in the predicates, then we remember the results and know that something can't possibly match because we've already evaluated that bit. You're also looking at sets of XPath expressions. Do you try to consider them as a group?
We haven't looked into that too much yet. In general, it's very hard to see if a given XPath is an exact subset of another one, I think. We do have more infrastructure in place now to get to ASTs, for instance, of XPaths, so that is definitely something we'll look at in the future.
Thank you.
I had a bit, well, when I saw your JavaScript configuration, I thought immediately about why aren't you using XSLT to do what you're basically reproducing the same thing. I would generate CSS with XSLT. And have you or have you not considered doing that?
We have considered doing that a couple of times or using something similar to XSLT. The main issue that we were running into at that time was in XSLT it feels very natural to at least do the rendering, like a block is a block and has certain properties. But we haven't really seen how we can have an elegant way to also provide the other properties that we will assign to an element. So that's the main reason why we didn't do that yet.
Yeah, I would certainly try that path if I were you.
Thank you very much. So, I think we arrived to the time to have a break. Luckily, I think it's ready. Let me check that. Yes. So during the break, just a small reminder: don't break glasses or coffee in the room. It's forbidden. Thank you very much, and enjoy the break. Yes.
Just to not forget to mention, the coffee is upstairs in the sponsor area, and some food and other drinks are in this floor. So if you will be just wondering where is coffee, just go upstairs. Coffee will be there. Thank you.
Very good. Always interesting to see the internal. People don't react much because it's very technical, but I think you have, I think you start a new thread in the room. You don't know that, but I can tell you. Yeah, yeah.
See something. Van hier, want digitaal is met afsluitingen en zo. Ik doe het gewoon. Wij gaan niet webben, dus...
The morning was reserved for the Dutch people.
Well, he knows some Dutch people.
Look at the video. Most of them are related to Dutch people.
Hey Mohammed, what shall we do? I have my presentation on the stick. I have it on the computer. Maybe you have the newest version on this computer.
And then he can announce the price.
Well, yeah, not Irish computer, but
yes, something to download or something.
We also can download it. Yeah, if you find that easy, then it's certainly stick.
Maybe after lunch.
All right.
Themselves, just have to it's a minute and we can
No, it's okay. I just wanted to.
No, it's fine.
Are you using a shared computer as well? Yeah. Okay, so I'm at 12 o'clock, so let me see how you share it. How we are sharing.
I get my own. I get my own.
But did you read the memo?
Yeah, maybe.
What's the plan B? So you're. Yeah. So now
So that's fine. So that's fine. Just wanted to tell you. I don't want you to be surprised. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you. I am heading off. I changed my flight because of bad weather that's happening in the UK as of this evening, so I'm flying back today rather than waiting until tomorrow and not getting back. Okay. So I'm going to have to head off to the airport. So hopefully beat that.
Thank you for joining us at this party. So great.
Yeah, it's been really good, and yesterday was great. There seemed to be a lot of interest and
energy.
Yeah. So it'd be good if we can kind of get some informed with that.
So keep us informed for the follow-up.
Yeah, well, I think we've already got a community group set up, so that's it's kind of good to get some straight away while people are still
Keep the energy flowing.
Yeah, definitely.
Exactly.
But no, I thought that was really great because sort of watching how it would go.
Perfect. The next time you will perhaps stay and enjoy the dinner and the dinner as well. So.
Yeah, it's been fun here. It's a lovely city. Cool. Well, I shall head off. Hopefully get in before the high winds start in the UK.
Of course.
Thank you very much again.
Oh, I think it's been lovely. Yeah, it's been really good. I was saying yesterday was great. You know, we've got some movement going with it all, which is really exciting.
I'm happy about it. I don't know if you have a chance to read my email. I replied to you.
Oh yes, I saw it. Yes, that's right. Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I've got an enormous amount of emails.
Yeah, I can imagine. I was just want to double check that
Yes, yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll probably go and sit in the airport and track through my email. I was sort of offline all yesterday afternoon. I need to never be away from it. And I've got video. I'll make a video. I think once I get there, I'll upload it. So I've now got my 13 gig of video on my phone.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi here is quite quick, so that's right.
Yeah, I'll get that.
Morning I go to the conference.
So I do think I've
not
got,
like fun. This is really stressful. What am I doing here? Again.
That's
Think about it.
a few people.
But then tomorrow's the next presentation. I have to take up the night after. Too bad. Before the race, after the race, after the race.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Everything is okay?
That's cool.
Is this stuff working?
That's cool, yes. At least now doesn't mean that it works. Now we can break the thing. Thanks. Cool. Sitting over there, feedback. Toilets are somewhere downstairs?
Downstairs on the left.
So you want to chat? This afternoon? I don't know. I will be here. Okay, cool. I will come to the dinner a bit later. Other than that, I think. I had one meeting with the board of the company, and they both needed some expense, so I got some of the three meetings. Nice. That's the way it goes. Cool. Morning was very interesting. We need issue quite exactly. At least one per day. This kind.
But I changed the wording that the reference is not the following picture, but figure one or something like that.
Very good. So I checked that the most common thing, the pattern for the morning is that the most all related to Dutch. She's working in a Dutch company. They are both Dutch. He's Dutch. No, he's not Dutch. He's almost Dutch. So we can prepare the next one.
So thank you all. We are reconvening for the second part of the morning presentations, and with Peter presenting us the new way to do XSL and XQuery in the web, right? You can try that. Maybe it's too.
Let's try again. Am I alive? Yes, I am alive and kicking. Okay, hi everybody. We had, I think, 2 difficult talks this morning, but now you can relax because XSL Web is meant to be very easy. So even though I'm stupid, I feel confident. I am Peter Maasreeuw. I like XSL Web. I like it so much that I give this talk. But I'm not XSL Web's creator. I'm just a user, or you might call me an evangelist. The creator is Maarten Kroon. Is this working? I believe the sound is going. Maybe I should stand here. Maarten Kroon is the creator, and I'm the evangelist. Well, maybe you know some other evangelists back in the past. They had also a creator, but you never saw him. In this time, the creator is in the room. And if you, at the end, have difficult questions that I can't answer, he'll be glad to provide the answers for you. So, XSL Web, what is it? It is a web server. So, before we start talking about what XSL Web does, let's talk a bit about what a web server does. A web server is a computer program that takes some lines. In this case, we see some lines that ask for the demo jam page of XML Prague. These lines are called headers. And if you look at them together, maybe some extra data with them, you call them a request. And the request is sent into some machinery, which is the web server. And the web server performs some transformation. And in the end, you get a result. The demo jam page, you all know it. It's very nice jam, I like it, it's sweet. It could be anything, it need not just be an HTML page, it can also be XML or JSON or a song, XSLT song for instance, or Angel Bracket Dance. No, that wouldn't be possible. So it can be anything, but I said a web server does a transformation, and that's essential. I said that on purpose. Because if you look at it that way, a web server, if the request were an XML document, a web server could just be, well, for instance, XSLT. And that's the main idea behind XSL Web. To have XML techniques used to render something to the endpoint, to the client. XML techniques, you see them here. XProc and PyPrag are the most obvious choices. Then we had maybe Apache Cocoon. You have Surflex, many other options. You just fill in the blanks. I'll fill in the blank for you. It's XSL Web. So if you look at this picture, you might think that XSL Web, well, is a transformation of a request into a web page. But that's in fact a bit of a simplification. XSL Web is in fact a 2-stage rocket. And it doesn't create this page. Instead, it creates a pipeline dynamically. So this request is transformed into, well, a pipeline, and which pipeline is dependent on what is in the request. Different page asked for, different pipeline. And the pipeline is dependent on the information in the XML document, the request document. It may be the page name, but it may also be something in the parameters or in the session, maybe even a cookie if you like cookies. Could be anything. So this is what XSL Web does. It takes a request, feeds it into the machinery, and creates a pipeline. And then it takes the same request and feeds it into the pipeline. And the pipeline will feed you with a jar of XML jam. So what is a pipeline? I'll talk about that later, but a pipeline is essentially just an XML document with elements that are named pipeline, and they have sub-elements that are the steps of the pipeline, much like an XProg. So let's look at this a bit more in detail. This diagram, you have to read it like the clock. You have to start at 6 o'clock, so you go down and up and then back again. The first stage is that the client sends a request. These are the lines that I showed you in the beginning. And then it transforms those lines into an XML representation. This is the XML request that I showed before. And then it goes to something which is called the request dispatcher. A request dispatcher is a style sheet. It's very simple. If you know XSLT, and who doesn't, that's all you have to know, really. When I prepared this talk in my hotel, and earlier, of course, it occurred to me that maybe request dispatcher is the wrong name. Maybe it should have been called pipeline generator, because that's what it really does. It generates a pipeline depending on the request. So you have your XSLT, you look in your XSLT request, you create a pipeline, and you can also consult something like this, a configuration file, the web app.xml. Well, after the pipeline has been produced, the XML document is sent into the pipeline processor, and this will do the real job using a lot, or maybe just one, XSLT style sheets, or anything other, like XQuery, or streaming, or transforming XML into PDF, things like that. You have a sequence of style sheets that are pipelined after each other. And in the end, you get a response. The response is also an XML document, and this is serialized into, again, headers, these kind of lines that we started with. These lines plus some code or content is sent to the client, and there you are, the clock is round. So, well, this was the nice part of the presentation. Now we start the boring part. XSL Web, yeah, it's just the Java servlet. If you don't know what that is, never mind. Internally, it uses Saxon's model, the tiny tree. And I'm told that it's very efficient. So if you worry about performance, you really need to worry about the performance of your style sheets and not about the model of XSL Web. Nice thing of XSL Web is that you have, well, that may be obvious now, anything in HTTP in an XML representation. Any HTTP method, get, post, put, you name it, is supported. The response is also XML, so you live in an XML plus XSLT or XQuery world. So that makes pipelining trivially easy. Other thing is that, well, like a good web server, XSL Web allows caching so that you don't need to compute the same thing twice. You can, of course, access static content like images or JavaScript files or CSS files or whatever. And one of the nice things is that XSL Web has a lot of extension functions that make web programming easy. And that is where XSL Web stands out a bit from, well, environments like it was in Cocoon and it is in XProg. In XProg, if you want to do something, well, outside of your XML context, for instance, you want to query a database, or you want to send an email, or you want to do something with a zip file, well, you often end up in Cocoon or XProg creating a separate pipeline and then compute things, and then in the end you merge that pipeline with your original pipeline, and then you go on and you produce a result. But XSL Web has extension functions for doing things with a zip file, with email, with images, with a database. So everything is intended to make your life as an XSLT program easier, and you don't have to learn much about other languages. It's also good to know that XSL Web is not just an abstract IDE, it's in extensive daily use by Dutch government organizations. For instance, if you want to know about the Dutch law with Article 461, which says trespassers will be prosecuted. I remember that line from Winnie the Pooh. There's a great chance that somewhere behind the scenes you will have XSL Web as a web service. We are currently developing a site about a website for the treaties, the Dutch treaties that are hosted in the Netherlands. It's a treaty database, and we serve it as a front-end application by means of XSL Web. Patent office, land registry, also places where XSL Web is being used. Well, I was talking about the extension functions. Here they are. You can, like you do in a normal web application, manipulate the request, and most often you do the session because you want history between pages. We have XPath file functions. We implemented them themselves, but they obey by the specification. You need them for the more mundane tasks in this world. So, for instance, you want to move a file or delete it or put it somewhere else. We also have the HTTP library by Florent Georges for doing HTTP requests. So you can use REST services, SOAP services, and things like that. You can, if you have nothing else, you can spawn a command line. You can send email. Well, I already told you. So let's have a look at the central part of XSL Web, which is the request dispatcher thing. What I said, maybe we should have called it the pipeline generator. I'll take a moment to look at it. It's just a small piece of XSLT. It matches the request document, which has a root element request. It has a child element path, and the path was specified in the browser. You can see that here, hello-world.html. So if that is a match, it generates a pipeline element. The pipeline element has a child transformer. The transformer refers to an XSLT style sheet, and the XSLT style sheet is doing the real job. How would you do that? Well, it can simply create a header line with hello world, or it could use the document function to retrieve an XML document containing the word hello world, or it could do, it could contact the hello world server and get content from there. It's up to the style sheet. So that's just your art, your XSLT art. Only thing that you have to know is how to write a request dispatcher style sheet. Now let's make it a bit more complicated. Let's add a parameter that adds language sensitivity to it. So if we have a request with lang is CZ, Czech, we would like to have the result in Czech. So that's how that works. Take a moment to look at it. You see that there is a set section of parameters in the style sheet, in the request, and inside the parameters is a parameter, and the parameter has an attribute name, and the value of the name should be lang, and it can have more than one value, theoretically. In our case, we don't want that, we just want one value, so just to make sure we don't get, wrong results, we just take the first value of the set of values, which will be normally the only one, and then we create more or less the same pipeline as we did before. Only thing is that the path to the XSL is now computed by means of a concatenation with this language variable. So don't try this at home, of course, because you really want a constraint about the parameter. Now, it could be anything, so it could end up in something very wrong, but this is just a demo, and it will not leave this room, I hope. So forgive me. Now we make it somewhat more complex. So I was glad that it fitted on this page. Suppose that we want to render a document either in HTML or in PDF or as EPUB. It could be the proceedings of this conference. So we retrieve a parameter with the name of format, the same way as we did with the language. And then we create a first step of the pipeline that retrieves the XML. Which XML? Well, you don't say that here. The style sheet can inspect the request and determine what kind of, which XML file or document or what, from what place, whatever, it should retrieve. So that's left as an exercise somewhere else. And then the next step is conditionally, if the format is HTML and you are very quickly ready, you just run it through a style sheet that renders XML to HTML. If the format is PDF, you have somewhat more work to do because you have to create XSLFO, in this case, in this example, and then you run it through the FOB serializer, which, by the way, should be configured if you don't want the defaults in the web app.xml. It's more or less like the fob.xconf, but then in web app.xml. Personally, I find configuring FOB a dark magic because, yeah, it offers struggles. Oh, well. Well, when the format is EPUB, you have, well, more or less the same pattern, but instead of XSLFO, you create an XML representation of a zip file, and then finally, you use the zip serializer to make that a real zip file, and then you send it because an EPUB file really is a zip file with a different extension. So, in fact, that's all there is to know about XSL Web. So, let's spend a bit more, some words about what is a pipeline. A pipeline can be a transformer, you already saw them, but it also can be XQuery, and it can be a streaming transformer. Maybe that's a bit obsolete now that we have streaming transformation in XSLT, but these are the options you have. And streaming transformations are extremely useful if you have a very large document and you don't want to load that entirely in core. So maybe you can use streaming to select just the portion from it that you really need, and that will create a smaller memory footprint. So these are the transformer steps. Unlike Cocoon, we don't have a generator step. Cocoon, if you know Cocoon had generators that generated the initial XML. Our initial XML is always a request. So we don't have a generator, we just have transformers. And we have validators, because you want to make sure, well, sometimes you want to make sure that everything is all right. So you can feed at any moment in your pipeline the result, the XML as it is at that time, through a schema validator or a schematron validator. And finally, you can serialize it, well, for instance, as JSON. This one is also obsolete because now in XSLT we have these nice XML to JSON facilities. By the way, it occurs to me that in our XML world we often offer facilities to do something with JSON, but I wonder if in the JSON world there are facilities to do something with XML. Maybe we're just a bit too friendly, or even on this day, Valentine's Day, love comes only from one side, I don't know. Well, anyway. Other serializers, we saw them already, the zip and the FOB serializer, and the resource serializer for, well, just rendering an image or a text file like JavaScript or CSS. Then there are some other goodies. If you are behind the firewall with your server, you can use proxying. You can, of course, pass parameters to your style sheet. And the nicest thing is the first bullet. You can have a URL that doesn't start with something like HTTP or HTTPS, but you can have a URL that starts with XSL Web. And if you put an a URL like that in your doc or document function, XSL Web will be called recursively, and it will create another pipeline for you, and you will get a result at a place where you call the doc function, and you can do with it whatever you like. Just use copy off or apply templates. Well, it's up to you. This is, well, a rather strong feature, but I must say I only used it once during my 62 years of life. But, after that I removed it again because I found a simpler way to do the same thing. But it's good to have it. So now the most important question, why did we invent XSL Web? Or why did Maarten invent XSL Web? And maybe the important reason is given here. It was just fun to do. And as for me, using it is fun. But okay, there were other reasons. Let me say that it's not always needed to have just one solution for the same problem. It's good for the world to try different things. Another thing is that we, of Maarten, wanted XSL Web to be very easy to learn. And I think, well, you could use it now after this kind of training. It's really that simple. You can do things at the moment you want. I already told you. Yeah, so more of the same on this diagram. And this is one of my holidays. My idea is XProg is very powerful. It's like a car, but sometimes you can do with a bike. I don't have a car. So there are two use cases that distinguish between when I use XProg, because I do like XProg and I use it a lot, but I use XProg in the case of when I have migrations of a large collection of documents with complex operations and multiple inputs, multiple outputs. Time doesn't really matter that much like in a web environment. So XProg in my world is used usually for batch processing. XSL Web, on the other hand, is, well, for straightforward pipelines, just for the web, should be quick, should be easy. Well, that's it. So XSL, is that xquery there? It should be XProg. It's the autocorrect, I think, or it's my mistake. XSLT and XProg, they overlap sometimes. And, well, of course, it should be simple, should be feasible, and maybe we'll do it to integrate XSL Web and XProg. Because if we generate a pipeline in XSL Web terms, why couldn't we just generate an XProg pipeline and have XProg execute it? Or we could have an XProg transformation step in XSL Web, or we could have an extension step in XProg that calls XSL Web. But as for me, that's why I like it so much, is the bottom line that makes life really a feast. You have XSL Web on your server side, backend, and you have Stacks.js, which I like very much, in the front end. So, yeah, it's a good jar of jam for me. That's it. Any questions?
We have time for one or two questions.
Hello, my name is Tudor. I would like to ask if you rely on the server for security, and if you have to store any sort of credentials for your pipelines, how would you secure them?
I'm not sure if I can answer that question. Do you have an idea, Maarten? Security? It's
regarding security, we rely on Tomcat, for instance, and we only support basic authentication within XSL Web itself. Okay. But mostly we rely on the application server in which XSL Web is running. So yeah, you can use all the features of your server for the security part of the web application.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Maarten, because I could have thought of that myself. I was intimidated. There's another question over there.
Thanks for the talk. This reminds me how I use REST-XQ implementation by base X. I also use XSLT transformations in this setup. How would you compare these two technologies? I think you focus more on pipelines.
Yeah, well, I haven't used that, but we have some slides about that. Is it here? Yeah, here it is. Well, yeah, we could have done that. But we didn't want to tie ourselves to one specific platform. And we have a lot of sources where our XML is coming from, so we have to be flexible. So that was the reason for us to define something ourselves, to be very flexible in wherever content came from. And well, that's why XSL Web was created, but you certainly have a point that this is very serious. It could have been also an approach, yeah.
So we use XSL Web as a front end for a lot of databases. And we don't want to be tied to one particular database, especially not BaseX or Exist. We use that, but not in production. We use Solar and we use MarkLogic and we use other databases. And we want to use XSL Web as a front end for those systems. So we don't want to be tied to one solution.
Okay, thanks. Database. Thanks for the missing slide.
Again. Okay.
Regarding multi-threading and threads processes, are these pipelines compatible, or have you tried to use them with Docker or Kubernetes?
I don't know if we tried them, but I don't see any obstacles.
So instead of working with XPrague, you could actually build them in containers and run them separately, yes, independent of each other?
Yes, it's no problem. It's just a Java web application. So if you can run Tomcat, for instance, in a Docker container, you can run XSL Web in a container. There's no problem. Yeah. It's just a Java servlet web application.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, well...
thank you very much.
I'm looking forward to what you have done with it.
Yes, you can ask more questions directly to the speakers. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Svante, who is going to try to wake the crowd up by proposing some suggestion to SGML. Or is it Jason, whatever? I don't remember which one you
Is there a difference?
No.
Okay. Is it okay here with the microphone? Okay. So, yet another suggestion about XML++. I'm Svante Schubert. It's the first time after 2007 I'm attending again the XML conference. Last time it was Boston. Since 99, or at 99 I started working at Microsystems at Staroffice, which became OpenOffice and LibreOffice, and I was standardizing the open document file format. And now I'm a freelancer located in Berlin, still working on ODF, and now as well working on the electronic invoice XML format. And usually I just wanted to, I have no right to tell you what to do or something, I just wanted to give you a different perspective, but my reviewer said I should embrace this pink elephant and tell you something about what could be done better. So I rewrote my presentation, and I thought about what is the best way to talk about politics, which is very complicated because you have 10 people in a room, you have at least 10 different opinions, is to become a ruthless dictator. You just ignore the opinion of others. So in a ruthless dictator, always start with a good marketing slogan. Let's make XML great again. Okay, so is there anything wrong? I'm not sure, right? Because, yeah, I'm a ruthless dictator. But there are some design flaws, like this XML bomb, which is 15 lines of text file, which costs to more than 3 gigabytes of memory allocation, right? And what can we do to change this? In German, we have the saying, alte Zöpfe abschneiden, cut old rates, right? It's a slogan from the students of the War Liberation Against Napoleon, by the way, I looked it up. And it just means get rid of the old stuff you don't need any longer, okay? And I looked it up, and thanks for my reviewer, he always gave me the reference who did it. I didn't know that, by the way. It was by James Clark, one of the references, called Micro XML, and he simply said, just get rid of 12 features. He prohibits 12 features like, don't use custom entities, which was the cause of the reason. Just use the 5 built-in entities, and just use UTF-8. Get rid of the complexity, move it outside, make it more simple, and also, there was a lot of religions taught, like the browser wars, not this browser wars, XML against the markup, about get away from this draconian XML error handling. There's also some XML5, which is an analogy to HTML5, just 2 editors, and one of them from the CS group I know then from the past. And it just, for some people, it's very important. There's a blog of them, 2010, about this, and this is very political. I just meant it could be a better marketing, like lead XML, secure XML, or XML 2.0 or something, right? If we were a group and investors or something, we would do different. And of course, we would desire to have transformation to get the old customers on board, right? And say, oh, don't worry, you're still in, right? It's not a problem. And all this, the only reason to do this is to make it easier for new implementations, right? Get rid of all things that we do not need any longer, okay? But being said that was not a problem ever to me. For me, it's a problem that we have 3 XML grammars, right? I would like to have a simplification of tools. When Oracle took over Sun, some of them said it's like the evil empire, but they were quite efficient, right? They take a look at the products, and those products, they don't create money, they are just gone, okay? And this was like a cleaning, okay? Purge. Okay, don't get into it. Anyway, we have a lot of XML grammars, even more than 3. We have RelaxNG, used by ODF. We have then the W3 schema, XSD, which is used by Microsoft XML. And then we have for UBL Oasis and Universal Business Languages called, and for Unit CFACT, Cross-Industry Invoice. These are the 2 XML formats being part of the European standard for electronic e-procurement, using as well XSD. And of course, DTD, which is explicitly not used by HTML, which is kind of fun I would like to address here. It's, you have to or should write above doc type closed, meaning empty, meaning there is no DTD, right? Because they say DTD is bad, I agree, but there are other grammars, okay? They're far better. And you can do styling everywhere. You can have a styling in the head. That makes absolutely no sense, but you can do it, and it runs without warning in the W3C validator. Well, this might be riches as well. I think it's suboptimal, and I just stay here. The thing is, we can do better. I looked recently and compared the grammars. There's some taxonomy comparison of these grammars, and RelaxNG is the most expressive one, right? There are downsides, but it embraces the W3 schema and also even less the DTD. And we should drop it like it's been for the DTD and cut it, okay? But we need better tooling, like there's a Sans schema, former Sans multi-schema validator. It has an internal RelaxNG model, right? And you can load anything, DTD, W3 schema XML, and RelaxNG, I guess even Relax and the other earlier ones. And this is very powerful. And you will see later that I depend on that. I looked at trend converter, that's the converter between schemas, but it doesn't have any XML schema output, which I don't understand. If you have an idea, just address me, I would love it. And the last thing, when we were, because Sans multi-schema validator is in the nowhere, it was vapored, cleaned up by Oracle, there's nobody maintaining it, then, it was Koshuku Kawaguchi, sorry, I definitely did it wrong, but he's the, I guess, Japanese guy who also did Hudson and Jenkins, and he was the former maintainer of the Sun multi-schema validator, and Tatu Soloranta, and of course then Jirka. We came together, I addressed them, to find a new home for them, and he has the XML arc, It's an archive, GitHub, where you put old XML technology that still matters somehow. And we moved it over. We try to be able to have Maven relax on this, yes? So, and I asked Kishuke, so I want to do rally data. What can I do, right? And he said, oh, there's an old paper from the 60s, long forgotten. Take a look at it. It's wonderful. I haven't understood full yet, but it's not rated yet all the time. But just, it's something to just related to it. You should take a look at that if you work in this area. So, now taking off my dictator hat and going to the past. That's my original thought. What did I learn in the past? And I want to, I have tomorrow another talk, and I wanted to give you a background in what pitfalls I followed and what happened, right? So, 99, there was already, there was .com bubble, and there was also the first web office, okay? So the first web office, nobody noticed, it was never released, from Sun Star Office, was about having a viewer for ODF. It was a Star Office zipped XML format. And like ODF is zipped XML format. And all we have to do, that was my part, was using this new XLT specification. I joined October. The recommendation of 1.0 is November by James Clark. I used this XTJAR. I wasn't aware of any, now I use Saxon. But I used XLT to map this. It was, and how I did it is I used these semantic that exist, like, oh, there's a table. I find a table here, a list, and that's working. But then there came question. My manager came by and said, when are you ready, right? And he said, don't you know how you're ready? And no, the product management team comes over and said, oh, we need this feature, we need that feature. So it goes little by little, incremental, but I have no idea about the definition of done. Of course, the grammars could tell. We have one feature set and the other feature set, and at some point it's over, right? I mapped everything. But I don't know if this feature, if there's a Saxon coverage feature, might be. And the other thing is, I ask myself sometimes, where's the bug? Is it in the mapping from HTML to ODF and the XML I did it? Or is it somewhere and I intend to do it with XLT? So there's two things that I merged and that did like. And in the end, my management came by and said, oh, great, you did a lot of XLT work. Now we want to do the same thing in Java, right? Can we use your source code? Well, I don't think so, right? So because after the .com bubble, there was the second web editor. And this time, we wanted to use HTML at the client to be edited and sent back at the server as HTML. So the ODF server has all the complexity. Some was a server company to do the transition. And we want to do both ways mapping, okay? Which is the next common use case about XML, I realized. And there we needed a runtime model. And we couldn't use Java XML binding because it was for W3 schema, so we invented our own. All we wanted is load, edit, and save ODF, okay, XML. That's the common use case. And we do it by, as I mentioned earlier, reusing the loading, the multi-schema validator, but we didn't want to validate, just parsing. And on this API model, we loaded information and created templates within Apache Velocity template engine, okay? And it was very simple, straightforward. We had a DOM, a type DOM, where, for instance, a draw image became a draw image element class, okay? That was very, very easy. So, but the first insight is that a DOM is not the best thing at all. It was when I had some pixel art spreadsheet coming on my way, right? And it's just blowing everything. You know, there's a spreadsheet, and every cell is just a background color, like a pixel. And it takes hours to load, okay? And, well, so we have to realize that XML is great for debugging, to take configuration, you have semantic out of the box. But we are not streaming Netflix, as far as I know, films with XML. And I think it's very good for debug purposes, but in the end, I tend to do to go as efficient possible in a binary mode. But this is very complex. So he solved it by taking away DOM and going back to bit level. Yes, try to go there in bit level. So the second thing, I was so proud of XML, but I realized that's not the final frontier, that's not the final thing. There was David Eisenberg, who in a call said, I don't want to know anything about your XML, right? All I want to do is open a text document, open a paragraph, insert hello world, and for instance, make hello world bold, okay? Very simple. And he doesn't want to go about the Office document, go to body and sequence and find the things, element stuff. This was too complicated, agree. And I believe that Java XML binding, going only on the syntax level, there's often too much complexity in the syntax. Okay. So that is how it looks like, the model, and this is one of the things I'm still maintaining, the ODF DOM of the ODF toolkit, now the document foundation. And the basic thing was one layer about the zipping, one layer about the DOM, and then, of course, we have this user API. And I wanted to generate as much as possible, but there are information missing, like what is a table? What are these semantic things the user usually use in Office, like inserting and deleting, right? So it's not only a tree, a grammar where every XML has equal rights, right? It's not the full truth. It's just like large puzzle pieces, chunks you add and delete all the time. But XML grammar do not address it, okay? And there's also some XML that have no semantics function at all, like office body. It's just a boilerplate, okay? Structure boilerplate. And we have to annotate it somehow. So I was asking myself, how can I do it? And it's a problem that we have this relax.ng file, it's a text file from 18,000 lines. Very hard to use this. And so it's very hard. It's okay if you just put it into validator, but if you want to extract information from it, it's close to impossible. But there's a way to do it. Questions, and the key was a question like, can a paragraph, can nest it in a document? It's very hard to answer if you look at the 18,000 lines in the text editor and try to search and so on. But if you look at it in the programmer view, it's a graph question, right? If you load it in a graph, a tree, then you can traverse it and take a look. Yes, it's fine. And so it's the base idea, and that's a link for it to the very wonderful presentation. I copied the idea, of course. They're using for zero-day exploits and source code at the Chaos Computer Congress in Hamburg. And they loaded source code into different graphs and traversed the same thing. And I just took it over and loaded the relax.ng into Apache Tinkerpop, which is a graph library. And if you click at the loaded ODFM, there's just a single class where I do it. And you can do it for the own XML, and I save it to GraphML, which is a markup language for graphs, to visualize it. And also rendered it. So I would love that you join that work. And I met at Fostum, some graph company called, I forgot the name right now, oh gosh. Anyway, TerminusDB, I got it now, TerminusDB, right. They have an RDF graph and they're using graph databases with Git access and so on. And they want to make a use case of it. Let's see how it's working out. So let's show you something about Gephi. It's a tool based on NetBeans for visualization. So this is like only the table and the table. You see nothing, right? But there are stars. The red things are the attributes. And you don't be so interested. And I zoom in. These things see like leaves, leaves and interleaves, I mean. And we zoom further in. And now you see the blue things are elements, right? So, and this is still very complex. The yellow thing is the relaxing definition. And there's something called epsilon, which we do not have earlier, which means nothing. Choice of nothing means optional, basically, okay? And 1, 2 means a sequence. You have to add first the 1 branch and then the 0 branch. So this can be simplified, and you won't see it maybe, but this is a dotted line. So this is, let's say, more human semantic. And I think it's very good to have a graph to represent data and because we're visual animals, to take a look at the data, okay, you're in. So what I realized here is that JSON, I didn't like JSON at the beginning, but then I realized that JSON is so wonderful if you want to have a runtime API. You got a map, a sequence, and all the data types out of the box, okay? You can easily work with it. So even I believe it's not so easy to read as XML. I think it's far easier to work with as a runtime model. And I think we can fix this, yes. So I want to improve the grammar, the source code creation. For instance, I told yesterday at lunch that if there are 3 optional child elements, A, B, C, I always handwrite the code. Oh, I'm inserting B. Is C already existing? Is A and C existing? So I insert it in between. And this should be created out of the box. The other thing is, in the DOM, everything is equal, but sometimes, like styles, is a map, right? And you should realize this pattern out of the box from the grammar and create me a lazy map that's created on demand, okay? So in general, there are a lot of XML grammar annotation tools like I have this grammar on screen and I annotate now, this is boilerplate and so on. This is simply missing, right? So my suggestions here more think about the tooling, and our reviewer said, oh, it's about tools, not format. Well, to me, the format is a tool as well to transport this data from A to B, or to make it persistent for backup purposes. So I would love that you join me to work in this area and see if we can expand here and embrace not only the syntax, but go more for the semantic, okay? So another use case, okay, got time. Now, first of all, yeah, that's just an overview of how we do it, and it's, we have the grammar, the multi-schema validator, and then we have the Tinkerbell graph, and then you put it in velocity, yes. But you can arbitrate just out of the box. It's open source, you can try it. And we generated also grammar references, yes, HTML references. And my idea is not only have a Java DOM library, but a Rust library which has a binary model, right? Maybe an inline parser or something like this. But yeah, it's not done, one step after the other. So there's another use case, the other area, because ODF, I thought, is not so demanded as like electronic invoices becoming now a European standard. So there I heard, oh, they have semantic as well and XML. So you will not see, I've got the slides so much, but on the, look complicated, it's not. On the left, it's a semantic tree, right? It's an abstraction telling what is an invoice. There's a seller, a buyer, and then it's being mapped to XML, two XML formats. You might say, two XML formats, why can't we choose one? Well, in Germany we have 5,000 formats, okay? So 2 is a real improvement. On the other hand, I think it was good that we have 2, because then they were pushed to use a semantic, okay? And do the mapping. Because sometimes, let's move into one of them, the it's quite, you see very long names here, right? I didn't see it, but it's a very long name, yes? And it's getting much more easier to read and understand if we go there on a semantic level. And if you now think about the graph thing, these are 3 graphs. We have one graph from the grammar, and we have 2 XML graphs. So basically, we have at our fingertips all the information that we need to do a transformation from CRI to UBL and backward. Yes? But, of course, there's the semantic gap, but it's written in the spec, the devil's in details, but it's far better than my initial 99, I'm young and stupid, working all night on an XLT transformation. I love XT still, but it's, we have to expand, okay? And so there, I don't know any tooling that aids this way, right? And one of my messages to the editors here, don't forget the syntax, but go a higher level. Okay. Being said that, my takeaway is XML should be simplified for newcomers. I think we all have a lot to do, and nobody is willing to do this, not me neither. But if somebody would do, and like we would agree, there would be a dictator, it makes sense, I believe, to cut rates and get rid of things that were likely mistakes in the past, to make it easier for newcomers. The second thing, the grammars, I hope that you understand, is much more powerful than just put in the validator, right? You can do a lot of it, and we should focus on this. And to me, there's too little grammar conversion and tooling, like I cannot save now a grammar when I alter it, so I have to point to it. And yes, the main message is here, focus on the semantic instead of syntax, because semantic will not alter as the syntax. Thank you for listening. Okay, before you throw stones, tomatoes about politics, yeah, you can do it tonight with a beer. Just hand it slowly. No, yes, there's a lot of coverage, and I must say I split the talk to the reviewers. This was the past and the present. Tomorrow is the future, the next Millennium 5 format, because I believe me and we might do a few things differently than like we should. So, but I'm happy to have feedback.
Okay, so we have time for questions.
Hopefully.
Very nice, very interesting. You've obviously got a large and interesting modeling problem. Can you say a few words about how much thought you've given to mixed content in your graph model?
sorry, I can catch it.
Have you thought about mixed content in your graph model? This is not in ODF, it's not in OOXML, but most prose vocabularies wind up with mixed content, and avoiding it in things like OOXML and ODF presents a different set of problems. I just wonder if you've thought about mixed content.
Mixed content like binary data? Sorry, I just want to be clear.
No, mixed content is things like paragraphs in HTML, which can contain embedded tags. You don't have runs of text isolated from other markup. You've got markup mixed into the prose.
Oh, now I got it. You mean like, now I got mixed content, right? Not text and binary, but you have HTML and ODF and these things, like different format in one format? No. No,
consider HTML, where you begin a p tag and you start writing a sentence, and in the middle of the sentence you insert a citation, a cite element, or an emphasis element, and then you close that and you keep writing. So you can't use, for example, JAX-B to model p tags in XHTML in any reasonable way, because they just don't have any facility for dealing with mixed content. And I'm concerned that you're coming from the environment of ODF, where ODF sounds wrong. The editing tools that don't have mixed content, you may not have given that a lot of thought, and I was just wondering if you had.
Okay. Well, I think we should discuss it maybe later. but yes, a graph representing the grammar is very extendable, yes, and you can, especially if you're able to annotate reference without altering it, you can reference to it. So you can put any arbitrary data on this. And saying that, maybe there's a talk tomorrow, so maybe I can put it in. So, sorry. Any further comment?
Any other question? Oh, just
Yeah, Philip Nunz from Docufy. I found it very interesting that you showed the 1 billion laughs attack. I think one thing that I would emphasize is that really the huge problem here is basically with DTDs, like doc types in general are really a problem if you look at security in special. And so I think really DTDs have to die. It's
yes,
really complicated to make this safe, and that's something that I not hear very often. So thanks for that.
Thanks for the review, whoever it was, to pushing me in this direction. Hopefully.
Yeah, I think it's a very good idea to have some tooling that visualizes the document model. There were some tools a long time ago, so I started with a near-and-far designer who visualized the tree of the document model, and then there was a tool like Ovidius Trivision that visualized the tree of DTDs or of XSDs, and there are also some tools integrated into the editors like Oxygen, but the best was near-and-far designer, so if there would be some more tooling in this visual area, that would really be helpful.
Yeah, agree.
Thank you. Okay, so since there is a second part, then maybe we can keep the question for the next part.
Yeah,
thank you, Svante. Thank you very much. So the most difficult thing to do in Prague is to have this talk just before the lunch. Every speaker knows that. Yeah. So thank you for taking on this challenge.
Is yours on? Can you hear me?
And would you hear me? No. No? Serious? And now?
Okay. Cool. So this is sort of going to be a different kind of talk. So let me explain where we come from. Basically, we're two grumpy old men. So two grumpy old men are standing between you and lunch. And we, of course, we express ourselves using the grumpy markup language.
You hear me now, do you? Yeah. So I know precisely when I have become, or when I realized that I had become a grumpy old man. It was March 2019. I was starting a project, and I was given a computer, not a brand new, but one with a new install fresh from an image. So there was no search history at all. And this is real, I didn't fake this for the conference. This is what I typed, like XML schema optional, access date and type, and this is the result I got. I had not realized up to this point, but the computer knew this new guy using me is grumpy and old and he needs a dating site for 50-year-olds.
Anyway, I always knew. I've been a grumpy old man since I was 15, but never mind that. After last year's Balisage, me and Gert went touristing in New York, you know, doing touristy things, and we happened across this cafe and sat down. This was in the morning, and we were drinking coffee. And like grumpy old men do, instead of, you know, talking about the Statue of Liberty, whatever, we told each other war stories. You know, things were really better before. Those youngsters who want to take away our DTDs, damn them to hell. And we realized this is actually a paper. And we started thinking about that over beers and stuff, and this is really what resulted.
So, one of the stories, let me kick off with this one, is I got involved. There was this company, I think, it's that one. There was this company, and they hired me to do an audit of their transformation product or tool they had built over the years. And they had come to the conclusion that, or they saw that whenever they wanted something to change or whenever they found a bug, they needed too much time to actually fix it. And the end result was that they were raising more bugs. So I got invited to look what they were doing. And I saw, oh yeah, there's building memory trees here, there's doing stuff there. Why aren't they just using XSLT? Because this is a very clear use case for XSLT. So I came to this conclusion. I did a workshop. Everyone was very enthusiastic. And before we started talking about contracts and starting to talk about migration and all this stuff, we had a coffee. The developers that were in the room were in a separate corner of the coffee, around the coffee machine, and I was overhearing them in a language they thought I didn't understand. And there was some agitated discussion going on, and one of the developers said, "He's going to propose XSLT over my dead body." Okay, so we went back to the meeting room, and we had this contract discussions. I told the manager, "This developers just said, like, this is becoming very religious. They just said over my dead body." And the manager said, "Yeah, don't worry, make a quote and we'll deal with the contract. We will handle the developers." I get on the plane, I got off the plane, set my mobile phone back up, and there was the text message saying like, "Thank you for your work, send an invoice, and we will not manage the developers."
This is you.
Oh, we have rehearsed this. Okay, anyhow, so there was this company doing automotive, And, well, manuals for car manuals. That means like 15 to 20 types of this car brand. Easily 20 to 25 languages. Yeah, you have to use data, you know. And HTML and PDF, and that's per year. That means they were on constant pressure of delivering like almost a couple of manuals every 2-3 weeks. And well, there was various input from this automotive, well, the one selling the cars, saying like, oh, we want this changed and with this changed. And it never occurred to them that they could actually change the stuff in the data content. So they gave all the change requests from the car manufacturer to their XSLT developer. And at some point, this guy just gave up. And so they hired me to fix this. And I looked at the code. And for those having done data before, there were seriously more XSL if statements in this data customization than there were actual templates in the OT. So this was going into disaster, delays. I got in a fight with the information architect because he didn't believe that we should change the content to go for the changes. And it finally, the project just broke. The car manufacturer said, you don't deliver on time, so you should go. And they found a different solution. Well, okay, good. That ended my contract with this particular publisher until at some point, like 2-3 months later, they gave me a call. And he said, hey, here, can you come back? Because we have this new project. We are going to do legal publishing, and we're going to do this in data. Maybe we can use your help, and maybe we can reuse the stuff you did in the automotive. And I sort of said like, oh, thank you very much. I'm going to pause on this. I don't have any time.
Well, see, this is how you could have you could solve this in Agile.
Yeah. I did this once. This is a real story in the sense that my first encounter with Agile was a team of 45 people. And they had a 1.5-hour stand-up every morning because all of the 45 wanted to do their, I did this yesterday, I will do this today. But I was only half-time in the project, but still they wanted me to sit in this stand-up every day. That worked well until I decided to well, they would not dismiss me from the stand-ups, so I decided to put it in the timesheets. I had like 7.5 hours each week in the timesheet just saying stand-up, and then like 60% of the time doing actual work. That's the day they dismissed me from the stand-up. Well, this project got canceled 2 months later because of budgetary reasons.
Which sort of reminds me about methodologies. Quite a long time ago, I was asked to do an XSD, an XML schema for some messaging format or the other on-site for a big customer. It was to be for 6 weeks. And they had all the specs. Everything was ready. All I had to do was follow the specs and basically write the schema. So 6 weeks was a lot. I didn't have many meetings. I was on site, hacking away, writing my schema, and 6 weeks went by, and I delivered my schema. And the very last day, on the Friday, I went to lunch with the project manager, and he sort of looks at me and says, look, we're not going to use your XSD. Of course, the guys came up with something a lot better. Oh, cool. I said, and I left the project because that was my last day. But I started thinking about this. Why would they hire me for 6 weeks when clearly they had no interest in using it? But this was a waterfall project. This was waterfall methodology. They did everything up front. So they had implementation proposals, they had function descriptions, the lot. And obviously somewhere there was a requirement for an XSD describing this messaging service. That's waterfall for you guys. Apply yourself. More recently, I did an authoring DTD a new authoring D2D. This was to be a new D2D, and yes, it was a D2D, to describe thousands and thousands of legacy documents converted into this new format, more documents being written, yet more documents being merged from other sources, converted into this document. So there would be tens of thousands of documents using this new format. And because, well, a lot of it was legacy, it was a fairly loose D2D. You know, it did allow for a lot of stuff, and my idea was always to add a schematron to it, you know, to make people realize that, no, you're not supposed to use this, even this, if this is allowed. But anyway, there was this department at this publisher, and they delivered some of the actual content, Swedish content, to this D2D. And they said, look, we need a strict D2D. We need to make things required. We need to, you know, just force them to do the right thing, because the authors really need the guidance. And there was this whole discussion about schematrons and D2Ds, and it didn't go anywhere. They wanted D2D, a strict D2D. We had to have a loose one because it would break thousands of documents if it wasn't. And this is when the department came back and said, oh yeah, you know, the strict D2D you have to do, it needs to be in Swedish. So Swedish tag names. And I said, look, most of our developers are not Swedes. Some of them may understand the language, but we always speak English all over the company, right? So they won't understand. Yeah, but our authors actually need the tags to be in Swedish, so they can do the right thing. It needs to be strict, and it needs to be in Swedish. And this was another fight, you know, it just wouldn't go anywhere, office politics and all that. And so I started inserting Klingon attribute names in the D2D. You know, just there's actually a Klingon translation service on the web, which is really cool. You should try it, totally. And I started inserting Klingon attribute names, and what do you think happened? Nobody ever noticed. And what happened to this thing was eventually, because, you know, we didn't want to break thousands of documents and they didn't budge, so my team leader came up with this solution that, yeah, every single time we check out the document from the database using the looser D2D, we convert it to the Swedish strict D2D format for authoring. And when they are done and want to check in, they convert it back to the loose format, which is just mad because, you know, they weren't fully compatible for obvious reasons, but there we are. And I left the project. And yeah, you may wonder what that means. It means, may you endure the pain. Well.
Yeah, that was, this is 20 years ago, and so you need that context to actually believe this story. I was invited by a publishing house. It was a company, 10 people, so that means they had 10 computers. And 20 years ago, that means XSLT using Sablotron or something, maybe some of you remember. And I guess Perl, and they were doing quite well, except for one publication which was apparently way over their head. It was complex, it had huge tables, there was a lot of complex things going on, indexes they could not handle. And with the thing they had built to do it, they basically had to use all 10 computers and bind it together, sharing stuff over the network, get the thing running, and then it would take 3 days to actually get the publication out. Which means you're blocking all the company's computers to get this running, and you can only do it in a long weekend. So when there was a long weekend, there's one developer who left when all the others had gone, and he started the process. They had to do this once a year. And then come back on a Tuesday, hoping that nothing went wrong. Because if so, they had to wait for the next long weekend in order to actually deliver the publication. So every year this publication usually was 1 or 2 months late. So I got in, I checked it, I saw that building a lot of the memory models essentially was the mistake. And I suggested an approach, showed them some code. We all agreed that they should migrate for this one particular project to a certain technology. There was a little tiny thing they didn't realize. The technology was doing streaming stuff, and it was going to, and I could prove that they could actually do this on one computer in 2 to 3 hours. I left, I meant the quote, I came back later with the quote, and they said, yeah, we will accept this. Migration, training, all's well, we have already agreed to the technology. Hey, what is this little line at the bottom? I said, yeah, well, you need a license for in order to use this software. Or they said, no, this company has a open source software only policy, so we cannot use that. Well, we're fixing a problem. No, we cannot use that, so stop. They continued, I think, 2 or 3 more years doing exactly this, waiting for a long week, push the button and hope it all went wrong. All went well.
Well, a long time ago, I was doing a project for a car manufacturer. I was supposed to go in, do information analysis and systems requirements, and because what they wanted to do, they wanted to port all of their aftermarket documentation, so driver's manuals, accessory catalogs, warranty information, you know, all kinds of stuff, in 40+ languages to XML. They were doing it in PageMaker and Word and stuff. And cool, I said. And I dug in and realized very soon that, yep, XML will do wonders because we can reuse, we can do some light profiling to account for, you know, different engine models and actually do a driver's manual meant for the car you are driving instead of a generic one using 10 engine models, that sort of thing. I had extended Xlink in there because, well, this was 20 years ago, and I really loved that technique. I just wanted to have extended Xlink, basically. And all kinds of stuff, and I thought, yeah, this is going to work out great. Now, this is when they came back to me and say, oh, yeah, you know, about the project you're doing, we want, obviously you can use any software you like, but we really want you to use this editor. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, and we also want you to use this database and this product. Right. They hadn't read any of my, you know, reports or anything like that. This just came back to me. And you have to do this using this publication engine, this formatting engine. We think it's great. But obviously you can use any standard you want. And by the way, we want you to also include all of our HTML service information and convert that to XML and use it in that system as well. Never read my report. And very quickly I realized that the editor would simply not do anything but ID/ID-ref links, which meant that everything C data-based in linking was a no-go, just couldn't be done. We had to do hacks with processing attributes, you know, with huge strings to tell the system what to do in any given moment. This is how we found out that that particular editor had an attribute value limit, maximum limit of 8,000 characters. Didn't know that. And everything else went the same way. The first time we ever logged into this system, it took 30 minutes. No kidding. And the architect said, oh, this could have been a really fast system without that database that they forced upon us. And so we went 10 or 15 times over budget, at least. And there were issues, there are probably still issues. I left the project, but I hear that it's actually still running, that system, 10, 15, 20 years later. About that system, so remember those accessory catalogs and driver's manuals they wanted in XML because they went to, you know, 40+ languages. The technical authors were opinionated bunch, and they did not like the output from the formatting engine because you could do the tiny little tweak you needed. That's what they could do in PageMaker. So they basically said, "Yeah, we're going to use PageMaker instead. We're not going to use your system." That added, and I'm not kidding, 70% cost to each and every publication, every single time. But here's the thing though, sometimes HTML is what you need and what you want. Another fond memory of mine, this is also about 20 years ago, for an aerospace industry, a manufacturer. They had an age-old system running S1000D HTML documents. That system was basically dying, it was rubbish, and it needed to be replaced. So in I went, did an information analysis, and looked at all their requirements. And I very quickly realized that HTML was just fine. Because at the time, the entire aerospace industry used HTML. This was S1000D. They didn't want to leave that. They would have to go back to HTML anyway to give to their partners and use for their tools. Basically, the problem was that the system was old and needed replacing. And the client, as I said, they were happy with HTML. However, I was working for a consultancy at the time, and they basically were merging with another consultancy, and they saw great business advantages with moving to XML for this particular project. They saw that they could build up this new, exciting, fancy system that they could then resell to other clients. And so they basically forced XML on me, on the customer, on the system. And this thing was built, and it never worked, and it was awful, and they had to go back to HTML for everything anyway. And it ended up with the client suing the consultancy, a really, really expensive lawsuit. It was in the papers. And they bought a competitor's system. So sometimes what you need is HTML. Anyway.
Yeah, we did not just want to tell war stories. You all have them, and you all have a lot of them, and maybe better ones than the one we told you. There is a few. Ari and I share about together some 50 years of XML consulting or HTML consulting, obviously, and so there are some giveaways, things we discovered along the road, things we did find among the ashes, and there's also one thing Ari said that's not completely true, because yesterday I saw that after Markup UK 2019, I sent Jirka a text message saying, when will you open call for papers for XML Prague 2020? Because we have an idea about being pragmatic, and that was because we had been talking in the bar after Markup UK about two excellent papers of presentations we had that year. One where NEBULA was discussing the dragons we might meet in this kind of industry. And a bit later, Liam Quinn, I'm not sure he's here, Liam Quinn saying that, among other things, of course, he said, some customers are simply stupid. And we said, yeah, well, that's true. There's a lot of stupid things going on. Should we just say, the hell with it, we don't want to cooperate in this thing, but we also have to make money. And sometimes you be pragmatic, you say, I don't like what is going on here, but reasonably we can make something out of this. There's some of the giveaways or some of the conclusions we drew is about engagement. The first thing is, when you get into a project, there is this obvious rules written, like you have to talk to this person and you have to talk to this person. Yes, that is true, but you have to go beyond your action radius. And the best place to do so is the coffee machine. So the first thing you need to learn when you get at a new customer is, where's the coffee machine? And how can I sort of organize to talk to people who are not involved in the project, because they know a lot of things about what goes wrong in a particular project, and they can tell you. There's an obvious one about engaging. Choose your battles wisely. If you want to sell XSLT to some convinced Perl programmers, they will say, where is the XSLT CPAN? There's always all sorts of religious discussions you might get involved in. Don't bother, because you can't win them. But if there's one potentially religious discussion you should always go in, it's the licensing stuff. A lot of companies obviously want to use open source, or they mean like we want to do, at least we don't want to spend money on the licensing cost. But it's the licensing that drives, I'm not selling anything, but it's the licensing that drives this ecosystem and that drives the maintenance. And I've been in so many projects where you just have to you have to use this open source or free version of this particular software, which costs you like, the price of the license is like 1 or 2 hours of your work. And then you spend 2 weeks trying to work around all the limitations of the free version. And that's a battle you really have to go into and make sure that changes. And then, a brief thing about contract negotiations. It's something I discovered as well. You go in there and you say, this is my perceived value of what I'm bringing. So you name a price, and then they start bargaining on the price. That's exactly the moment you just have to get out, because you bring value. And if they don't perceive the correct value, they're sort of like, oh, I want to go there and we offer this, then you go out. Because you meet in the middle, and meeting in the middle means 2 parties being frustrated at the end. And some projects just fail. Yeah, you can do that, thanks. Some projects just fail. That's, if it fails, walk out gracefully. Yeah, it happens. So we're professionals, don't start blaming, yeah, it's your fault, it's your fault. Okay, so admit you were wrong. I guess we're there, no?
I believe we are. We also have a grumpy cat.
Yeah, we did. So we take questions in a minute, but we randomly spread some brown envelopes today, just randomly. Yeah, if you have one, it contains such a t-shirt. If you feel like you want to express yourself in a grumpy markup language, feel free to wear it.
If you support the cause.
Oh, thank you. Oh, and we do have stickers.
Yeah. There is so few t-shirts.
Well, it cost a fortune.
Yes. Any question? Any comments? Do you know where the lunch is? Yeah. Okay. So, thank you very much for this presentation. Very, very.
Thank you. Do you think you will be allowed to come to another XML Prague after giving me such t-shirt?
Oh, I don't mean you're grumpy.
Oh, it's too late to try to explain.
You weren't listening.
Yeah.
That's what you think. Very good format. Yeah, that's on this. You put it on the right place.
Yeah.
In the program.
Yeah, actually, it has been on different place, but they asked if they need to have it.
Yeah, it's the best for the place. Hello.
Yeah, there is HDMI. We can test it now. Okay. My whole schedule. show some source code, maybe better to have some lower resolution. Yeah. Thank you. Hope you will enjoy the rest as well. Yeah. Sir, would you like to check your laptop? Yes. Yeah, there's a key mic. Maybe good time to learn some Romanian. Another prize for the free something we can discuss, so we can give like both examples. So we can pass an apples to the winner or Stefan or Bogdan, what's the name of this? Yeah, Bogdan is quite keen to like discuss this too. Okay, so let's just chat with Gerd. I think maybe it's better to split it so more people get something. We can decide next. Okay, great.
So, I give you the. This is your turn now.
This is the special.
So I understood that Peter will be with us. So maybe we can show something like that or whatever. He's not going to. Yesterday he said that he will not be available this afternoon and tomorrow.
Yeah, he will be available, but we can ask him.
Okay, no, I was just saying.
But I can ask him. I'm fine with it. And doing double checks. What you do. Sometimes. Double check.
So triple French.
Yeah, triple French.
Double check is not enough.
Well, there's some problems. What should be
jsou na jako i tohle.
No, to bude nejlepší a to tady zkusíme.
Tak jo, tak díky, no, zítra se uvidíme, no. Já ještě teď já jsem tady vlastně byl úplně na všech těch konferencích.
Fakt, jo.
První byla 1905 a tam jsem měl první konferenci.
Jo, já jsem na tom
Když se dáš do archivu, Jmenuji se na Sessions archiv 2005.
This is one change. And now I come up with new changes telling you, okay, now change the third character.
Právě to tady chci nějak jako...
No tak tam do těch prezentací dej tady screenshot tady do té stránky.
Dobře. Já jsem byl úplně na všech těch konferencích tady a měl jsem asi 5krát tady nějaký povídání.
Tak to jsi ten, kdo tady byl nejvíckrát. To jsi tím pádem ten, kdo tady byl nejvíckrát.
Myslím, že Michael Kay tady byl stejně, on byl taky, myslím, pokaždý. Myslím, že nevím.
Myslím, že jeden to... No, nevím vlastně, člověče.
No a určitě měl víc prezentací, než já.
To asi jo.
Takže Michael Kay je největší frajer, no já se týče doby a účasti jsem taky frajer.
Jsi frajer. Škoda, že to ta firma trošku zazdělá, no.
Protože?
Že to trošku zazdělí, že na těch projektech vlastně
So we were offered, I think the original slot we had was tomorrow morning. I remember it was such a, this is my better that will not have worked. No, this worked very well. Oh, this is choice of rules for developers. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I investigated if it would be possible to do an actual clean language in a protest. I mean, sure, but the vocabulary is so limited. Shall we say more offensive? Every single word seems to be about killing you. You dishonored my family. Prepare to die. That's really funny. Broke your reaction. So of course, only really old broken men would know that GML was the first expression of. That one's explicit to actually mention it. No, that's great you didn't. I said
chtěl 30 vteřin a 3 minuty. Teď jsem měl 30 vteřin. 2 šoty.
No to je takový hrozně rychlý stav, nějaký problém.
most of my clients want jar. And they want the jar to be downloaded from the website. So I think the workaround that we said yesterday, recompile it for a Marvin system, is something which makes sense for reusers, because I think most of my users will run this on their desktop, on their machine. And the idea to have some people from the digital humanities say that and say, okay, look, you have to download Marvin, you have to install those, and then you can run my software. It's not a valid idea.
Sure, but real production.
Yeah. Yeah, I see.
Without installing Coffee.
I see. Totally to the point with Marvin. Totally to the point.
But I think I have to watch at your code. Maybe we can keep both systems.
Yeah.
Because the build system does not evolve every day. So it's not
No, no. Maybe in the next few months it will.
Yeah, because you will have more dependencies.
Yeah, and more plugins and so on. But once the plugin is stable, then this thing, okay, this is not section 9916, but section 9917 or something like that. But this is 3 times a year or something like that. Yeah, okay, thanks.
We start in about 20 minutes? Not that
in 10 minutes.
On the program is 40, not 30. 40. So it's 2 and 40 minutes.
Yeah, right. Your talk will be at 40. It will be introducing some system conferences.
Okay.
So there are 10 minutes for this.
Okay. And after that, the Prague should come out.
Yeah. But we have tested it and done before.
But it's better to
Yeah, it should be there like before the half past.
Yeah, because there are only 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Možná, že někdo ztratil telefon, bo tam ležel úplně sparný zatím.
Tak já se zeptám, díky no.
Jídla se to jmenuje.
Jo. Norm?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Before we start, isn't someone missing Huawei phone? Or it's just spying device from China with no owner? It's black one, but I'm not very good in its dual lens in back. So maybe check your pockets, and if you are missing Huawei phone, it's here. It has cracked screen, so I don't suppose it's another price for demo jam.
It must be for. It must be for the.
Yeah.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have enjoyed the lunch. And we have few announcements before we will proceed with sessions. The first thing, someone found this label for cloakroom with number 165. So either grab it now or it will be at registration desk. And again, we have this Huawei spying device found somewhere on the floor, the black one. So we will put it on a registration desk as well, so it's not like listening to secret XML things here. And now I have pleasure to introduce people who are representing the sister conferences, and each will have chance to tell you something about conferences. 1, 2, 3. You are on air, Ari.
Hello all. So I'm very briefly, we have this conference, perhaps you might know it, called Markup UK. It's held in London in June, 4th to 6th of June at King's College. And we are a sister conference to this one here. Anyway, we are opening early bird registration today. And for all of you guys here, if you grab one of these things, it's a business card for Markup UK, there's a special discount code for XML Prague attendees you might want to use. What else is there? Yes, we're also opening the call for papers today. So if you have something you wish to tell us about, you know, your markup stories, your war stories, more than welcome, please let us know. They don't have to be in Klingon, but, you know, could help. Yeah, and one final thing. And we are also sponsoring the demo jam today by giving away this deluxe special extra ultra package full fee, entry fee to our conference in June. Say Markup UK full entry for this year's conference is yours if you do well. There might also be a t-shirt.
That's wonderful.
So, yeah.
I will ask Norm, how many free places are there still for Demo Jam?
There are 3 spots left for Demo Jam, so I have 7 competitors. There's still plenty of time. Well, actually, there's not that much time left, but there is time for 3 more entrants. I'm also going to say a couple of words about sister conferences. First, I'm going to say that XML Summer School is going to happen in September this year. It's a week-long training event with courses in semantic web and linked data and XML and XSLT and lots of fun stuff. It's a great time in Oxford in the UK. You get to hang out at St. Edmund Hall and hang out with a bunch of instructors and a bunch of students and talk about interesting problems, so that's a lot of fun. And that's in September, and I apologize. I have forgotten what week, and I didn't bring one of those cards with me. Look at that, it's behind me, 15th to 20th of September. The 13th to the 18th of September. Thank you, random audience person. I also have a couple of cards, and there are some XML Summer School cards on the registration desk. I also have some of these cards. These are for the Balisage conference, the premier markup conference in the United States, in North America. It's in Rockville, Maryland, in August. I can read the dates off of here. It is the 28th to the 31st of July. That's very early in August. This is the place to come if you want to talk about markup in all of its forms. XML, Markdown, JSON, you name it, we talk about it. And this year, the pre-conference symposium is on the role of XML in accessible markup. So if you have interesting stories or thoughts or technologies or ideas about how to make accessible documents from markup, we'd love proposals for that too. Paper proposals are due on the 3rd of April. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norm. And last but not at least, Kerstin will tell you something about the conference she is involved in.
Yeah, thanks. I'm here for the steering committee of the ACM Symposium on Document Engineering. So after you figured out when the XML Summer School takes place and then take a week to recover, then you could go to San Jose. So DocEng is taking place at San Jose this year. Call for paper will come out soon. The deadline is usually in late spring, so there's plenty of time to think about what to present and what to show when going to DocEng.
Okay, thank you very much. So I hope we will see a lot of familiar faces and new faces on those events. And just give us a couple of seconds to change the technique.
just for a short while.
Okay, so it's my pleasure to introduce our sponsor Oxygen again, and probably George will introduce himself and Radu much better than me. So the stage is yours.
Thank you, Rika. Good afternoon. Yeah, so we are happy to be part of XML Prague again this year. We enjoyed another Oxygen users meetup yesterday, where we announced that we released a new version of Oxygen, version 22, which was released basically Wednesday evening when we were actually in the plane flying to Prague. So, and I wanted to, before Radu will show you some things, I wanted to give you like a very quick overview of where we are right now with Oxygen, because we started with an XML editor basically tuned for developers with angle brackets and all that in 2001. And we grew and we added the visual editing support in the Oxygen XML author product, so to cover the authoring part. The development moved to the XML developer product, and the editor combines all the functionality into a single product. The main highlights, let's say, in 22 for the development tools and for the desktop author are on the Markdown support, where we have probably, I will say, the most powerful and most useful Markdown editor available, with full synchronization between the source and the HTML rendering, with schematron validation, so you can have structural checks on top of Markdown, with data preview if you want to use it in the data context. Also JSON tools with schematron validation again, HTML5, the not well formed part is supported, and so on. A lot of support for data, including the data project files. In the web author, we introduced the div support that we have, and now you can have a URL that will show you the changes between two documents in the visual author view. In the collaboration platform that we have in Content Fusion, where you can share XML documents with other users that will interact with the browser to access them, we made it to support better any XML document, we supported any XML document anyway, but it's a lot easier to create a package that contains all the dependencies for docbook or XHTML or other types of documents by detecting automatically images or included files and so on. And we introduced two new products, the publishing engine and the Oxygen feedback. The publishing engine basically once you have something running in Oxygen in the desktop version, to be able to take that out and use it in a continuous integration server or somewhere else outside of Oxygen without the need to replicate the same configuration again and again. And the feedback allows you to have a commenting platform on any HTML page, and we have a special integration with the web help that brings those comments in the desktop version of Oxygen and synchronize them with the source. We have also this web help and PDF chemistry engine that allows you, the PDF chemistry allows you to obtain PDF out of CSS and HTML or XML documents. So that's the overview of where we are now. And these are tools, and one of my comments last year from the audience when there was a question what we need to do to increase or make XML more used or have people be more aware about XML was that we need to create more building blocks, more examples of existing projects, because we can have all these services or technologies or tools, but for a solution you need to kind of integrate them. And we do provide a number of open source projects that are available on GitHub that show a lot of this. And my colleague Radu will present such an open source project that he created just in the last month or so. So my presentation this year is easier because I'm just presenting Radu. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Radu Koravu!
Hello everyone, I'm Radu and I've been working for Oxygen XML editor in the last 15 years. And hello. I do lots of technical support. So yeah.
Maybe just release the different one.
So I help people with the XML-related questions. Is it better? And when you help people with various questions, you notice patterns. Maybe multiple people have the same question, and then you start asking yourself, should I repeat the same email twice to two different people? And then you end up needing to write small articles. And that's how I discovered the Oxygen XML blog. The Oxygen XML blog was there before I was, but it was a place where we announced new releases, so it wasn't a very fun place to be. I started writing articles on it because I'm an XML enthusiast and I like the DITA standard. Most of my articles were in DITA, and then they were translated to HTML and uploaded to the Google blog posts, which is a platform for blogging. I didn't quite like this platform. Its search wasn't that great. We couldn't really customize the skins to look as we wanted. The blog posts were separated in years, but I wanted my articles to be categorized in other ways. There were free feedback forms at the end of each post, but there were lots of robots which would post fake reviews and fake comments on each blog post. So as I already had the content in DITA, I figured, okay, let's try to publish directly from DITA. And I looked at the DITA Open Toolkit project, which besides the publishing engine, which publishes DITA to various formats, can also has a documentation area, and they keep the content in DITA in GitHub, and they publish the content using Netlify. And I tried to build a similar solution. So this was the old Oxygen blog post, and this is the new Oxygen blog post. It's published from DITA content from XML, and it uses Web Help feedback. So it uses the Oxygen Web Help responsive plugins. So from XML, I get a search field. Everything is adjusted to the screen size. So if I'm running on a tablet, I can properly see the content. For every blog post, there's a contribution showing the time when the post was made available. At the end of each article, you have an Oxygen feedback area when we can add comments using Markdown. So people can start discussions at the end of each article. And we use the Oxygen feedback for this. This is a new tool that we have. Besides starting a discussion on each article, people can log in. I can log in on the administrator part of the Oxygen feedback and see how many visits I had on each article. I can see which articles were more popular depending on page views. And I have various ways to manage the people who write feedbacks. I can ban people, I can make other people administrators, and so on. Besides the feedback form, if you go to the bottom, there is an RSS feed. And this is produced automatically when the blog gets published from data content. There is a PDF equivalent of the blog post, which is also produced separately, and is produced with the Oxygen PDF chemistry engine. So from data and CSS, we obtain PDF. And also an EPUB equivalent of the entire website, which is produced using the Data for Publishers plugins for the Data Open Toolkit developed by Elliot Kimber. If I go higher up in each article, I have an Edit Online link. And if I press this Edit Online, I can edit each article using the Oxygen Web Author tool. So either I'm an administrator, and I can edit the article and commit the changes directly on GitHub. Or maybe I'm somebody who doesn't have administrator rights to the project, and when you are editing, you have the ability to create a pull request on GitHub so that other people may integrate your changes. So I can make changes to the content directly in the Oxygen Web Author. If I want, I can also create new topics directly on GitHub using, again, the web author. And everything is stored, as I said, on a public GitHub project on the Oxygen XML organization. We have the data content here. We have a license saying that all our articles can be distributed. We have various other resources for building that I will show you in the next few minutes. There is only one branch because we don't have versions of the blog. The blog contains only the latest changes. And I use the issues list on GitHub to organize my content. Sometimes I don't want to write an article right away for an idea. So I add a new issue, and maybe I can write an article in about a month when I have the time to think about it. How do I write articles? I usually, I can go to the Oxygen XML blog project on GitHub. And if I'm an administrator, I can check out the project. If I'm somebody else who wants to contribute an article to the Oxygen XML blog, I can fork the project. And in my fork, I can make the changes and create a pull request for the Oxygen XML blog. As an administrator, I would usually copy this address. I can go to Oxygen, and Oxygen XML editor has a Git staging plugin. So I can check out this blog on the local disk drive. And once I check out the blog, I open in Oxygen the blog.xpr, the Oxygen project from the blog. So once this happens, I can see the contents of the blog locally. Once I open the XPR, I can go to Options, Preferences, and there are various settings which are saved at the project level. Like the dictionaries, I have a custom dictionary which allows the spell checker to skip over certain words. Automatic spell checking, a custom data framework which gives me the ability to have a custom schematron schema with the rules specific to my blog post. I have my data content, like my data map, which contains the entire structure of the blog with various articles. And there is a Gradle script which downloads a Data Open Toolkit locally, then publishes using an XML file, publishes the blog to WebHel responsive, to PDF, and to EPUB. So the Gradle build downloads the Data Open Toolkit, and then runs the Data Open Toolkit against the blog project XML, which is the XML configuration that the Data Open Toolkit knows how to handle, and which will produce all these output, WebHel responsive, PDF, and EPUB. Besides this, I have also a validation task. So each time the blog project is published, I also validate all the data content, and I create an XML report of all the validation errors which are found in the blog project. So in order to publish to WebHel responsive, I'm using a WebHel template, which allows me to configure various parameters if I want to show the main page of the table of contents, if I want to see the various aspects in various ways. One of the parameters connects the web help to the web help to the web author, to the online editing tool that we have. So this is the parameter which generates the edit online link on our website. We have custom CSSs. I have custom footers, a custom header. I have a small XSLT style sheet which generates the RSS XML. Sorry, this is the style sheet. And then I have a style sheet which takes information from my data topic. So this is a data topic. And at the beginning, it has a prologue stating the name of the author and the time when it was produced. So the style sheet takes this information, and then on the web, it uses the information to create the contributor label on each topic. So what happens is that whenever I make a change, I save my change, I go to the Git staging add-on from Oxygen, stage selected, commit, and then I can push the change to the GitHub repository. And the other side of this solution is a Netlify account. So I have this Netlify account connected to the GitHub project. And Netlify automatically identifies that something was changed in my project, and it starts building the project. So what it actually does is that it starts executing my Gradle script. And this means it starts producing the web help output. First, it downloads the Data Open Toolkit. Then it starts producing the web help output. Then the EPUB, the PDF using Oxygen PDF chemistry. And at the end, it runs also the validation. So every time I commit to the blog, as an administrator, I can trigger such updates. And in a couple of minutes, I have a new version of the blog available on the Netlify website. So coming back to the Oxygen XML blog, the main intention was to be easy as an administrator to publish content to the blog. But you can also, now you can also contribute your own articles to the Oxygen XML blog. If you do something interesting with Oxygen, you can fork the Oxygen XML blog on GitHub and send us a pull request with a data topic. And then we can accept the request, and the blog automatically rebuilds. All you need to do is to add a prologue in the data topic with your author name and the date when you have created your article. Then everything is built. And you will have this article online. So as a recap, we use a public GitHub repository. We use GitHub's issues list to create new issues and to keep a track of what we want to do, of what new articles we want to write. For offline editing, we use Oxygen XML editor with the Git add-on. For online editing, we use the Oxygen web author. A simple Gradle script runs the Data Open Toolkit and produces the HTML, PDF, and EPUB. For HTML, we use the Oxygen Web Help tool. We use the Oxygen feedback system on each HTML page to allow people to contribute their suggestions to the blog. The Oxygen PDF chemistry to produce the PDF and data for publishers for EPUB. Then at the end, we also run the validation. And this validation contributes a validation report, which is available and maybe reports broken links on the blog post. This is a fake broken link that I made for this talk. So here we are. We created something useful using Oxygen XML technologies. My site was redeployed now, so I can see my changes live on the blog. It's something useful built with lots of Oxygen technologies that we try to put together and put them to good use. So thanks for listening. And do you have any questions or any suggestions for the Oxygen XML blog? Any articles that you want to contribute?
Yeah, we have time for 1 or 2 questions. So anyone? Mohammed.
Thank you. Interesting combination of all your, most of the interesting part of your talk. Why didn't you feel the need to add an XML editor inline? So,
why did I feel the need for that?
No, yeah, to add. Why did you want to hide the XML behind the HTML?
Sorry? Are you talking about the edit online link or?
Edit source, the source. Why don't we have access to the XML source somewhere? Why? Why do you do that to us?
You actually have. The web author allows you to edit also in the source if you want to.
Yeah, you can go to web author and yeah, you can.
It's difficult.
I know it's a joke, but
no, it's not possible. That's what I said.
But Mohammed, you can just pull the repository using command line clean and edit the block in Emacs, I suppose.
Yeah, but
yeah, you have edited as XML, and now you're happy.
I'm relieved. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much again.
You.
So I'm happy to welcome next presenter, David J. Birnbaum, and he will tell you something about implementing of quite complex algorithm in XSLT 3.0. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you all hear me with the microphone? If you can't hear me, raise your hand. All right, thank you. In the context of one of the welcoming addresses about the tension between the imposter syndrome and overconfidence, I'd like to introduce myself as someone who is not a computer scientist and is going nonetheless to talk about dynamic programming in XSLT. I enjoyed working on this. I learned things I didn't know before. I hope it will be interesting to the rest of you. The outline of today's presentation is going to begin with an introduction of what sequence alignment is and why people do it. And I'm going to talk about the role of scoring in alignment. Then I'll introduce the method that was employed here. The background technology is dynamic programming, which has been around since the 50s. And the algorithm, the Needleman-Wunsch algorithm for sequence alignment, has been around now for 50 years. So this is an anniversary presentation. Dynamic programming poses challenges for XSLT because of the type of language XSLT is. So I will talk about how one reconciles that tension and how one implements a dynamic programming algorithm working within the limitations, or let's say the structural properties of XSLT. I will propose a small change in the way the algorithm is usually implemented that enabled me to operate at better scale in this XSLT context. And then I will leave enough time for questions should there be any. Sequence alignment plays a big role in at least two domains, one of which is biomedical research, where people are interested in aligning genetic information. And in my world, I'm a historical linguist and manuscript scholar. In my world, we work with the alignment of words in variant manuscripts. So given several surviving medieval manuscripts that record the same text, each with little differences in the words that they contain and the order in which they appear and the like, I'm interested in finding programmatically the moments in these sources that should be compared. And from those comparisons, I then draw philological conclusions about the history of the transmission of the text. Sequence alignment is often divided into two types, global alignment and local alignment. And what's meant by global alignment is the alignment of entire objects, in my case, entire manuscript witnesses. What's meant by local alignment is finding moments of alignment within these larger texts. And a common philological context for local alignment would be text reuse. That is to say, in one text, finding moments where the author might cite another text. And when you do local alignment, it's without regard to global alignment. So they're really different types of tasks. Furthermore, alignment problems are usually divided into pairwise problems. We have two sequences we want to align, and what's called multiple alignment, or in philology, multiple witness alignment, where you have multiple witnesses, multiple texts that you wish to align. These turn out to be different problems. There are known algorithms that promise an optimal solution to pairwise alignment. Multiple witness alignment is an NP-hard problem that does not at the moment have a, let's say, a universally accepted optimal solution. There have been some attempts to address multiple witness alignment by applying pairwise alignment in a progressive or iterative manner. These have order effects. That is to say, if you align two witnesses into a sort of super witness and then fold in a third, you get a different result depending on the order in which you touch the manuscripts. This cannot be correct because the optimal alignment cannot depend on the order in which I touch the manuscripts. For this presentation, when I focus on Needleman-Wunsch, I'm going to be focusing on pairwise alignment and furthermore on pairwise global alignment. I'm not going to speak about local alignment, and I am not going to speak about multiple witness alignment. The point of alignment is to try to find the best alignment of the items that you are trying to compare. So I've put two words up here, and I am aligning at the character level. There are two A's in the first word. There is one in the second. So abstractly, I could align the A in the second word with either of the A's in the first word. But what I want to do is get the alignment that has the largest number of matches. Those are in green on the slide. The smallest number of mismatches, those are in red, and the smallest number of gaps. The scoring for this, that is to say how much credit you give to a match and how much discredit you assign to a mismatch or to a gap, is up to you. So the scoring system is in the hands of the person performing the alignment, and the decisions you make about how to assign these scores depends on what, in my case, on what I as a philologist think is the meaning of whether there is a gap in an alignment versus a mismatch. The known optimal solution to this problem is implemented in a context called dynamic programming, which dates to the early 1950s, where it was invented by Richard Bellman, who was working at that time at the RAND Corporation. And the idea behind dynamic programming is that if you have a large problem, there are situations in which you may be able to approach it by treating it as a bunch of small problems. But this is not simply divide and conquer. These small problems have certain properties that make them susceptible to dynamic programming. One is called optimal substructure, which means that the optimal solution to the big problem can be achieved through the optimal solutions to the subproblems. And if that's all there were, that could be divide and conquer. But then there's the overlapping subproblems, which is to say that you would have to perform the same computation multiple times, and by taking a dynamic programming approach, you avoid having that repetition. And we'll take a look at how that applies in the context of sequence alignment shortly. A common task, which is often introduced when one speaks of dynamic programming, is the calculation of a Fibonacci series. Each value in the Fibonacci series after the first two is the sum of the two that preceded it. And this goes on infinitely. And if you start calculating it, if I ask you what is the 10th Fibonacci number, you have to calculate the 9th and the 8th. Well, when you calculate the 9th, you also have to calculate the 8th and the 7th, so you're calculating the same things multiple times. So this is that overlap we talked about. And we're going to see where overlap also occurs then in a sequence alignment situation. The Needleman-Wunsch argument, Needleman-Wunsch algorithm, which I'm going to walk through in a moment, traditionally has the following steps. In this diagram on the screen, I am aligning the word koala along the top with cola along the left. And the first thing I do is I build a grid, and I write one of the sequences on the top, the other one down the left. I determine my scoring system. And for this alignment, I have decided that a match is going to have a value of +1, a mismatch of -1, so I want to penalize the score if I have a mismatch, and a gap of -2. So I would rather have a mismatch than a gap. There are other scoring systems. There are various ways people decide on their scoring system. What I've come up with is not radical, but it's not the only way one might have done it. So as part of the initialization, I have a grid, I have my sequences, and I then fill in the row below the top sequence and the row to the right of the left sequence with sequential multiples of the gap penalty. So my gap penalty is -2, therefore the sequences are -2, -4, -6, etc. Ignore for a moment those arrowheads. I'll talk about what those mean in a moment. So this is all initialization. I have my scoring system, I have my grid, I have my sequences, and I have initialized the first row and column with these multiples of the gap penalty. I then begin in the first intersection of the first sequence item on the top and the first sequence item on the left. So this is the intersection of this K and this C. And for each of these cells in turn, in my initialization, none of this stuff is here. All I've initialized is the top row and the leftmost column. So I start in the upper left corner of real data, and I want to introduce into that cell the highest of 3 values. One value is take the cell above and augment it by the gap penalty. So the cell above is -2, my gap penalty is -2, that value would be -4. So that's one candidate. Another one is the cell to the left, and I do the same thing. I augment it with the gap penalty, that's also -4. And the third value is the one that's diagonally above to the left. And I take that value and I augment it by either the match or the mismatch score, depending on whether these guys are the same. Well, K and C are not the same. It's a mismatch. My mismatch penalty is -1, so I augment my 0 with -1, and I write a -1 into this cell. Great. I have filled one cell. Yay. I then proceed across the row cell by cell, and when I hit the right end, I go down to the next row and I keep going. The way I have color-coded this, each of these pinks is a mismatch, each of the greens is a match. So here's an O on the top, matching an O on the left. The reason you fill the cells in this way, according to the classic description of the algorithm, is that each cell depends on 3 values. 2 of them are in the row above, so as long as I'm going down row by row, I can guarantee that those values will be there when I need them. And the third value is the one to the left. So as long as I go across the row from left to right, I can guarantee that that one will be there. So this is the order in which I want to fill these. Those of you who have read Jenny Tennyson's postings from 2007 about calculating Levenshtein distance, also a dynamic programming algorithm, will recognize this approach. And I'm going to talk about what I learned from Jenny's postings and also how this problem is both similar and different to what she was trying to do. When I reach the bottom, when I reach the lower right cell, I have filled everything with a number. And I have a grid with a bunch of numbers. But I don't have a sequence alignment yet, and what I want to do is get from this grid that I just filled to this sequence alignment. So the next part of the Needleman-Wunsch algorithm is you start in the lower right cell, and all you look at is where you took the value from. So this 0 in the lower right cell was determined by taking the best of the 3 values in the surrounding cells. The one above was -3. The gap penalty decreases that to -5. The one on the left was -2. The gap penalty changes it to -4. The one diagonally above to the left was -1. This is a match of A and A, so that's a match benefit. It goes up by 1. In other words, this cell was filled on the basis of the value that was here rather than the one that was there and there. And that's what these arrows mean. And in order to perform the final alignment, all I do is trace the arrows. And if the arrow comes from the diagonal, then I take one item from the end of each sequence and I align them at the end of what I'm trying to produce. If, on the other hand, the value comes from the left, then I take an item from one sequence that's not matched by the other. So these top and left arrows are places where I have to introduce a gap, where I have a value from one sequence that doesn't correspond to the other. And by the time I have finished walking back through the grid and I've reached the upper left, I've aligned all of my items. It is possible for there to be ties. It is possible for the best value to come from more than one of those surrounding cells. In that case, they are all optimal, and you could follow all of them. I don't need all of the optimal solutions. I need one. In this case, there is only one optimal solution, but in the real implementation, the code is in GitHub. In the real implementation, I arbitrarily picked one, and that way I always wind up with one of the possible optimal alignments. One of the things that's helpful for me in this backward alignment is, in this backward traversal to perform the alignment, is that all I care about when I'm doing that is where the value came from. I don't care what the value is. I don't care what the sequence items are that were above and to that side. All I care about in this case is the direction of that arrow, and that's going to be useful later. So how do we do this in XSLT? Well, what we would like to do is take our empty grid and say for each intersection, go get the 3 surrounding values and fill it in. And that, of course, doesn't work with for each because for each doesn't proceed sequentially. For each is a functional expression, and for each of those cells, it will look all around, but when it gets to a cell, it doesn't have the value of the ones that were computed before it because they weren't computed before it. This is not the order of execution. This is just going to be the order in which the output is created. So if you try to do for each, you're not going to have access to all of those values. And how are you going to deal with this? Well, one way you could deal with it is with recursion. And this was Jenny's first solution to the Levenshtein distance problem, where as she walked across each row and then down the columns, for each one she called a recursive function, or maybe a recursive template, I don't remember which way she did that, passed in the values, so each one inherited what had happened before. This gets you very deep recursion, and deep recursion can be problematic. You can overflow your stack, you can try to work around that. And Jenny was working in XSLT 2.0, this was before XSL Iterate, so in her first approach, the recursive strategy worked as long as you didn't run out of memory. In XSL 3, of course, where you have XSL Iterate, you don't have to worry about that stack problem. But what Jenny noticed in her second posting, which was like 3 days after the first one, was that there was a better way you could do this. And she noticed that, and we're looking at our grid again, traditionally, you approach these cells from left to right and from top to bottom. And if you do it that way, you have to recur on each cell. What Jenny noticed in her second posting was that if you think about this in terms of the anti-diagonals, the diagonals that go from upper right to lower left, there are no mutual dependencies inside any of these. So if we take, say, the one that starts here and look at that anti-diagonal, this one depends only on the stuff before it. This one depends only on the stuff before it, etc. So what Jenny did in her second approach was recur only on each anti-diagonal, and within the anti-diagonal, she used XSL for each. And that worked just fine because all of the information needed was present in the preceding two diagonals. So she had to pass those along, but what this did was change the recursion from quadratic, from recurring on each cell, to linear, from recurring on each diagonal. This was obviously a big improvement. We've then achieved an improvement in the depth of recursion, but if we go back and think about the traditional Needleman-Wunsch algorithm, with that backward traversal at the end, you have to accumulate the entire grid until you get at the end so that you can walk backward through it diagonally and so that you can figure out the path you took and thus align your sequence items going back one by one. This is a difference between Needleman-Wunsch and Levenshtein. With Levenshtein, which proceeds the same way, all you care about is that number in the lower right cell, and you could just throw away the other stuff when you're done with it. But in classic Needleman-Wunsch, you can't do that. You need the entire grid, and the entire grid is big. So what I tried to do as a way of improving this was that instead of accumulating the entire grid and walking back through it, what I stored on each cell, in addition to its value, was not just the cell from which it inherited, which is the classic approach. Rather, I stored the entire cumulative path. So as I got to each cell, if I got to this one, I didn't just store that it got its value from the left, I stored that it's got its value from the left, which came from up and diagonal, which came from the diagonal, which came from the diagonal. So I accumulated this full path. And what's helpful here then is because the calculations depend only on the two preceding diagonals, I don't have to pass the entire grid forward. All I have to pass forward are the two preceding diagonals. So the amount of storage is reduced enormously. It's only, basically I'm working with 3 diagonals at the time, the one I'm filling and the 2 that preceded it, because those hold all the values I need to calculate the values for the new one. Each of those has to be kept only for a 3 diagonal lifespan. Then I throw away the oldest one, add the newest one, and keep going. And when I get down to the bottom, I have this little baby anti-diagonal with its 2 slightly older siblings preceding it. What I've done by doing this is remove the need to pass forward the entire grid. And in the published version of this report, where I have the timings, I found that when I was passing forward the entire grid at a certain point, and it was a certain fairly proximate point, I ran out of memory. And I had a machine with a lot of memory, and yeah, you could give it more memory, but at some point, you're gonna run out of memory. So not having to save the entire grid and not having to pass that forward made it possible to align longer sequences than I would have been able to align otherwise. You still have to perform a calculation for every cell, so there's still a quadratic aspect to this. You have to look at each cell individually. And there are heuristic approaches that would let you eliminate certain paths ahead of time, but one of the reasons the Needleman-Wunsch algorithm is guaranteed to get you an optimal solution is because there is no risk of missing anything. You look at every cell, you look at its 3 neighbors, and you perform the calculation. Oops, sorry. So you wind up with this kind of curve. And I ran this in both Saxon HE, that's the blue, and Saxon EE, which is the red. And I expected the EE to perform much better than the HE because, what do I know? Not a computer scientist. And within the anti-diagonals, where I am using for each, I use the Saxon EE feature of Saxon threads, which let me specify, since those are all independent of one another, it let me specify that they could be calculated in parallel. Now, the documentation for Saxon threads warns you that whether you see an improvement in multi-threading is going to depend on the amount of computation, among other things. There isn't much computation going on here. I'm looking at 3 values and I'm picking the best ones. So I knew going into this that this was probably not an ideal solution to benefit from multi-threading. So after seeing that those curves were awfully close, I went back and checked the multi-threading in a little more detail. So what you see in these little spark lines is I was aligning documents according to the number of paragraphs. So I went from 1 to 15 paragraphs. The details about the test corpus are in the written paper. But that's what this 1 to 15 means. And what the spark line shows is, in the percentage, it's the variation between, I ran each of them 10 times, and it's the variation between, 10 times and with 10 different thread settings. So this is with 1 thread, this is with 2, this is with 3, etc. So it's the variation between the best and the worst performance with the number of threads, and the percentage is how different those were. And most of them were pretty small, 3.9, 1.9, 2.6. The biggest one was 10.26 over here. But the other thing, and the reason I did this in spark lines, was that the directions are all over the place. And what this tells me is, and again, not a surprise when I go back and read the documentation, that this wasn't the kind of problem, because there wasn't much computation going on perhaps, this was not the kind of problem that was going to benefit from multi-threading. So I'm quoting the conclusion of Jenny's second paper here, where she says that you want to iterate rather than recurse. And now that we have XSL iterate, we can do that, and we avoid any risk of the kind of overflow that you might get if you're doing recursion. And I'm implementing the anti-diagonal traversal that Jenny used in that second solution. So I'm not recurring on every cell, I'm just doing it on, or I'm not iterating on every cell, I'm just doing it on every diagonal. But furthermore, and really the only part of this that is completely new is that, or at least it was new to me, was the idea of accumulating that entire path on the cells as I was building the grid, so that I could throw away those older diagonals and not have to pass the entire grid forward. And that's kind of all I have to say. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So we have time for questions. Okay, one from Mike, and then second. Next. So first Michael, then Nigel.
I skim-read your paper this morning, and it discussed something which I don't think you covered in your presentation, which is the actual data structures that you used. But I think you're using XML node structures for the intermediate data structures, aren't you?
I'm sorry?
You're using XML node structures for the intermediate data structures.
Yes.
And I just wondered whether you'd considered using the new data structures of maps and arrays instead, and whether that might give a difference.
I considered that only too late to implement it. What I used to build the grid was just a bunch of cell elements, each of which had information about its row and its column membership and some of its other properties. So it's not structured like the tables we're familiar with, where you have rows that contain cells. I didn't try to implement this with arrays or with maps. Should I?
Well, there were two things I was thinking. One is the data typing. You talked about numeric data types and conversion to strings and so on, which you inevitably get if you're using an XML representation. And the other was the question of making small changes to big structures, where with maps and arrays, certainly in the Saxon implementation, making a small change to a big structure is relatively cheap, whereas with XML it's quite expensive.
So this is the next version I should try. I did, where I stored the rows and columns, I had to calculate those values to find the neighboring ones. And this was my first experience with schema validation in XSLT. So I typed them, and that way I didn't have to do the conversions when I did the lookup. But I did read that appending an item to an array in Saxon is an inexpensive operation, and that made me realize that maybe that was something I should look at.
Which release you're using.
I'm sorry?
It depends which release you're using.
One of the other things that somebody pointed out too late for me to implement is that as I was building up this path, I was doing it as a sequence of characters. So D meant down and U meant up, or D meant diagonal or something. And string concatenation, of course, is, well, of course, once somebody pointed out to me, string concatenation is probably not the most efficient way to do this. I think the big expense is going to have to touch every cell in a quadratic structure, and so I'm not sure how much, I don't know of a way to get around that, but I do understand that there are opportunities for improvement that I should still explore. Thank you.
Hi, I was going to mention arrays, but Mike's already done that. A related thing, I wondered if you'd considered accumulators for recording the paths as you iterated through. Did you look at accumulators?
I didn't, should I?
Okay,
What?
Would they be useful, for example, for recording the iterative path you made?
I don't know. My guess is it would depend on how they're implemented.
Thanks.
Michael?
Okay. Yeah, please, Mike, wait and for microphone, so it's being recorded. Thank you.
I'm just saying using accumulators wouldn't have occurred to me, but it often doesn't. And people do achieve remarkable things with that amazing feature.
Okay, we still have time for one question. Anyone else? Okay. Okay, we have time for two questions, so ladies first.
Thank you. I was wondering, is there any benefit at all to working with n-grams rather than aligning on single characters? I mean, to some extent, is that what this is doing? And is there any benefit to looking at the value of a series of two rather than just the value of each one?
Possibly. I work on alignment in a different context. I'm one of the contributors to the Collate-X package, which is a Python implementation of alignment algorithm. And that does multiple witness alignment, and we play a lot of tricks there to try to make the data manageable. And basically, they're heuristics. And one of the reasons I wanted to follow this algorithm was that there's nothing heuristic about it. It's guaranteed to find you the optimal alignment. But that's one of the reasons it doesn't scale as well. And as you move up to it's quadratic. As you move up to larger data, either you're going to find a way to ignore part of the potential search space because it's unlikely to have the solution you want, or you're going to have to be able to deal with structures that grow quite rapidly in size.
Thank you.
And the last question?
So just, you mentioned, David, you're not a CS person, you're not an XML person, I guess.
I'm a historical linguist.
And which is great. And I really enjoyed the presentation, very masterful description of an algorithm. How did you choose XSLT?
XSLT is the programming language I know best, so it's the first place I look, whether it's appropriate or not. But often I work with XML data as a document person, as a digital humanist. And many of the implementations of these alignment algorithms are intended to work on the equivalent of plain text, and then you have to jump through hoops to work around any markup. For example, you don't want to treat your XML as if it were plain text and wind up aligning on the angle brackets. That's not part of your data. And so what I had in the back of my mind was that if I did the alignment in an XML-aware context, I might be in an easier position to separate the markup information from the textual content, do the alignment on the textual content without losing the markup, and then put them all back together. But in order to do that, I had to come to an understanding of just, how this algorithm works, which was a lot of fun.
Okay, thank you very much again. Very interesting talk.
Thank you.
We will see.
So, and now we have Tony Graham, and he will tell you something about how to implement loose leaf formatting, which is something very easy, I suppose, or maybe not, in CSS.
Thank you, Jurka. So this talk discusses an ongoing project that Antenna House is doing for a company called Unicode in the US. It's a loose leaf formatting project. How many of you have used loose leaf pages, documents before? A handful. How many of you have never heard of loose leaf? You have no idea what I'm talking about. Great, because I have some slides for you. So, So I'll talk about the concept of loose leaf and why Unicode are using it, and then I'll talk about the Unicode project. It was a great project. It has elements of romance, intrigue, and murder. Oh, no, that was a different project. This one has editor customizations in it, some schematron, which at least 60 of you are interested in based on yesterday. XSLT, of course, and most importantly, it involves making pages. So what is loose leaf formatting? So for loose leaf formatting, your printed document is maintained as separate pages, the leaves that we're talking about here. So before I get too much further, how many of you, that put your hand up for the first question, when was the last time you actually had to work with the loose leaf document to actually do the updates yourself? The last time I had to do it was in the mid-80s. Is anyone closer than that? When? Still going, yes. I mean, the one we're talking about here from Unicode is municipal codes, the legal documents for municipalities in the US. So, the present day, very good. So, the document is maintained as separate pages. So, when you update the document, you don't just format it and then print and send out a whole new copy of the entire document. Firstly, you send out just the changed pages. The person with the copy of the document has to take out the old version of the pages that have changed and then insert the new pages. This sounds very laborious, but I was thinking when I was preparing this, perhaps they could relabel this as sort of the new green publishing, because you print far fewer pages and you send out far fewer amount of paper to update a document. But then, that's all well and good if it's a static document and every page you have the same content on the same pages. But what happens when the pagination changes? Well, for the original copy of the document. There's no changes to worry about. So we have our original version. And then we change the page. We might add some text to the first section, which was previously pages 1 and 2. It's trying to show this here in blue. So in this diagram, page 1 and 2 are two sides of the same leaf, like page 1 with page 2 on the back. And everything is done in terms of an odd-numbered page and an even-numbered page. So if we add content that pushes stuff from page 2 onto page 2.1, how many pages do you think we need to send out to update the document? 2. Which 2? Yes, because we can't just send out the back side of what's on page 1. We have to send out a new page 1, a new page 2, as well as what's referred to as our point pages. When you get into loose leaf publishing, you'll also find that you can have point pages of point pages, because you do the maximum you can to try to minimize the number of pages that you need to change. It's all part of the new green publishing that I'm talking about. And it reduces the frustration level of people who have to update these documents. So the take, as they say in Unicode speak, is what you distribute. As we said, it's those 2 pages. And then suppose we make another update. This time we've shown it in orange. And we push content onto page 2.2, and we've also changed the line. We found a typo on page 3. So how many pages do we send out this time? 6? Why would we send out 6? We didn't change pages 1 and 2 in this time round. We just send the changed pages, which is the new 2.1 and the new 2.2, as well as the new 3 and 4. Now, I said we have point pages on point pages, but we didn't need to. We just send a new revision of page 2.1 rather than making this 2.1.1, because we didn't change the actual number of pages. In real life, there'll be another little indication in the footer about which version of the page we're talking about. And in a real full loose leaf document, there's something called the list of effective pages, which tends to be at the front, which is the complete list of what revision each page should be up to in an up-to-date document. I'm not going to go into that today. So this is straight from the Unicode requirements, what to do when paginating, when taking takes. We should avoid point pages as much as possible. And the whole point of the processing is to make point pages, but we try to not do that. So, as in that previous example, we'd keep the 2.1 and 2.2 and try to avoid making 2.1 and 2.1.2. If we add a point page, we try and add it at the end, unless, of course, that is inconvenient if the next page of the book is a point page starting with 1, we have to go look at the beginning. There's logic in the XSLT that I won't go into that handles all of this. And sort of the Hail Mary pass, if you can't do it at the end, you can't do it at the front, then put it in the middle and it'll be fine. So the client for this project is a company called Unicode. Which one was yours, David? Who, in their terms, provide codification and other services to municipalities. Part of this is the bylaws of a municipality, and they have an existing loose leaf system for this, and they're looking to replace that with something that requires less human interaction, less authoring, and they're going from existing markup to authoring in HTML5 so they can use it for their ongoing web distribution as well. And they decided to do CSS formatting, and according to Elliot, they picked AH Formatter before he was on the project. And the initial development was done by Elliot Kimber. Many of you possibly know Elliot already. He's based in Texas. He went off this project to get a full-time job working in a data project. And when he was looking for someone to take over the project, Antenna House said, well, if you're using AH formatter, we know more about how to get the best out of it than anybody. So we took on the development. So after 17 hours of conference calls, I became the new Elliot Kimber. So we have 15 minutes. I can compress 17 hours into 15 minutes. Just hold on. Many of the details are in a talk that Elliot gave last year at Balisage. I'm trying to sort of dovetail mine with his and not repeat much of what he said. If you have time, go and read Elliot's paper for more of the XSLT details. Well, you should read it anyway because it says things about AH formatter that if I said it, it would sound like marketing, but it sounds better if someone else says it. So why are Unicode doing loose leaf? Because their content, the bylaws, etc., update frequently. You might find that every council meeting, the councillors make some resolution which is going to affect the bylaws. So the civic code could be quite a large document held in a binder. The staff are used to working with their paper copies. I mean, I can imagine there's copies in offices around the US for the different municipalities that are covered with post-it notes and scrolled things on the pages that haven't changed. Or they've made a note. And I can also imagine some clerk going, see this? That's in the rules, you can't do it. Try doing that with the PDF. So if you have loose leaf, it's impractical to send out your whole 1,000 pages. I mean, if you have a document like this, it's impractical to send out 1,000 pages after every council meeting. So they print and distribute only the changed pages. As I said, what they're working with for the system we're working on, it's a controlled subset of HTML5. There's some use of data attributes of various sorts to control the formatting. And they mark the changes where the change pages start and end with processing instructions. The name for the processing instructions, as you can see, is PDF because it's all focused on the PDF production there. They're very direct. The PI is a PDF and the program they run to format the whole thing and generate a take is a file called ahf.bat because it's formatter that does it to PDF. So the data attributes, they have different ones for different uses. There's data type and data subtype, which sort of give extra hints about the structure that they have in the HTML, which reflects the structure of your average, if there is such a thing as an average civic code. And then they have other data attributes which basically override the default formatting. I'm hoping you're aware that in HTML you can have an attribute that starts with data and then something, and whatever you do, it's still valid for HTML. So you can put in your own data, whatever attributes of any type. So these data break before, etc., look very arbitrary, but in some cases they have to put them in to replicate what the previous system did. In some cases, a particular municipality might have their own conventions for what pages happen where, when is a page a narrow page. You might have a large table that has to go on a tabloid page or a landscape page, and they would indicate that with these data attributes. So the PDF markers mark the start and end of a take. They're added manually. The editors, as in the human editors, look at the document and look at the previous version and work out where the start of a change page would start, and they put in the PDF marker for the start, and they would put a PDF in the marker for the end. I mean, it's tempting to think that we could automate this, but then the rational part of my mind is quite happy that we don't have to automate this and have people to do it, because the finding when to start and end isn't a trivial problem, because things can start or end practically anywhere, including in the middle of a word. So there's an example here, hopefully you can see. We have take begin, PI, which says where we're starting from. There's some text, and then we're going to finish the change pages in the middle of a word. And if you look here, there's even a pseudo attribute for, you're going to have to stick in a hyphen at the end of the change page because the previous version broke in the middle of a word. And trying to automate that sort of thing, I'm glad we don't have to do it at this point. So I said earlier that we had, this project included editor customizations. The human editors, just let me check my time. Human editors use Oxygen XML Author with custom toolbars, limited menus, and Munipub menu for checking out jobs from their Git repository, the details of which are hidden from them. And then shortly afterward, the people doing the development said, we like the Munipub menu, but we need to put back everything else so we have full control for our editing. So one quick email to Oxygen support, and there was an answer for controlling this based on the Oxygen version. The CSS is sort of broken up into yours, mine, and ours. There's a set of CSS files which are used with Oxygen. There's a set of CSS files which contain the print specific stuff, which are done with inclusion or exclusion is partly controlled by media queries. And then there's some common CSS, which is used by both. I mean, partly this is because for authoring and print, the Oxygen extensions don't really work for print, but also, I'm ahead of myself. You can't see that at this resolution, but the Oxygen framework that's used for authoring calls in the Oxygen-specific CSS files, and they're not used for print. The other reason for breaking these apart is that Oxygen, when you're editing the CSS, there's a syntax-aware editor for the CSS. I realize you won't be able to read this at this resolution, but something from the print style sheet, this says side note is a CSS hack, because it's at side note rule. I mean, that's a bit judgmental if you ask me. But the problem is that AH Formatter implements side note and implements a whole bunch of formatter-specific solution extensions. And if you're editing the Oxygen style sheet, you don't want to get distracted by lots of red lines for the stuff that Oxygen doesn't support, or doesn't need to support even. So you won't be able to read that either, but the side note is from an earlier version of the GC generated content for page media CSS module. So it's not really the formatter made it up, it's just that it was taken out of CSS in some earlier edit. There is, of course, schematron for validating things. The good thing about data attributes is you can put in whatever you want and it's still valid HTML. The bad thing is you can put in whatever you want and it's still valid HTML, but it might not make sense to your processing. So with schematron for checking the data attributes, in this case, we're checking that the header has a paragraph with an attribute as a data type attribute of start page. This is one of the conventions for sort of putting in the initial page number of a chapter or, in the HTML, which is then carried through to the processing. And if you can look through the angle brackets, there's also, of course, a schematron quick fix so that in the editor, as well as getting warned about the problem, you can be told, or just click on this and we'll insert a page 1 for you. There's schematron checking for the PDF processing instructions because they can be quite complex, and the schematron makes great use of the Saxon get pseudo attribute. I guess it's an extension function, which parses the text content of the processing instruction and gets you a list of the things that look like attributes. And there's schematron checking for that a start or take has a corresponding end, except of course, if the end of the take is the end of the document, it could be omitted to make things easier. Just for fun, well, not really for fun, but I sort of did a budget processing instruction locator using schematron so that in Oxygen, in the sidebar, you can enable the show PDF phase, and you get a little blue bar for every PDF processing instruction in the document, which is useful for seeing what's there. Oh, I'm running out of time. That's actually just done with a schematron rule that matches on the processing instruction and creates info. So it's not a warning, it's just information. And it shows up alongside your schematron errors, your actual errors. The steps involved in the formatting, for most of this, you'd be better off looking at Elliot's paper, which goes into more of these details. The HTML that's for source, the source document is transformed for easier formatting. Sometimes with HTML, you need to duplicate content so that the content can be taken out of the flow and used in the headers and footers. This is formatted to generate an area tree XML. It goes through the formatter and you get an XML representation of the formatted document. And then there's other XSLT, which adjusts/mangles the area tree XML and potentially reduces it to just the pages that are contained in the text that you want to do, and then that's formatted through the PDF. And as part of the sort of housekeeping, there's also a master record of the page numbers, so you know exactly which version of the document each page is or should be. Some of this sort of extends the bounds of what you can represent in the CSS. So to get information from the HTML through the area tree so it can be processed by the XSLT, Elliot sort of cheats a little, and he hides information in some of the unused page margin boxes in the CSS. I mean, well, in the formatted document. So there's text hidden in page margin boxes that aren't used for visible parts of the headers and footers, and that's picked up by the XSLT to make decisions about the formatting and about what pages to do. This is mostly, it's partly for the housekeeping, partly because there's a particular problem with page numbers. In Unicode documents, your page might have, well, it might be the page number, there might be what's called the prefolio, some sort of prefix for the chapter, because a feature, common thing in loose leaf documents is that there's per chapter page numbering, and there tends to be a prefix for each chapter, so you can look through the look at the page numbers and work out which chapter you're actually in. And at different times, some pages are numbers are represented as digits, some as lowercase Roman, uppercase Roman, uppercase, lowercase text. The problem with CSS is that in CSS, your page number is just a CSS counter, which the same sort of thing is used for numbering list items, etc. It just happens to be a well-known name that's predefined for you and gets incremented for each page. And in CSS, if you want to get a page number reference, you can refer to the page counter. But if you want it formatted differently, you have to know what the counter style of the page that you're referring to. And if you've gone from the HTML through the area tree, you've lost that information. So part of what Elliot hid in the page margin boxes is extra information about the page numbering. In my one remaining minute, a little bit about page layouts in what's referred to as the legacy formatting in Unicode. They have most things in portrait pages on 8.5 by 11, the most common page size in the US. For some reason, some pages are done as narrow with extra margins. They tend to put narrow pages as the first page in a chapter and then go into wider margins for the rest. I think it's to sort of break it into you gently what you're doing. Sometimes you need a landscape page rotated for wide tables, etc. And for really wide content, they have tabloid pages, which are 8.5 by 14. Some of the data type attributes I showed you before, part of the processing is to select a particular page type. And sometimes we have overrides using the data page layout attribute. So this is just an example of a particular data type selects a particular named page. In this case, this is something else that was in GCG, in the CSS module that's since been taken out. If you put multiple page names in there, the first page will use the part named page, and the second page and subsequent pages will go onto the portrait page. For data page PG layout, we can select a particular named page, and this is about the only use of the important override in the CSS. And this can happen on arbitrary elements, but as we said, pages, you can't sort of separate the front and the back of a page, so tabloid pages always have to start on an odd-numbered page, a right-hand page, and have to make an even number of pages. There's a whole bunch of page rules. Here's an example from the basic, sort of the master page layout, where our default page size, that would be the margins for your portrait page. And here's an example of what happens in the bottom left-hand corner, page margin box. Elliot's hidden the actual page number, and a hack for debugging is you can change it from white to red so you can see it in your debugging printouts. So in conclusion, loose leaf formatting has its challenges. The HTML and CSS makes the author easier, makes it easier for reuse on the web. But some things about CSS and trying to get it through the area tree and process it afterwards are a bit challenging. The whole system works with XSLT working on the area tree XML. But as I've shown, Elliot had to exploit some of this, what would otherwise be vacant page margin boxes. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Tony. And we have time for a question before coffee. So anyone over there?
Thank you. Tony, obviously, to ask this question because I love print and I've been in print and typography for many, many years. But given how complex that solution is, as you describe, how difficult it is to maintain for those injecting these marks into the data, how manual it is for the people who then insert pieces of paper into the civic code. Do you see any future for loose leaf? Because if the only use case is that you can bash a piece of paper down and say it's not allowed, then a computer says no. It's modern away.
Well, I think people have been writing off loose leaf for decades, really. It probably won't go away. I have actually looked at the Unicode website last week, and I couldn't find a mention of loose leaf. So it could be the legacy systems that are doing this, but they have enough legacy people using this that they're still able to replace their existing system, and they think that's cost effective rather than just continuing with the old one and paying maintenance on something or just cancelling the whole thing. So it's been written off before, but I can't say whether or not it will die, or it probably won't flourish, but it probably won't die.
Hello. You mentioned the complexities, and I remember having seen that in the 90s, that creating the instructions for the users receiving updates to the loose leaf pages is in itself complex if you want to automate something. But my question is, and I might have missed something in the talk, you mentioned these rules, avoid this, avoid extra pages, put them where you want, etc., etc. I'm coming from automated publishing, this is just a wish list, but if the content appears at a certain, additional content appears at a certain place, that will be put automatically on a certain page, and then you don't have any choice. Is that the reason that these processing instructions are inserted manually, to give someone a chance to kind of follow these avoid rules?
Well, firstly, the processing instructions are inserted manually because, well, firstly, because that's the way they've always done it. Firstly is we don't have a better method at present. There's a Delta XML salesperson who was chomping at the bit to try and tell us that it's possible to automate this, but we're not at that point yet. And the XSLT for doing that, like put at the end if you can, if you don't, that works quite well. I didn't show you some of the other extra pseudo attributes that can go in the take begin, which will tell you what the previous page number is. And because the other thing I haven't mentioned with the loose leaf is that a change can also take content out. So sometimes you have to put in blank pages, and there's extra pseudo attribute fields in the take begin which can give you those hints. So that part of the processing works better than you might expect.
Okay, it was more a challenge for my brain to go back into pre-automated mode. So, understood.
Okay, so thank you very much, Tony, again.
Thank you.
And before the coffee break, there is important announcement. It's better to use this one. If you would like to get T-shirt, no matter how old or grumpy you are happy to take one. The T-shirts are available in a coffee break area, so please serve yourself. There are different sizes. It should be indexed. So enjoy it, enjoy the coffee break, and we will continue in 26 minutes. And there will be some more XSLT later on.
side entrance. No, I cannot because I have to speak in 3 minutes.
Will you be able to speak after all those girls?
Yeah, I know.
Now, is it on? Ah, no, I don't hear myself.
Now it's on.
Yeah? Oh.
You don't have to be a badge during the...
No, I know,
okay.
but it is good to find a way to get it on. Yeah, let's switch this on. Can you put this here?
Oh, not too late.
Or into the pocket.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we will continue with the last session, which is just the beginning of this day. Of course, there are still 2 free slots for demo jam. So if you have some idea for something to demo, just go to the Norm after this session and hand over him paper with title of your demo and your name. And now the Abel will tell you something about powerful patterns in XSLT 3.0.
Thank you. Somebody said that this is kind of the warm-up for Michael Kay's talk later about XSLT 4. So we start with the basic stuff here, patterns. He said it was on. Can you make me on? Can you make me on?
We can try the different one. Just we will use the different one. Just take it out.
All right.
It is on.
Yeah, I know my voice is gone. Come on.
Is it better now? Just try to say something.
Say something. All right. So XSLT is, well, a language that really evolves around patterns. The moment you start writing an XSLT style sheet, you basically can't really do anything without starting to write your patterns, and that is the basis of the declarative nature of XSLT. What we're going to talk about here is about the things that have improved in XSLT 3. A lot of these things kind of stood in the shades or shadows of other talks, and I thought, you know, let's collect them in one talk and mention what all has been gotten new in XSLT 3. Unfortunately, that was a very long list, and if you're really interested in the details or in more of this, check my paper. In this talk, I will zoom in on a few of the more important changes. 2 questions. 1, who in this room has never done anything in XSLT? Don't be scared. I know you didn't. Second question. I have put a mistake somewhere in one of the code samples, and a little bit later on in the talk, in the slides, I will ask you to, well, tell me what that mistake is, and maybe you can even tell me why that is a mistake. Now, I hope that to come from some of the, you know, people that use day-to-day XSLT formatting, programming. So what actually is a pattern? You can look at it in various ways. A pattern is like a filter for nodes. If it's true, then the template is executed. If it's false, the template is ignored. Another way to look at it is that it's a simplified XPath syntax with only the forward access. And if you look it up in the spec, it actually says it is short for the expression root, the current node, //p, where p is the pattern. Now, there's a little bit more to it than only that, but that is the official definition of what a pattern really is. This gives you a big set of nodes from your whole document, and the processor then has to find out whether the current node is in that set. Now, that would be very, very slow, so the forward-only syntax of patterns works actually in the other direction, from right to left, from the point of view from a processor. And as if the processor starts on the rightmost point of your pattern, it has a much quicker ability to determine whether or not the current node is the node that it looks after, whether or not it matches. I'm going a little bit fast here because last time I did not have enough with 30 minutes. So let's have a little example. Since everybody here has been working with XSLT except 1 or 2, this should be a very simple example. We have a bit of input data, some items with a price, beer and pizza, and we want to get a nicely formatted list of what somebody has been billed for. So the pattern here, you knew this, right? This is no surprise to anybody. Okay, nobody speaks up, so that's the pattern and that's the other pattern. This is just how it worked in XSLT1, in XSLT2, and in XSLT3. Nothing new there. Now, let's see what's actually new in XSLT3. We made one very big design decision while we were working on the standard, and we came with applying patterns, well, actually applying templates to non-nodes. And to match over such non-nodes, atomic items, anything else, functions, maps, we came up with the idea of predicate patterns. A predicate pattern is basically a predicate that says the thing that I'm testing is that, well, what I want this template to be executed for. It always starts with a dot, and then a bunch of predicates. Other than the first dot, it works exactly like any other XPath expression. Another change, it seems very minor, but it is that errors in patterns cannot be raised anymore. In XLD2, they had, they could raise an error or they could be ignored. It was an option. And in XLD3, whenever there's an error, it is ignored. And you see here in that example with the dot key equals 42, that is a way of matching against a map item that is at the same time the current item. Dot is the current item, it's a map. You can use the parentheses key, and you test whether or not it is number 42. But in a lot of cases, the current item won't be a map at all, so there will be an error. You won't get this error, it will simply ignore that and continue. The other major new thing is that in XLD2 we had essentially only the child access that you could use. Well, of course you had a // but the second slash in that and then the path after that got expanded into the child access. So if you use a predicate on that, you could only count on the child access. Now in XLD3 that is gone, and you can now also use the descendant access, descendant or self access. We can even use the namespace access, the self access, and we will see in a short while how that can be useful. But specifically the descendant access, of course, allows you to count over the whole descendant access instead of only the child access that you could do in 2.0. On the top level of expressions, you can now use accept and intersect. They basically mean the same as in XPath. A bunch of functions that you can use on the top level. Inside a predicate, you can use any function. You probably knew that. But on the top level, you can use the doc function, which basically says the thing that I'm testing over, does it belong to that document? Element with ID is just to complement the ID function. And the root function helps with matching over nodes that are not rooted in a document node. You can use variable references. Suppose you have this relatively long XPath, and you have to repeat it over and over. You can just create a global variable reference and repeat that variable reference in your pattern. That way it can become quite a bit more readable. An alternative that you could also use nowadays is what's called shadow attributes, but that's another topic for another talk. Comments in patterns, for some reason that was not allowed in 2.0. Now it is. And parenthesized patterns and paths. We will zoom in on that later. What else is new? Quickly, streamable patterns. A pattern itself is not streamable, but it has to abide certain rules to make it a template that it belongs to streamable. Explicit mode declarations allows you to have more control over what a certain mode does when, for instance, there's a non-match or whether there's a duplicate match. Initial match selection, when you start your processor with applied template invocation, you used to only be able to give it a document node. Now you can give it any sequence of items or a bunch of documents, whatever you like. And the whole syntax is more aligned with XPath now. Previously, you could write key, but you could not write fn key if fn was bound to the function namespace. That is alleviated, is the word. You can write union instead of just a slash if that's your thing. And E-qualified names, they can, it's like the whole namespace inside a name instead of just a prefix. You might say, like, why would you ever want that? Well, the only use case I can think of, but be free to come up with something new, is for auto-generated path. So if you dump a path to a certain node with the fnPath function, then you can use that path directly back as a pattern. Let's zoom in on those predicate patterns a little bit more. This is a bunch of templates. The first one is the initial template. It's also a 3.0 function feature. It means that's where we start. It applies data on the lines of data.txt, and it goes over all these lines. In the second template, the only thing it's doing is checking for whether or not it is an XS string. Everything is a string. They're like just the lines of the text. Then it tokenizes that. Basically, this is like CSV data. You see a little bit of an example on the top right. When it's castable as an int, we are interested in that. Sorry, I say that wrong. When it's not castable as an int, that seems to make a little bit more sense. Then we have beer or pizza. And when it starts with a euro sign, then we have the price and we want to output price. What you're seeing here is a simplified example from what's actually also in the specification. It's like a CSV worked out example that also uses templates, predicate patterns, and applies over them. The reason that this works, by the way, is that the priority of the templates is the one that comes last in the list. This could be the output, a beer for €3.14. I hope it's cheaper here in Prague. Okay, you've seen a few code pieces, hopefully long enough for you to have it sink in that I made a big mistake. Anyone? Anybody?
Your first here example matched on slash that had the variable that never, it wasn't a tree, it was elements.
So see if that's correct. So what Norm was saying is that the first example on beer was not matching on a tree that was rooted in a document node. Is that what you said? Yeah. You all saw that, right? So, yeah, that seems about right. What we have there is a variable, bill, which is nothing more than a sequence of elements. There's no root document node. It's not a typical document that is rooted where each item comes from the slash. So what I'm doing here, slash item, will never, ever match anything because there is no document root. Wrong. Why? Well, we know that now. You may want to know how to fix that, right? I forgot that part. Remove slash. And in fact, when you find yourself starting an expression with slash, you probably not doing it for the right reasons. The only reason I can think of that you should start a pattern with slash is when you really only want to match things that have a document node at its root. Otherwise, remove the slash and you have the same expression. For starting with slash. Middle slashes is a little bit different. How am I with time? Good, because I'm halfway. Perfect. Let's look at some subtleties. We already saw the slash item. So let's zoom in on that parentless thing. So if you have a variable and you match, or you apply templates over that variable, it's quite common that that variable is not rooted in a document node. It doesn't have to be. You can actually root it in a document node. But when you don't, the differences between nodes that are rooted in a document node and are not are kind of subtle. So let's go over these one by one. So we saw slash item. It does not match parentless nodes, and the slash is basically redundant. If you remove it, the processor will allow you that only item can be matched against a parentless element. descendant item, it does match parentless item, but it would not work in the previous example that we saw, because it has to be a descendant, and the top nodes in that list of items, the sequence of items, they did not have a parent. Descendant or self will match any item because it also matches over self. Child item or item, they work because the processor, according to its specification, also matches top. It does not have to be a child to work as a child. Surprising, but that's how it works. Root slash item, root always goes to the root of the current node, which would be item. In our example, this would not have helped us because it would match the item under root. Self item, I think, since the self access is allowed, I find that kind of the most clear expression that tells you you don't have to think of all the exceptions on the child access or the slash or the descendant access. Self item matches any item, whether it's a root node or whether it's under a document node or not. Also, the processor doesn't have to track back. Self is only a test on the current node. It can be handy with performance. Some other subtleties. Let's try to match a single node. Basically, any node. Would they all work, you think, after what you've heard so far? Any node, this? The first one, right? Node in XPath. Yeah, you think it works? Almost. The reason that node doesn't match any node has something to do with backwards compatibility. I can't fathom why node, which means literally any node, does not match any node. But it is what it is in patterns. Descendant node, same story as earlier. It has to be under other nodes. Descendant access never matches attributes, doc, or namespace nodes. It's the same in XPath, actually. Child node, same as node. Self node, see, self again, that's the easier one. You just add self in front of it, and it does match any node. It does match an attribute and a namespace node as well, or the document node. And the last one, why doesn't it match anybody? I didn't scare you off, right? I mean, I understand it's very quiet, but... Sorry, come again? Didn't we earlier see that there was not always a root document node? Oh, okay. So the slash, you're on to something. I mean, that's... Yes, but no. Slash does not always match. It only matches when there is a document root. So when you have a variable that contains a bunch of elements or attributes or whatever, or you do some micro pipelining in your style sheet, slash does not match. It actually gives an error. The error will be something like cannot find the document node. Now, why it never matches is that we now have the situation, if there is a document node, it doesn't match. So probably the programmer wanted to match something that's not doesn't have a document node. But when there is not a document node, it throws an error. So what we are writing is not really what is going to work here. Sorry? That's a new one on me. I don't know if we have a test of this in the test set. Actually, I forgot to put the solution to this one in the slides, so you have to read the paper after all. Sorry. We saw a quick list earlier of what was possible with the new syntax. Put them all together, and you get quite a vast list of new possibilities. One of my personal favorites is the except. I quite often have, like, I want to match everything except certain nodes. And I can make that explicit now. In XSLT2, there were other ways to achieve the same, but this is way more efficient. Intersect, I struggled with coming up with a good example that really matches a use case. Maybe during the questions later, somebody can tell me why, I mean, in patterns, what intersect can be used for. This is just an example how it can be written. Counting the descendant axis, using element with ID for documents that, well, have elements with that ID. Element with ID, by the way, is a little bit peculiar because the current node must match the node with that ID, but the function element with ID takes all the elements with IDs from your whole document. So I hope your processor kind of does not try to do that again and again, but caches that. An example of using descendant or self, here you see it with the root function in the beginning. By using descendant or self, it also matches on root itself, if that is line. The example with a variable, long XPath or pattern, I just mean put that in a variable with your very complex XPath and match over that. It's as simple as that. So what the processor thinks is the other way around. It kind of checks whether or not the current node that you're testing is also in the same set as that variable. The map key example we saw earlier already. It's how it works. So last but not least, let's zoom in on this parentheses things. Why is that so powerful? Why is it so special? Well, when we came up with the idea of parentheses in patterns, I believe it was mainly to allow parentheses around the outer expression. So the whole pattern in parentheses, and you could add a predicate to it. But the way the syntax is written in the specification, it allows you to put those parentheses on every part of the, either on a step or around the whole expression. And within each step, you can use a complete pattern again. So what I'm doing here is, suppose I have a document, HTML document, and I want to find the first P that does not have any P before it. Now, there are ways to code that with predicates, but it's actually quite difficult because of the anchoring on the div. But using div star except P, or even / star / P or something, and then /P, you force that anything that comes between div and P is not a P. So you're guaranteed to have the first one. Having the OR expression, it's not really an OR expression, but para union P essentially means I want either a para or a P. Okay, close your ears. Sorry about that. The third one here, div star /star, it's the depth expression. So maybe you want to have the P on either the depth 2 or 3 or 4 children. That way you can be explicit about it and you don't have to do very difficult counting on the ancestor axis. Well, you can mix different axes if you want. You can go as high as you please within those sub-expressions. Those are step expressions in parentheses. These are the whole expression in parentheses, which then can still be followed by another step. The first one, whether or not it's in document A or document B. Second one, I think that one reads easy from left to right, right? Nodes, I want every node except para P or section. And the last one, a little bit tricky, because here I put the descendant author inside parents. Now, if I don't put descendant author inside parents, I get every fourth author that's on the descendant axis. If I put them in pairs, I get it counts all the descendants that it can find in the document, and then it takes the fourth, which will only ever match one node. The very first, that is the fourth descendant. I see Michael K. frowning, so maybe I say something wrong here. We'll see that later.
Think hard about some of this.
Now, even if you don't follow all these expressions right now, I'm basically showing them so to give you an idea of what you could accomplish, and by using intersect, except, or the parents with the or in the middle, it makes it a bit easier to read your expressions than when you have predicate upon predicate upon predicate. Well, with power comes great responsibility. There are things you shouldn't do. These are examples of what you shouldn't do. And in fact, no processor in existence does these well. Basically, all of them, some try something, others just throw an error. But they're legal, so they should work. I call these disjunctive patterns because after diff, I go back to the root, the slash root here. So I go all the way to the beginning of the tree. I told you at the start of this talk a little bit that the processor can do this check in almost 01. So it does not have to really move away from the node. It only has to check the ancestor axis. But here, that's all out of the window. It has to go all the way to the root and then still check if there's somewhere in H3. And then if I do that right to left thingy that I mentioned earlier, suppose I have an H3, then I go to the left, find myself a root that is also at a root, and then that diff can actually appear anywhere in a document. So I have a document, somewhere there's a diff, and somewhere there's a relation between root and H3. Well, this took me about a minute to explain that very simple expression. I told you, don't do it. Just, it's possible, and you can do some very incredible things with these to, well, piss off your coworkers, I guess. If you rewrite these in a normal predicate fashion, it would be something like slash root slash H3 with, with a diff somewhere in between. From all these weird things, maybe the middle one is somewhat useful. There's a document called default XML, so the current node has to be in that document. And you have a variable that you've set to, let's say, a certain complex path that we were talking about earlier. So here you're saying the variable has to point to that document and it has the same path, and then you want the rule element. Maybe a use case is that when you have one specific document, you want to treat it differently than all the other documents that you're processing. Other than that, SOS help if you start writing these things. Yeah, that last one is a legal expression. Trust me. And if you go on a little bit, you can even make some ASCII art.
Thank you. So anyone has some question? So the first norm and then...
Thanks. That was fabulous, Abel. That was a lot of fun. Can you go back one slide for me, please?
Only one?
Only one. I just want, as a point of clarification, you have slash root there. You meant slash root open paren, close paren, correct? You meant that in that first example for that to be the root.
Wait, which are we talking about?
The very first one.
Right?
The very, very first one. You don't mean slash root. You don't mean the equivalent of slash child colon colon root. You mean the root function there, or am I misunderstanding?
No, yeah, that was a poor choice. I should have said something like slash start or slash node.
Okay, so I was misunderstanding. Thank you.
So yeah, it could be a single slash. That's also legal, but here I mean slash plus a starting node.
Yes, regards the $config in your third example here, that is supposed to be a part of the pattern.
Yes.
Is there a special requirement for the data type of such a variable? Is it just a string that is evaluated as part of the pattern?
No, very good question. No, all those patterns that you've seen, except for the predicate patterns, they all work on nodes. The data type of your variable, your global variable, needs to be also of a node type. And the set of nodes that you're matching over with applied templates, it will only match if that variable that you have is a reference to the same node as the one that you're applying over. So if you would make a copy of a node, it doesn't work. They have to be rooted in the same element or document.
Food for thought.
Yeah. A more elaborate example is, again, in the paper, where you can see how that is worked out.
There's one you left out, Abel, which I find very useful, or I have found useful, and that's a bare variable reference, just $X. And the way I've used that is with Office documents. If you want to match something that's a following sibling of a footnote or something like that, it's very hard to write a pattern, at least an efficient pattern that does it. So you bind a global variable to all the preceding siblings of footnotes.
Yes.
And then you have a rule that just matches that global variable. And that's quite handy when evaluating the pattern would otherwise be very expensive.
Well, that is exactly where it is useful. Because
Yeah, you haven't got one that's a bare variable reference on its own. You've always got the /foo or something.
Yeah, you're right.
You can just use the variable as its own, on its own.
Oh, you're right. So what Michael Kay was saying is that using a variable reference does not require you to add a path. You can, but you don't have to. And if you don't add that path, it has to match whatever that variable is referring to.
And the last question.
The previous slide, you explained something that I don't understand. No, sorry, subsequent probably. Power of parentheses. You said that div asterisk except p/p will match the first p. But I don't understand that. I would say it will match the first child of anything but a p. Is that, maybe I don't understand the notation.
The first one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so the way it is written, it's meant as an example. You could expand it, of course. You have a div, and it's followed by any node. Well, sorry, any element.
It includes any element?
No, after, like as a child of the div, there is any element, but not a p. And after that not p element comes a p.
Is that what this means?
That is what that means, yes. Oh, yeah, sorry. As a child, yeah. So the grandchild is a p, the first child is a not p.
Yes. Well, now I understand, because now it matches what I would think it matches. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much again. Take it out of your pocket, please. And you can take this.
Right,
sorry, Mike. Just a quick joke. As you see the number on the title of slide, it seems that Mike doesn't want to be retired for the next 15 years. Okay, thank you.
The title of this presentation was the last part of it that I wrote. It was initially going to be called something like Things We Got Wrong in XSLT3, but I thought that was a bit negative. So I decided to phrase it in a positive way. These are the things we can do next. So why should we attempt to do another version of XSLT? Why should we attempt to add anything? Well, first of all, there is a substantial user community of whom a tiny proportion of whom are here. If you try and look at numbers, it's very hard to get numbers, but if you look at the numbers of people asking questions on Stack Overflow, XSLT is one of the top 25 languages in the world. That might just be because we're better at answering questions and therefore people ask more. So you can never quite tell. Or it might be because it's a very difficult language and therefore people have to ask a lot of questions. Who knows? But it's certainly up there with, it's a long tail, of course. It's not up there with Java and JavaScript, but it's up there with things like Erlang and F# and what have you. Users are doing increasingly ambitious things. We see some of those at these conferences, certainly. And certainly JSON processing adds an enormous amount. A lot of the ideas in this presentation came from some of the things that we've been doing ourselves. I talked last year about writing an XSLT compiler in XSLT. Earlier we've tried to write an XSLT schema validator in XSLT. Those are use cases which really stretch the capabilities of the language and show you what works and what doesn't work so well. I'm a software engineer, and being a software engineer means that engineering to me is unashamedly about putting resources into where they're going to deliver value. And so you can't separate effective engineering from effective use of resources to deliver things that are valuable to people. And so business and money does come into the equation. I make no apology for that. Unfinished business from XSLT3. Now, a lot of the things in XSLT3 actually seem to be pretty polished. Streaming, I think, works well. We found very few glitches in the final spec. There are a few things that could be added, but it seems to meet people's requirements. Packaging, there's probably been very little feedback on packaging because it's only people writing something big and new from scratch who actually can take advantage of it. So I don't think we've got the feedback there to say what works well and what doesn't. But the area where I think we do have a lot of feedback is using maps and arrays for complex data processing and particular JSON processing. And that's probably where I'm concentrating in this talk. And then there's a few things that are just low-hanging fruit, things that we could have done years ago, but didn't get round to because it was too easy and people were too busy doing more difficult things. There's always a lot of that in any language. So unfinished business, I think exploiting maps and arrays is what I want to focus on. The basics are there. The data model is there. The basic operations are there. But I spoke a couple of years ago here about using XSLT for JSON transformation and trying to do some use cases on it, and found that, in particular, the template rule model didn't work at all well for JSON structures, and that's because the patterns aren't there. Abel mentioned the predicate patterns, which are the sort of basics for doing it, but when you actually try and use them to match parts of a JSON structure, it doesn't work well, and we'll see some more examples of that. Higher order functions as well, I think that's going to be the other sort of focus this afternoon. Enormous capability in higher order functions, which I don't think are fully exploited, and there are a number of reasons for that. And a lot of this has to do with the fact that XSLT in its origins has an enormous amount of capability for manipulating XML and rather less capability for manipulating anything else. And we need to sort of restore some of that balance. Let's remind ourselves a bit about the type system, which is at the fundamentals of this all. A reminder doesn't mean you're supposed to know this. A reminder means this is the status quo in XSLT3 and XDM 3.1, I guess, more literally. The blue type hierarchy here, starting at schema types, that's about what's in the XSD specification. So schema types, you can have simple types, you can have complex types. Simple types divide into atomics and lists and unions. And that's what you'd write in a schema and use for validation. Schema types appear in the XSLT and XPath world primarily as type annotations on nodes. They also appear in cast expressions. You can cast to a union type. Union types have a sort of, they start to appear in XSLT3, but as somewhat second-class citizens. So provided you've defined a union type in your schema, for example, if you've defined union of date and date time, then you can have a function that accepts a parameter of that union type, which means it will accept either a date or a date time. And you can have a function that returns that union type, so it can return either a date or a date time. That's a powerful capability. Really adds flexibility. The problem is you've got to actually update your schema and add that union type to your schema and give it a name. So it's not quite as fully exploitable as one would like. Now the red type is much more the XDM type system. Item types are the types of values that you manipulate in XPath and in XSLT. So, well, sequence types are a sequence of items. Item types are the types of the items in a sequence. And the types of item you can have can either be atomic types, node types, or function types. And the functions can be maps or arrays. So there's the blue type hierarchy is the XSD world. The red type hierarchy is the XDM, XPath, XSLT world. And then you've got this funny thing of patterns, which aren't really types. They're predicates applied to things. And they have a sort of relationship to types, but not a completely direct relationship. And one of the respects in which XSLT is much better at handling XML nodes than other things is that patterns have a very strong relationship to node types and a very weak relationship to other kinds of types. And one of the things you need to do to make it better at processing maps and arrays is to make patterns map better onto maps and arrays. So that's where we are. It's very, very messy, and it's actually far worse than that if you really look at the gory detail. That's a gross abstraction and simplification of what's really there. So let's look at map types and JSON. This is an example of JSON taken straight from the XSLT3 spec. I noticed that when I copied and pasted it, it inherited its coloring, which is there thanks to Phil Fearon's brilliant colorer, which I hadn't even noticed springing into action. Let's try and assign types to the things in that JSON structure. What do you get if you do a parse JSON and get back maps and arrays? What are the types of those maps and arrays? Well, down here, these things, these objects called to and distance, it's a map from strings to items. Well, it could be a map from strings to any atomic type, to be a little bit more precise. What you can't say is, this is a map that has a to field that's a string and it has a distance field that's a number. The type system just doesn't have that level of precision in it. Here, this is an interesting one because we sometimes forget that in JSON, the keys in a map aren't always metadata. People use keys for data as well as for metadata. Names of cities, you probably wouldn't use as element names in XML, but people are perfectly happy to use as keys in a map in JSON. So our notions of data and metadata that we use in the XML world don't quite map onto what you find in the JSON world. So this one is probably a true map where both the key and the value are data rather than metadata. And we describe it as a map from strings to arrays of maps, and the maps are from strings to items. There's nothing there that's very sort of semantic. It doesn't tell us this is a list of cities. It tells us it's a list of maps from strings to numbers. And that means if you read a style sheet that says this function expects a mapper with this structure, it's not very self-documenting. It doesn't tell you this function takes distances between cities as its argument and returns the shortest route between cities as its result. And this map here, the top level map, is again just a map from strings to items. It's the same type as this one. There's nothing there to say, if I want to match this map versus if I want to match that map, they're the same type. How can I distinguish them by type? I have to find some other way to distinguish them in match patterns. So what I'm proposing is a different way of describing maps called tuple types. And if we look at those as tuple types, and if you're familiar with JSON schema, then you'll actually see that tuple types here are very similar to the way that objects or maps are described in JSON schema. Perhaps start with the bottom one, where I've given the full description of the tuple. It's got a field called to, which is a string. It's got a field called distance, which is an integer. In this one, I've left a wildcard in. The wildcard comma star means that I don't mind what else there is, so long as it's got these things as a minimum. And again, I've left the types out, saying I don't care what the types are. Because when we're matching things in patterns, certainly, if you're doing validation, then you want to put the constraints in. If you're just doing pattern matching, you just want to provide enough information to distinguish it from other things. You don't have to provide all the gory detail. So if we have these sort of descriptions of patterns, then we actually get something that we can use, not just as types in functions, but as something that we can use as patterns in template rules. And we can start to think about doing recursive descent processing using apply templates on this kind of structure in the same way as we do with node trees. So that's the idea with tuples. So you can use them in an as clause, tuple type there. There's an example of a tuple type. It's not a new type of value. We're not saying we've now got maps and arrays and tuples. Tuples are maps. It's just a different way of describing and constraining the type of a map and saying what you expect this map to contain, which gives you rather more information about its semantic usage than the raw sort of map from string to number does. So some technical details. A tuple type, it's a map when it's got statically known key names. You can have wildcards there, so you don't have to know all the names. You can make the tuple extensible. I've said that at the end, so the comma star says it can have other things as well. The keys have to be strings. I think in the first version of my proposal, the names had to be NC names, but discovered that doesn't work very well with JSON, because in JSON, objects can have any string as the key value. And so we ought to be able to handle any JSON, and so you can have any string there, and you put it in quotes if it's not a simple name. The field types default to item plus, not to item star. And that's because we're treating an entry whose value is the empty sequence exactly the same way as an entry that's absent. So if there isn't a middle name, you can interchangeably have it present and be an empty sequence, or have it absent. And that's because of the way maps work. You get the same answer from map get for the two cases. So entries can be optional simply by saying that it's allowed to take an empty sequence as its value, and that says it doesn't actually need to be there at all. And most of that aligns pretty closely with the way JSON schema allows you to constrain the values of maps. The difference is more in the way you describe the values, because JSON schema allows things like regular expressions to constrain the value. We do that through the type system of what kind of atomic types you have in there. So as well as using tuple types to constrain variables and parameters, you can also use them as patterns like this. And similarly, you can also use arrays types as patterns. in a sense, you could already do that using the dot, square brackets, dot instance of. But one difference is that by making it explicit like this, you can actually have intelligent priorities attached to them. So you can start to get the same as we get with nodes, with actually a fairly intuitive allocation of priorities. And this turns out, I've done a couple of use cases, and it does seem to solve this problem of how to do recursive descent processing with JSON structures. There's another problem which I don't mention in this paper, which I've talked about at previous talks, which is that when you're processing JSON structures, you don't get any parent pointers. You can't look upwards towards what the ancestors are, what the context was. You can't say, I'm only interested in this kind of tuple if it's a descendant of such and such, because there's no upwards navigation in these structures. You have to find other ways of passing the context through, but there are ways you can do that. Now, one thing you find if I go back there, the things highlighted in red, there's a lot of repetition. And if you do a big application using maps heavily, you find that you're using the same types again and again and again. In the schema validator I wrote, we probably had 200 template rules all returning the same type of value. And so we had the same definition of the same tuple type appearing everywhere. And when you want to change it, if you want to add something to it or change the type of something, then you have to make the same change in 200 places. So very quickly you find that you need a way of naming these types, which I've called here type aliases. A little bit of debate about whether they should just be pure aliases or whether they should have some, whether they should actually be able to describe recursive types. This idea is due to John Snelson. I don't think John's here, but he's the person who gave me this idea in the first place, so I'll attribute it to him. Item types, they can have the same sort of system of import precedences and what have you as all the other named objects we define in the style sheet. And you can refer to them anywhere, basically anywhere that you can use a type. So you can say cast as type thing, you can say as equals type thing, you can use it in a pattern, you can use it anywhere that you would be able to use the expanded form of the type. It doesn't give you encapsulation. It doesn't really, it looks like encapsulation in some ways, but the structure is still visible and exposed. What it gives you is more sort of modularity, that you've defined the type in one place and you only have to change it in one place if you need to make changes. So it's more of a macro capability than real information hiding. But it does sort of mean that you can expose a function library and the types that it returns, the types that it receives, and your users get a semantic, you document it as saying this takes a complex number and it returns a complex number, rather than this returns a map from strings to doubles. So it's a richer level of semantic description of the type, but not true encapsulation. Union types as well. It's not completely unrelated here, because you find that when you're dealing with JSON, you find you wanting to use union types more. What I'm doing with union types is simply saying you don't have to define them in a schema anymore. You can define them inline where they're used, or you can define them in a type definition in your style sheet. It's no longer tied to being schema aware. Unions can be used independently. In the same way as you use atomic types independently of having any schema awareness, you can now use union types independently of any schema awareness as well. So that's most of what I wanted to say about types and patterns. And the other main thing I wanted to talk about today, there's no clock in this room, is there? Use my old-fashioned wristwatch. I can't see that. Higher order functions. One of the most important new features in the 3.0 family of specifications, and grossly underused. I think there are three reasons it's underused. One is that it's an optional feature in the specs, and that means that one of the leading implementations decided to make it a feature that you have to pay for, which I think was a mistake, because I think it really is something fundamental that everyone should be using all the time, and so long as it's something that's only available to some users, people will hold back from using it and not take advantage of it. So I think we'd be delivering more value to users if we've actually included that in the baseline. It also means that because it's an optional feature, nothing else in the specs is allowed to depend on it. Everything that's dependent on higher order functions also has to be optional. And so you get this sort of cascading dependency problem that people were reluctant to define new features, new functionality in terms of higher order functions because higher order functions were optional. So that's one reason I think it's underused. Another is that I think the syntax is clumsy, and I'm going to suggest some improvements to the syntax to make them easier to use. And the third reason is that there's a limited repertoire of higher order functions in the standard library. I think if we had more good, useful features delivered via standard library higher order functions, people would get into the habit of using the ones in the standard library. And once they were in the habit of using higher order functions, they'd realize the potential of defining their own to add to that capability. So I think we'd break that sort of learning obstacle that says I've got no reason to use these things. So firstly, improving the syntax. Well, I would like to be able to write that instead of writing what's in red. And I think experience with languages like Java and JavaScript has shown that concise notations for higher order functions, lambda expressions or whatever you like to call them, have actually made a big difference to people's willingness to use them. What this syntax does is it says this is a function and I'm going to write it as an expression in terms of the context item. So it's a function that takes a single argument of type item, binds it to the context item, and then evaluates the expression with that as the context item. So if I want to sort employees by last name, then I just write this. And one of the bits of thinking behind that is, I don't think you use this syntax unless, if you look at this syntax, you think I need a PhD in computer science to understand that. You look it up in the spec and it talks about higher order functions and you think, no, that's not for me, it's too complicated. Most XSLT programmers don't know the computer science. They just see examples and they understand how they work. And if you see enough people writing sort expressions that look like dot with curly braces, then you just think of dot with curly braces as something you put in the third argument of a sort expression. And you don't really have to think, that's a function I've just written. A function is a value, I can pass a value to another function. You don't have to think in that mindset, you just think curly braces, that's what I do when I'm sorting. So an awful lot of the functions that we actually need in everyday life can actually fall into that pattern. For the slightly more complex ones that have multiple arguments or arguments that aren't single items, I think we can still come up with a simple notation, and this is the notation I propose. If you want a function that adds its arguments together, just write $1 plus $2. I think it's pretty visibly clear what that does. I think you can read that green expression. Well, perhaps you don't understand what fold left does. I always have to think 3 times before working out what fold left does. But as far as the function is concerned, you can see that that's a function which adds its 2 arguments a lot quicker than you can see that that's a function that adds its 2 arguments. So I think simple syntax actually helps to make the things more usable. Now let's think about some examples of higher order functions I'd like to have in the library. Some of these are inspired by JavaScript, which I've had a bit more exposure to in the last year or 2. So how about a replace with function? What replace with does is it takes the first argument, which is a string, the second argument is a regular expression, and the third argument is a function which computes the replacement that you're going to replace the matched value with. So the result of this is that you match the string 13 in that string, you turn it into a number and you add 1 to it and you end up with chapter 14. Wouldn't that be nice? Here's another one, map replace. I find all the time when I'm using maps, I'm putting a new value in the map that's a function of the old value in the map. So rather than getting the value, doing a computation, and then doing a put to put the new value in, let's have a map replace where I just supply the function that computes the new value from the old value. Simplify things a lot. This example just converts height and width to millimeters by applying a function, which in this case I haven't written in line, but I've put in a variable. It could equally well be an XSL function declaration, of course. It doesn't have to be a dynamic function. It could be a statically defined one. Here's another one that people are always asking for. How do I find everything up to the first H1 element? It is so ludicrously difficult to do that. When people ask that question, I think, what is the best recommendation to people to how to find everything up to the first H1 element? It is so hard to do. We need a function to do it, and it has to be a higher order function. So we have a predicate that says what you're matching, and then I've actually defined a family of 4 functions. Items before gives everything up to and excluding the first match, items to up to and including, and then things beyond and including, beyond and excluding. I think that would be a very useful family of functions to have in the spec, and they have to be higher order, and they'd get people used to using higher order functions and seeing the benefits of it. Highest and lowest have been Saxon extension functions for a very long time. And there are actually examples in the F&O spec, and I don't know why we didn't get them in as real functions in the library, because I'm having to use them all the time. You don't just want to know what the minimum and maximum salary are, which we've got in the standard function library. You want to know who has the highest salary, which book is the most expensive. You want the thing that has the maximum value for X. The X-query examples of that are always tedious. You know, you have to find the maximum, and then you have to do a search to find all the items whose value is equal to the maximum. And having to search the list twice is just so painful. The only other way of doing it is to sort them and then take the first item in the sorted sequence, which is equally painful. Let's have a nice syntax for doing it. Related to that, I think we need to be a bit more flexible about functionality. Again, experience with JavaScript leads me in this direction. Firstly, I think we should be able to declare a family of functions with XSL function. Now, there have been objections to that how do you ensure that functions are unique? Because they're distinguished by the arity of the function. The number of arguments is effectively parts of its name. Well, I think that's actually fairly easy. XSL function here, like this, with a default value for one of the parameters, is actually declaring 2 functions. So it's one function declaration. It's declaring 2 functions, a function of arity 2 and a function of arity 3. You can refer to those by #2 and #3 after the name. So you've got 2 different functions there, but they share a function declaration in common. So I don't think there's any conceptual difficulty in mapping that to the model. It's just a convenient syntax for describing 2 functions that have the same name and different arity, that differ only in that one of them has a default value for one of the arguments. So I think that would be very handy to have and doesn't cause any real difficulty. I considered doing variadic functions as well, but I found that got a bit difficult. I still like to have another try at doing it, but it is a bit more difficult. And then then the other thing is function coercion says what happens if you supply a function where the required type doesn't exactly match the function that you're supplying. And there's a set of rules that it applies. Basically, you've got quite a bit of freedom in supplying a function that doesn't exactly match. And basically, you end up getting runtime checking. So long as it handles the things that are actually passed to it at runtime, then it's fine, even if it's not declared to accept everything that might theoretically be handed to it. And that's a way of avoiding doing generics in the type signatures and things like that. But I think there's one extra little bit of freedom we could allow in function coercion, and that's allowing you to supply a function of lower arity than required. So in this example, the filter function requires a function of arity 1, so that's currently an error. You can't apply true/0 as an argument of the filter function, but it's completely clear what it means. It just means if you supply a function of arity 0, then it doesn't get to see the argument, and it has to make a decision without the value of that argument. So you just drop off arguments from the end down to the actual arity of the function that's supplied. One reason for that is that it actually allows you to extend the signatures of these functions so they can accept things with optional arguments. So if we decide to add an argument to deep equals that gives a set of options which are criteria for how you decide whether things are equal, then things can accept either the new form of deep equals or the old form with a default. They can be more flexible in accepting either, and therefore you get a bit more flexibility in extending the functions you've previously defined while remaining compatible with existing clients. So that's closely associated changes. So I've talked about types and patterns. I've talked about higher-order functions, and those were the two main themes I wanted to focus on. Also in my paper, I've put a list of goodies, because I find the simple little things that you put into a language often appeal to users far more immediately, because they can immediately take advantage of them. They can say, yes, I've always wanted that. So there's a few things in the paper that I hope tick the box on saying, yes, I've always wanted that. And I've selected one or two to actually put in the presentation. And some of them relate to conditionals. So I hope you can guess what that means. I hope you can see how you'd use it. There's currently a sort of workaround syntax that says discount or 0, square brackets, select the first applicable, which usually works but doesn't always, depending on whether the attribute can only select a single node or whether it can select multiple nodes. This basically says if discount exists, then use it, otherwise use 0. I find myself using that sort of construct all the time, so I'd like some handy syntax for it. Here's another one. How many times have people asked for that? The particular reason for that is that we're now very much more often manipulating things that aren't nodes. The current syntax for XSL if and for XSL when presumes that what you're probably doing is constructing nodes. So it's an XSLT 1.0 model of the world, that what style sheets do is create nodes in the result tree. But style sheets are doing much more than creating nodes in a result tree these days. And conditionals are very often returning atomic values, or returning maps, they're calling functions, they're doing XPathy sort of things rather than just XSLT sort of things. So being able to put XPath expressions in the then and else branches of XSL if is just a no-brainer. And then, do you notice what you can't do in 3.0 there? Because I always imagine you can. The number of times I've tried to write that and then had the compiler tell me, no, you're not allowed to do that. XSL when is the only thing that doesn't have a select attribute. Everything else in the language, if you can write content, you can also write a select, but XSL when and XSL otherwise you can't. So that's, you know, it is really stupid that we didn't fix that in 3.0. So that's just a few of the little goodies, and there's more ideas in the paper, and they are just ideas, except a lot of them, for example, nearly all those new functions I proposed, quite a few of them are implemented as extension functions already in existing releases of SACS, and the rest of them are nearly all implemented as extension functions in the next major release of SACS. And so, you know, if they can't be in the standard function library, at least they can be extension functions. And some of these syntax things as well. The otherwise, for example, I can't remember whether that's in 9.9 or if it's only in 10.0, which will be coming out later this year. But if you set a switch that says extension syntax allowed, then you can use that syntax. At the moment, it's not allowed by default. By default, you still get 3.0 conformance. But there's experimental syntax for extensions in there. A few other goodies. Oh yes, this one we did for Saxon.js in the browser. Because the HTML5 spec unilaterally changed the XPath rules. They said, HTML5 supports XPath 1 as defined in the W3C spec, except. And they changed the rules on namespace matching, which gives us an enormous problem. But what we decided to do was to make namespace matching a bit more flexible. We don't do it exactly as the HTML5 spec says, because it doesn't work when you extend it to XSLT3 rather than to XSLT1. But you have the option now to say, when I write /a/b/c, it means match in any namespace. And nearly all the time, you don't care what namespace it's matching in. You've only got one thing called A and one thing called B and one thing called C. If you match that, you're fine. Why should I have to tell you what namespace it is when there's only one that matters? So an option to make unprefixed names match any namespace, I think is a big usability win. But, I mean, if you follow Stack Overflow, there's one question a day from someone who says, my style sheet doesn't work, where the answer is, namespaces. It's just such a common trap. And the other one is, why on earth should you have to write XS:*integer? Why not just integer? The context is always unambiguous. You know it's a type. It's nearly always going to be an XS: type. Just write as equals integer. Why have to write all these colons? You know, it just makes the code more obscure. Let's get rid of it. Modes. Biggest problem in debugging a complex style sheet is finding the template rules. They can be anywhere. They can be all over the place. You've got 20 modules. There's template rules for the same mode scattered all over those. How do you find which template rule caused this weird output that you've got? It's a nightmare. One way to solve that nightmare, I've always believed, is to enclose all the template rules for a particular mode inside the XSL mode element, and then you've only got one place to look. You still have to look for potential overrides, but by and large, you can scan all the rules visually. You can say, oh, it must be this one. You know you don't have to look at all 20 modules. You know they're all going to be in one module. I think that would simplify debugging. Another thing, when you write template rules that return maps, which you start doing, you find that all the template rules in a mode actually return the same kind of map. Because the apply templates instruction has to know what it's expecting. And so basically all the template rules that it might match have to return the same kind of thing. So why not write the as clause as part of the mode, so I know that template rule is always, I know that when I do an apply templates instruction, I know it's going to return a map of a particular type, rather than returning nodes or whatever. And another big advantage of that is that the compiler then knows what the XSL apply templates instruction is going to return, so it can do some type checking on the on the result that it's returned if you bind it to a variable. And type checking doesn't just give you a performance advantage. Far more importantly, it gives you much better diagnostics when you get things wrong. Instructions to process arrays, I won't dwell on those. And node constructor functions. Why can't we have functions that construct attribute and element nodes? The more you move into higher order functions, the more you want to provide functions that do anything. You want to provide all the functionality of the language in the form of functions that you can call, rather than in the form of custom syntax, which you have to wrap your own function around if you're going to pass it in places where functions are expected. So let's have some node constructor functions. Would often be handy. The other reason for that is XPath and XSLT orthogonality. Once you start writing things in XPath, having to break out to XSLT in order to do something becomes a pain. So you don't want to have to, you want to minimize the number of times people have to break out artificially from XPath into XSLT coding. And providing that functionality reduces the number of times they have to do that. So that's a summary of what it is. So I'm open to questions except the question, what you're going to do next, because I don't know. So I'll ask that question myself, what are you going to do next? I don't know. Are there any other questions?
I can certainly book room for next year to have a meeting here, but probably now we should go with questions, so Matt over there.
Going back to definitions of, basically inline function definitions for higher order functions, so in your, it's like the third argument for your whatever. In Ruby, which I've spent many years working with, we don't have higher order functions. We have lambdas and procs, which are functionally the same thing. And the thing I found with that is not having explicit variable definitions for the arguments being passed in can be quite confusing. And things like the latest syntax for that in Ruby, the stabby lambda. That's what we call it.
I mean,
it's concise, but it gives you, and I just wonder if there are other models that might give you the conciseness you're looking for without. So I think there's actually, so with $1
I mean, I looked at a few things. The JavaScript arrow and the Java arrow both seem clunky and don't seem to work in this language too well. I looked at the way Scala does it, where all the arguments are referred to as underscore, and I just can't work out which underscore refers to which argument. So I've looked at a few other things, and yes, suggestions welcome. I've toyed with a few different syntaxes, and this is the one that appealed to me most, but it's an aesthetic judgment, whatever you, in this sort of area, whatever you choose, someone's going to throw tomatoes at you.
Well, first off, John Snelson was watching, apparently, because he was tweeting that you mentioned him. Very important. Second, I would love to see some open discussion where, I don't know, but with these proposals and others. I think basically every slide has a lot of beautiful ideas and also, of course, raises implementation questions, like how do we, well, make them unambiguous. And last simple question is about the functions for creating nodes. What about elements? Recursive function or?
No, I think you have a second argument which takes the content of the node, and that can create another element. So
that is a recursive function, basically.
Not recursive as such, but if you want to create a tree structure,
yes,
then the second argument of new element would itself be another call on new element to create its children.
Got it. Thanks.
Hi. I've got a question about...
Sorry,
here.
I don't know where to look. Okay, thanks.
About the tuples.
Yes.
You had one example with XX string was optional. So I was thinking about, is it only that it might be an empty sequence, or could it also be missing completely? Or is it just one of those?
I decided to, I mean, map-get currently doesn't distinguish absence from empty. And I decided it was simpler not to distinguish absent from empty. So you could go either way on that decision. I'm not 100% convinced I got it right. But I decided to err on the side of keeping it simple and not distinguish an empty value from an absent value.
A bit loud. Hi, Mike. I'm wondering, is this an appropriate time to make some suggestions for XSLT4 and discuss them, or is that opening the gates to madness? I have one in mind,
why not let's have a discussion on the XSL list? It's been a bit quiet recently. You know, let's have a conversation there.
Okay, I shall do that. And if anyone's curious, they can ask me in the pub later.
Martin here, Fonto. If you look at this function over here, default let function, I like how all new types are being introduced and all new aliases for types especially are being introduced. In most functional languages, in most languages at all, you would see that one of these default left functions would be a generic function. It would have a type and parameterized types. So that the return of the callback function would also be the return of the full function. Would you consider those functions, those functionalities good for xquery, xpath, XSLT?
Yeah, that sort of gets to generic types where at the moment we sort of leave implementers to the type inference. For example, I mean, you get that with ordinary simple functions. You know that subsequence is returning the same kind of items as its argument, but the function signature doesn't capture that. The function signature says the input contained any items, the output contained any items. There's nothing in the function signature that says the output items are going to be the same as the input. But typically the implementer knows that that's a property of the subsequence function. Now with user-defined functions, there's no way of declaring a similar property. That would get to generic types, and having seen what a nightmare generic types are in Java, I'm afraid my mental machinery says don't go there. But I'm sure people who understand type systems better would love to accept that challenge.
I would say please check out TypeScript, the implementation over there and how it's written, how it's used.
I'm sorry, I didn't...
TypeScript, the Microsoft JavaScript flavor-ish. It's basically JavaScript, but with types. And the type system over
TypeScript, yes. Yes, I mean, I guess that might be a model to look at, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Type annotations of some kind.
Sorry, one more, Michael. About these higher order functions, to make them really powerful and useful, I think we need some kind of concept or way to pipe them, or to, what's the other word? Combine them. Like the pipe operator or the...
Yeah, actually, as I was doing these slides, I was thinking about that.
Because then you can really combine functions, pass functions on or extend functions by simply combining.
I was thinking the same thought, but I don't have an answer to the question.
Me neither, unfortunately.
That's very exciting. Thank you very much. I think it addressed a lot of usability points. I guess that's not really a question, that's more a suggestion. But your last point, suggesting that you should that we should be able to use every XSLT construction from XPath itself. Even without that, but even more with that, I think it would be useful to have an element that the string content of which would be an XPath expression to be evaluated, because now we always have to rely on a select attribute, which sometimes feels a little bit...
I mean, the problem is we have a two-language system. We have XPath embedded in XSLT, and therefore there's an intrinsic lack of orthogonality that XSLT can invoke XPath, but XPath can't invoke XSLT. And that's a sort of, that's a feature of, a consequence of having two languages with different syntactic frameworks, one embedded in the other. I don't see any easy way around that.
Well, you know, something like XSL sequence.
I mean, obviously XSL function gave you a way of escaping from one language into the other, which was very much part of the thinking of adding XSL function, that it enables you to invoke XSLT things from XPath things. But providing a better way of doing it, I'm not sure I know how to do that.
Yeah, I guess I have something in mind more like if you had XSL colon sequence type equal XPath or something, and then the string content of which is evaluated instead of using select.
Yeah, well, write down your suggestions, I think.
XSL expression, yeah. Call it xquery, I don't know.
Call it xquery, yes.
Yeah, Mohamed Zagawi, I don't know if you know me. I have a question. Why do you insist on extending the XSLT language instead of just rewriting a new one, like, I don't know, DSSSL NG or something?
All the successful projects in my career have been built on improving something done by someone else. Whenever I've done a project that started something from scratch, it failed totally. So I guess it's my personal skill set.
Okay, any other questions? Probably no, but I think we will have a lot of things to discuss over the dinner and other places. So thank you again very much.
Thank you.
But we are far from finished yet today, because there will be social dinner and demo jam. Norm, do we still have some free slots? Okay, there are still 2 slots, so you can approach Norm just right after I stop speaking. If you take this schedule from your badge, you will see some information about how to get to the dinner place. It's the same venue as in the past few years, so if you have been there already, it's easy way. If you are there for first time, you can either study this map, or what I would suggest to do is just to try to find someone and just follow him. Is there anyone who needs some guidance or buddy? Maybe we can arrange it. Okay, so I think you will be able to find it. Anyways, and we will start at 7:30, so you have some time to take some rest. Bring your laptops to hotel if you are not doing demo jam, and see you there in like 1.5 hours. Thank you.